needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Clear, power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL Philippines on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL Philippines Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your playoffs tickets now via the official MPL Philippines website. Host unforgettable events at Green Sun. Enjoy the Arcade Haven promo, available from Fridays to Sundays. Book now via reservations at greensun.com.ph. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Day 2 of playoffs. It's Onic Philippines kontra Aurora Gaming. Once again, their rematch of Season 14 Grand Finals.
Tawag na Northern Lights.
Aray ko, Bes!
Inabasa tayo. Torres ay matagitad at Game 1. Mabilisan lang para sa Aurora.
Unti-unti nakikita ang liwanag ng Northern Lights. Aurora Gaming. Sila makakauna dito sa ating laban. Makikita natin ngayon para sa na Onic. Meron silang minion wave sa may top lane and even bottom lane. Is this it for the SuperFrince?
King Kong, hinahabol siya ni Dominic. Ay, nagkakabula na.
Ito na nga yata nakikita natin. Jay at naman tayo mga dito si King Kong. That is gonna be a wipeout para dito sa Aurora.
Tatapusin na ng Northern Lights ang laban na ito. Si Kurt lang ang mabubuhay. 5 seconds. Pero hindi na siya aabot. And we have a game number 5. From Onic Philippines, this is it ata. And this time ay naubos ang Aurora at diretso na ang pamilya sa upper bracket finals.
Onic Philippines. Sila ngayon mananalo para sa ating game.
Kanilang identity, aggression is key. And makikita natin yan dito sa draft ng game number 1.
Endable na nga yata, parang walang dedepensa.
Tapos na ata ang laban na ito at ang Team Falcons ang magwawagi sa game number 1. Kaya ba ng mga bibitawan dito ng Team Falcons? At parang hindi na nga ata dahil ang Team Falcons ay match point na.
Match point for Team Falcons. Inaantay na papag-extend ng ating laban.
Kakatok na ang Team Liquid Philippines para ma-extend ang set na ito. Easy, mamamatay din. Courtesy of Oheb at diretso na ang Team Liquid Philippines. Sa ngayon ay meron pa rin tayong Game 5.
Another full Game 5 series, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 players assigned ng Team Falcons. Tingnan natin kung matatapos na ito ng TLPH. Magkakaroon ng minion wave. Paano magiging champion ngayon ng Team Falcons? Unti-unti kakatok.
Kapal ng Maeve at ang Team Liquid Philippines ay tutungtong sa upper bracket finals.
Team Liquid Philippines.
Welcome back to the Champions Arena once again. My name is Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
And Odin, we are just one step away. One of our teams is just a step away from representing the Philippines, the strongest region in all of MLBB, sa darating na MSC at EWC 2025.
Is it Onic Philippines or Team Liquid Philippines? A trailblazer of a new era or a titan of MLBB?
You know, I'm wondering if we're gonna be seeing another set of Game 5s because that's been the rhythm, that's been the tempo that we have for the playoffs para sa araw na ito. Pero hindi lang naman yan ang dapat nating abangan.
Tama ka dyan dahil maya-maya lamang ay mapapanood rin natin ang lower bracket semifinals between Aurora Gaming and Team Falcons.
There's gonna be a lot of drama, a do-or-die match to end day number 3. But of course, that is not only gonna be the main concern because we still have the Alamat Awards to give recognition para sa ating mga pinakamagigiting na manlalaro mamaya.
And I'm really sure that we all can't wait to witness that para ipakita ng ating mga manlalaro ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. Kaya super fans, welcome to
MPL Philippines Season 15, The Playoffs!
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready to brace yourselves because we're heading into day number 3, the final day, where we'll be having 2 best-of-5 series in one day. My name is Brita, and together with Leo, we will be your panelists for today. Leo, how are you feeling after casting yesterday's match?
Oddly enough, not tired at all. Online, I've been reading that this has been the most electrifying, competitive, and worth it must-watch opening to an MPL Philippines playoffs season yet, and I cannot disagree. What was that, 20 games over the span of 48 hours?
We are, actually on the road to 30, if ever.
One would feel fatigued, but I don't.
I don't too. Honestly, we've been here since the first day. We've been watching all the series, and I hope you guys too. You feel nothing but excitement all the more for the matches that we are about to witness today. But before anything else, of course, we're here to inform you all that equipped with all-day 120 FPS system, the next generation Infinix GT30 Pro is the new official tournament phone powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines. So from this point onwards, you know, you get to see our players. I believe we see their hand cams a couple of times, and one time even on the fanny when there was a player using it. And this is probably one of the biggest reasons why, you know, they're very comfortable in terms of playing their games. And I hope they're well rested enough, you know, especially for Team Liquid. They just finished their series late night last night, so they got to recharge heading into their first match of the day because a lot is at stake. But of course, hey, MPL fans and X-fans, get ready to witness the best student teams battle for glory at the Infinix Campus Cup Philippines local group stage.
It will be live streamed from June 14th to 15th and the national finals on June 28th, only on Infinix Philippines Facebook page. This is XCC PH, hashtag where legends rise.
Let me just tell you, I hope you guys, if ever you are part of a collegiate team, if ever you are still studying and playing MLBB, I hope you did sign up for this because there's almost a 2 million prize pool on the line for all our collegiate players.
I love that Infinix is investing in the future of sports, right? They're covering the strongest league in the world, and then they're also, you know, watching these up-and-coming athletes come through to collegiate.
And who knows, like, there might be one of these collegiate players someday playing on the MPL stage. So that's something we also have to watch out for. But of course, we have to take a look at our updated playoffs bracket. Leo, what are matches we'll be seeing for today?
Today, it's going to be the upper bracket finals and the lower bracket semis. Brigida, you know what's scary, but just the same, makes me feel all warm inside? The fact that this bracket looks very similar to the forecast right now, going into day 3. All of the winners, some scores were on point, but all of the winners so far, the results were very similar to what I said in my video a week ago.
And for the regular season, it wasn't the same, right? You've been going through a lot of 50-50s.
It was rough. This is rough for a different reason, and we're all good for it.
Yep. I believe the top 4, at least, were predictions that many have probably agreed on. But they brought us all to Game 5 in as early as Day 1, and that was probably something a lot of us didn't expect too. But again, for today's schedule and for our upper bracket finals, that's Team Liquid Philippines going up against Onic. Team Liquid Philippines' chance to once again return to Riyadh, but Onic, they definitely want to get the chance to fly out there too.
They've never been. Their brothers in Indonesia have, but this, the Super Fam, they have yet to step foot in the land of EWC. But later on tonight, it's going to be Aurora versus Falcons. That one, you were telling me before the broadcast started, you were worried about.
I am. I mean, aside the fact that it is going to be an elimination match, whoever loses that series will have to say goodbye and hold that top 4 spot here in the season, or here in Season 15. It feels like whoever comes out of that will just have insane momentum to whoever they're going up against.
Yeah, the lower bracket is a comfortable place for Filipino teams, and I'm hoping that whoever does come out of that lower bracket finals is ready for whoever drops from this one. This is the Golden Rivalry, the road to immortality, and MSC at EWC 25.
Yep, I absolutely agree with the entire headline we're seeing right now, because if there's one matchup I am definitely looking forward to see, and I believe a lot of us too are excited to see, it's that matchup we're seeing in the gold lane. It's these 2 gold laners who've made such a big name for themselves wherever they go, to whichever team they become part of.
Yeah, this is Oheb versus Kelra, Kelra versus Oheb, whatever you want to say, Blacklist versus Execration, Blacklist versus Omega, Blacklist versus Onic. Like, they've had many different matchups through the years, and we'll run you through that Golden Rivalry right now with a quick throwback to the season past. They are 1-1. Bring it 1-1.
It's equal. So this is gonna be the deciding match, at least for this season.
For now.
For now, like whoever is gonna be the one winning the overall matchup between Team Liquid Philippines and Onic Philippines. Because again, they're 1-1. In terms of games, I guess there is a slight advantage in terms of Team Liquid Philippines because they're 3-2. But we cannot deny the fact that this has been a very close fight. I know Kelra has had a lot of titles under his name.
Yep.
But overall, if we were to look at it, Oheb, his all-time stats, they're still up there.
Oh yeah, no, especially in Season 15. Oheb, as well as Team Liquid Philippines, have been topping charts. GPM, DPM, Lord Control, Oheb and Team Liquid Philippines are running it. And I think you could say for a majority of the past 4 years, the time that has elapsed since the Golden Rivalry was started in Season 7, that's been true. Oheb have scored more world champion. Well, he scored his first world championship, his first big ticket MVP, and then more MPL championships compared to Kelra. But Kelra, you have to understand, is a triple crown champion. Almost every single tournament he plays, whether in home soil or internationally, he bags the MVP.
Yep, you gotta list all of that, be it the MPL Philippines title, the MPL Philippines Finals MVP title, the MSC title, the MSC Finals MVPs, the M Series and all that. Kelra has it all, so he's definitely left that legacy in the scene. And even if you ask him, interestingly enough, it feels like he doesn't want to acknowledge yet that he is the god in the goal. You know, like he stays that humble even to this point, despite everything that he's achieved. But just to look at the playoffs matchup for these two players so far, yes, these are way back. If you look at their hairstyles even, you're gonna recognize that this has been way back. But clearly Oheb, he's been winning the all-time matchup. But in terms of who's been a bit more flexible, I think we'll have to give it to Kelra.
Huge hero pull on the gold standard. All right, looking back, I think you could give Oheb the Beatrix as well, but recently it's been Kelra who's been rocking the multi-armed time-traveling gunner. So even our list of achievements, maybe it looks lean for Oheb, but that's because he's won MPL Philippines multiple times.
Yep, and I feel like they've been trying to master this kind of approach, right? But Onic Philippines, they're just introducing these new styles, and even if it gets a little bumpy at first, they make it work in the long run. So let's also take a look at some MPL Philippines fun facts out here, because this match we're about to see is actually between first and third seed. And by the way, the defending champions are the ones in the third seed.
That's right.
But the statistics say that it's a lot more likely that the first seed will be winning this one.
That's right. 10 out of 14 times it was team that was the first seed that won, and the first time that the first and third team were in the upper brackets is this very matchup right here. So Onic versus Liquid is a first-time occurrence in placements in the history of MPL Philippines. And only 3 third-seeded teams have reached the grand final. So for Onic to do this now, to add another notch to this already record-breaking matchup, they would have to make like Season 5, Onic PH. They would have to make like Execration, where Kelra came from. And they would also have to make like Blacklist in Season 11 and 12. Oheb knows all about that.
And just to add to that, no third-season team yet has ever won the MPL championship.
It's always been 1 or 2.
It's always been 1 or 2.
1 or 2. Look at all these banners. Those are all first or second seed teams.
So imagine if Onic completes this, right? I know we've had this ongoing conversation about Onic and their timeline, but I feel like they're just working, or they're just focusing in the present. Like they're really getting whatever they can, whatever is within reach. And that's what's so beautiful about the Super family. Like how they just keep on building on this chemistry, and they may have fell down a couple of times, but they just keep getting back stronger and stronger. And I believe we're seeing this form, especially in the way they just keep adapting in the playoffs.
Talking about falling down and growing back up, throw back to last night's match between Liquid Philippines and Falcons. How do you bounce back from an 0-2? How? Liquid can do that too.
That's true. So these are two teams who've been through a lot, even in their first few matches. But I think we gotta call on the caster's desk for now because we've had our fair share of ideas. But hey, how are you guys doing out there? Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar, how do you feel today?
We're feeling
cold.
refreshed.
I feel cold.
You're cold. Renmar, how are you feeling, Renmar?
I'm always hot.
He is. I agree.
I cannot argue with that.
Why is it when every time I try to comment some self-love, Brigida comes in, it's like, I think we gotta get Renmar in check, gotta humble him down a bit.
I cannot argue with that. Both of us, Leo and I, we completely agree.
You are digging yourself a hole right now.
Right? We completely agree. We completely agree.
Yeah. Then I get you.
Leo doesn't look convinced, Brig.
Silence means yes. Silence means yes, and that is what he's saying right now. But this is time for us to check out the community poll as well and ask our viewers right now who they think will be securing the first grand finals and the MSC slots. Is it A, let's go Liquid, or is it B, it's Onic time? And it's not just the viewers we're asking for this one, of
You're
course.
asking us?
Of course we're asking you. You go first, Naisu. Wait, are you already showing yours?
I'm already showing mine right here.
for it.
I know there's like a bright light, so I'm trying to... Wait, if I angle it that way.
He is super fam. He is super fam.
I'm going with the super fam right here. Don't forget this.
Okay, I mean, he does have the jacket. So, Ingan, what about you? What is your prediction for this?
This ain't a unanimous desk because I'm going for TLPH.
Wait, yesterday we had to make the sound of a horse. Could you also do it just for the sake of everyone doing it?
Family Feud. Okay.
How do you rate that, Leo?
That sounded like a balloon getting deflated. What was that?
That is a horse I'm gonna keep in the wild, very far away from my farm.
I didn't even rate it, so.
That's not rated anymore. Redmar,
1 out of 5.
what about you? What is your...
This was tough, but I mean they beat my Falcons. They broke my heart last night. It was an emphatic reverse sweep.
Yes.
And right now, honestly, I'm just a Coach RC stan.
Yeah, honestly, when I saw him already jumping here in the panel and then the reverse sweep just suddenly happened, you know, it was just so surprising to see. But of course, the battle emotes, don't forget, they're available until August 9 for 109 diamonds only.
You can get new emotes from Aurora, Team Liquid Philippines, Twisted Minds, and if you haven't yet, grab them now for Onic Philippines, Omega, and TNC. Those emotes return.
Show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now at the in-game shop. Of course, we aren't exempted from this as well, Leo, so what about you? What are your predictions for this match?
I put my money on my mouth and put out there my reputation as a prolific predictionist. And I said Liquid. I said Liquid would punch their ticket to the grand finals first, so let's go Liquid.
Oh my goodness, so I'm about to share mine and...
Let us know, Brig.
So
Let us know.
it is not a unanimous desk, but it's only Naisu who will be different.
No, I'll change mine to Onic then.
What?
I'm an Onic guy
That's
now.
my son.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
Bring it out. What's your prediction? Go.
Mine's Team Liquid, the father and son. They are in agreement that they're both Onic, so it's 3 of us for Liquid. Thank you so much, casters. We'll see you later.
What was that about?
Why did he change last minute?
What was that?
Like, he was so convinced he even did the sound of the horse.
No, it sounded like...
it's not a sound of a horse.
Again, it sounded more like... Oh wait, even that sounds better. Ingan, you step it up, bro.
He can work on it. Like,
Yeah,
he
he's
can
got time.
probably make some calls during his play-by-play.
I will listen
you know.
closely.
I will listen closely, so you gotta watch out. We will be waiting for that perfected horse sound later on. But you know what? This has been a very funny intro so far.
Yeah,
you know?
no, for such a high-profile match.
Yeah.
For the Golden Rivalry, for us to laugh it off, you know what? This is just nerves. This is just us expecting what's already coming. Come on. You know what it is, right?
We'll be so locked in later. This is probably the last time we're able to laugh it off. But this is definitely a very high-stakes match. We did mention it earlier. There's not just whoever's going to come out on top for this season, at least at stake for both of these teams. It's that slot to MSC, and it's also the ticket to the grand finals.
And a lot of records being broken. Again, this whole first and third and first situation. If Onic wins, then already they changed the game. They changed the course of history. But if Liquid wins, then that makes Onic have to climb out from the lower bracket. It's been a while since Onic had to do that.
Yep. Them having to go through the entire play-ins, them having to go through 2 game 5s already throughout. I mean, that's one too, like stamina, endurance. That'll be tested definitely for Onic Philippines. And given that they've been through a lot in the first 2 days, they definitely don't want to go down there.
You know how crazy this is? They've had a tougher time in the past 48 hours than they had winning the M6 World Championship.
That is actually true. They've had such an easy time back then. I think even in SPS. But you know what? This is time to find out what's going to happen in this series. So let's all see the player walk-ins.
Champions Arena. To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, please welcome our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Juvin, and David. Only one is destined to be the first team in the grand final stage. Your competitors, Team Liquid Philippines, Onic Philippines. In the EXP lane, it's Kirk and Sanford. In the jungle, Karltzy and King Kong. The mid laners, Sanji and SuperFrince. The roamers, JP and Brusco. And the eternal battle between Oheb and Kelra. And their respective coaches. For Team Liquid Philippines, Coach RC. For Onic Philippines, Coach Why Not? This is the Golden Rivalry for immortality for MSC Champions Arena. It's game time!
I honestly cannot hide my excitement from the way these players just decided to walk in and not even make fun of each other, not like the past 2 days. Leo, take us through what we should be expecting for Team Liquid Philippines.
Team Liquid Philippines, #1 across the board. Turtles, KDA, kills, GPM, DPM. #2 in game duration average. But here's the thing. In the playoffs, they decided to get a little experimental. You now have a Terizla in the hands of Sanford. The JH, Jawhead, previously 100% from Daddy JP. He doesn't rely on that as much anymore, despite it being his top heroes. So something to watch out for is how Mr. 2K, Karltzy, might pop off today. Yesterday, he was more of a role player. Yesterday, he was more like, yeah, whatever you need me to do, man. I'm going to play the Fredder if I need to again. But against the Super Fam, I think he himself will have to understand that my team needs me more than I need to show off.
Yep, I agree so much, especially with JP. He went beyond what people expect of him. He went beyond the hero pools that we kind of limit him to use. But this is Onic Philippines. Similar to what you did mention, they're actually leading in least deaths, but they're quite low in terms of kill participation, and they are actually first in terms of first blood rate. You know, that's just their aggressive and individualistic playstyle that you constantly see from them, but they're still able to balance it out with the right amount of chemistry, with that synergy that we always see in terms of how the Super family is able to play. And these are overall stats too that we should be watching out. Man, look at that hero pool.
Yep, they are either tied or have already gone above Aurora, their rivals as Trailblazers in the new era. So that is the one thing that they have that is higher than Liquid. So under the leadership of Coach RC, Liquid has just streamlined their approach to the game and decided to make like the defending champions. Again, this is very Onic of them to say, hey, rely on your solo mechanics, play as a team, and then go from there. That's their key to actually making it back in that series against Falcons last night. So this matchup here, you can look at the numbers and say, all right, Liquid is up. Yeah, you know, they're better at KDA. They have the #1 highest GPM and team DPM. But understand that Onic have deep pockets.
They have. We just mentioned it earlier too, in terms of our gold laners. Oheb, it does feel like for the entire season, he's been only either on the Harith, on the Granger, on the Kimmy occasionally, on the Moskov. But other than that, it doesn't feel like he's been bringing out too much, unlike Kelra, you know? Like, even way back, right? Kelra's been the guy to even pull off all these Ruby gold lane picks, all those interesting kinds of gold laners. The Clint, that maybe it didn't work, but who knows? I mean, this happened too with the entire 1-1 Jushin scenario, and they didn't give up. They didn't give up on it. Like, they still decided to keep trying, and eventually we saw the idea behind it. But before we head into this match again, I believe we should be listening on what's going in that smart ping test here right now.
No sniper, grabe. They will show it on the camera later. Let's go, let's go. Eto nga ako pre, si Mikasa. Mikasa. Ere! Paborito ni Mikasa sabihin. Ere! Ere! Wala pre, jacket diff bro, it's already a jacket diff. Yeah, they already lost. Why are you close ranging me bro? Sinabi ko na wala talaga may kwento Napokus lang ako. Sorry mga boss, nakapokus lang ako. ML lang nasa isip ko. Tsaka na yun, pagtapos ng playoffs. Nobody gets me like you do. Grabe yung improvement si Puega pre Binigyan na naman ako ng inspirasyon ng Puega pre, para magpapayat. Papayat ako, okay lang. Ako, kinakabisado ko lahat pre. Pati yung golf ko, napabayaan ko na pag-golf ko. Wala ganun talaga pre. Si Michael Jordan kasi, hindi na kami magkasama ngayon LQ kami. Ay, LQ tuloy. FO. Binanatan ng truck ang tao. Sinagisaan ng tao. Nagpulbo pa. First time ko lang pinigpulbo sa checkpin niya. Di na naman nakarepte si Earth. Bad trip na naman. Wala yan, game ka naman Ines. Kaya mo yan, kaya mo yan. Yan talaga pag malakas fresh na shutdown. Tatlo. Unstoppable ka kasi.
Alright, so that's our smart ping test, bringing you low latency gaming with smart Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming in your favorite loading platforms or at the smart booth right outside the MPL venue.
Yeah, my favorite line out of that entire ping test was the they already lost line by Oheb.
I don't disagree.
Imagine basing it on their new jackets. But here's the Infinix keys to victory. Leo, what should we be expecting from this?
In addition to getting really awesome jackets, Liquid has to prepare to face a 4 protected one in composition. Who's the one? Kelra. Who else? Onic can do just that. They can lose the early game, lose the mid game, as long as Kelra's even sitting on 0-4 and X, like they can come back, they can win. And all this while, all Onic has to do is exercise early game caution. If they can avoid Kelra slumping down and dropping down in stats like that, then all the more easier. Maybe they can activate King Kong, even activate SuperFrince. And last but not least, both teams should go for the long game. Expect 5 games.
I can't believe they actually put it there. So are we seriously on the road to 34 today? Like, does everyone believe so? Like, actually, if you ask me, I think so too.
It's 30 tonight, 37 tomorrow, and then 44 all in.
Oh, wait, so
1 day at a time.
1 day at a time. We're maxing out the entire playoffs. That's such a feat, you know? Like, if we get to achieve that, it's insane how we're able to maybe statistically already call this the most competitive season yet.
It already is. It's a concerted effort between the teams, between the fans, and of course the talents who have some juju that make these series go long.
All right.
You know who you are.
We don't believe in curses here, by the way, but we are about to witness the first draft of this best of 5, and we're calling in some reinforcements once again. Renmar, how do you want me to introduce you for today?
I'll introduce myself. Hello and good afternoon, Leo, Brigida, and to the Renmarians all across the world.
Hail Run Marions!
Hail!
Hail Run Marions! So that's how you do it. I'll be taking notes. But for now, Coach RC, they're batting out the Fanny and the Oheb and Onic Philippines. They took the Oheb. Well,
You're not wrong.
It is the Oheb. He's sitting on an amazing record right now.
Yeah.
Do you get me?
Yeah. He understood.
It looks like the Oheb just read. So Kimi and Chip are the options, however, for Onic Philippines. And it feels like the only first picks that are still out there so far, along the lines of the Joy.
Yeah, Joy, Juicin. Box has also been a rising first pick in this playoffs.
So the Baksha is available. That's been a flex, a major flex for a lot of teams. Falcons did use it too just last night when they unfortunately got their reverse sweep. But now what could be the last ban for Onic Philippines? The trend so far is opening so much in terms of the jungler picks for both Karltzy and King Kong.
You think there's a chance we might be seeing a race for the low E for the first picks here? I mean, it is Sanji and SuperFrince.
That's the thing. With Chip out of the equation, you're going to want to watch out for that early low E. Low E snuck into drafts twice yesterday in the last phase. So with the Joy being banned here, maybe these two teams get the incentive to, lock in that low E here first or to close off their first phase.
Yeah, and by the way, that Lu Yi last night was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's been using the diversions non-stop whenever it was available, pairing it up also with some crowd control. It's definitely going to work wonders here for both of these teams, whoever decides to pick it up. But Team Liquid Philippines, they seem like they would rather pick the Jushin this time.
Yeah, I'm not going to knock it. I think there's still a wide hero pool available for SuperFrince, so they don't need to race for it too hard. But Dangable, I believe, is might be the mindset here for Onic, or maybe looking towards getting one of the priority picks for Kelra. I don't know if they want to rush either the Moskov or the Granger, though.
Yeah, I mean, we did mention in the Keys to Victory the entire Core Protect 1 thingy, but when it's the Moskov, I think you can expect something else from Kelra. This time around, they're sticking with the Granger, though, and the Baksha that was just previously mentioned.
Yeah, what's so amazing about this Baksha is it provides rotational speed, reach, and anti-heal. All of these things are good in multiple kinds of combat. So by locking it in early, Coach Wynot's not closing the draft. But Liquid, oh man, they secure the Hayabusa, key to their comeback last night, and of course the Phoveus, who is currently still, even post-patch, sitting high up in the prio bans and picks.
Yep. And there's gonna be a Suyo from King Kong to round out the first half of the drafting phase so far. So I'd say there's still plenty of flex that you can expect from Onic heading into the second phase, right?
Yeah, you can still flex the Baksha into the roam and the EXP, and lately that changes a lot of the dynamics, considering that it's up against the Phoveus. However, it might still default into the classic Hilda versus Phoveus in lane, considering that you see a Hayabusa on the other side. Makes sense for Kirk wanting to say to Coach Why not to Coach Hayes, hey, can I get a Hilda at least so that I can try to apply pressure in their jungle?
The Hilda for Kirk has been, like one of the heroes you just constantly attach to his name because he plays it that way. That entire solo Wrath Warrior feeling whenever he gets the hands on the Hilda. But now they're respecting some of JP's potential hero picks, taking out the Jawhead as well.
You can't deny the astronomical win rate that JP has on the JH. But look at this, Liquid blocking out SuperFrince's favorite, the Farsa. They should ban the rather the Selena, then ban the Farsa, because that's all three main heroes that he has. But that still leaves the Luyi open.
Oh,
yeah,
that's right.
So what do? You pick your poison, right? Is it Selena? Is it Farsa or is it Luyi?
Onic Philippines banning out the Gata Kacha. They may be eyeing on a Farsa priority, or they're trying to bait the TLPH into banning it out. No, they're not going to bite the bait. They'd rather ban the Luyi. I feel like that's the better ban here.
Yeah, they have the Hayabusa either way.
Yep.
So they'll have ways to answer a potential Farsa pickup here for SuperFrince, but we're not counting out the possibility too of another. Oh, never mind. They're just going with the Farsa.
No, they'll keep that Baksha flex, and they're not afraid of the Farsa. Why? Again, they have the Hayabusa for reach, and then they can still pick Cho. Or the high loss, sure, like just cut right through.
So this isn't gonna be any setup type. It's just probably Team Liquid Philippines playing the team fights confidently and aggressively with the amount of tank heroes that they already have right now.
Yeah, with Onic wanting to play a tight formation around the far side Granger, Team Liquid Philippines has a perfect lineup actually to break through that. Of course, with Leo mentioning that you could just bring down the Glorious Pathway, just run through them. So far, there's not a lot of picks on the side of Onic Philippines that will give this TLPH lineup a lot of difficulty. If they decide to go Hilda here, it's not going to do much. They might have to settle for either an Edith or a CC if they want to be able to have stoppers.
Edith or a CC. There's also the glue.
Oh yeah, right. Why would I always forget about the glue?
Glue is new, all right?
Yeah.
Glue is new, and there was a time in the past month that we couldn't touch him.
Yeah.
But here he is, looking to latch on two major targets. He wants to either get on Oheb or get on Sanji, one or the other.
And just like provide more targets overall whenever Karltzy wants to play aggressively on this Hayabusa, possibly wasting the resources every now and then. But this is the lineup that they decide to go for in the first game. The lineup rating favors Onic Philippines quite a bit, right, Leo?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Liquid's draft doesn't show in the index. And that comes down to map control, that comes down to just team fight pacing, and of course, the capability to say when you don't want to fight. Like, those are numbers that just don't reflect.
I agree. This is looking like another aggressive and action-packed game number 1, so we'll head on over to our casters.
The Champions Arena is erupting right now. It's one series that stands in between a ticket to the Grand Final and another ticket off to Riyadh later this year. Is it going to be Team Liquid Philippines or Onic Philippines in our first match of the day? And will we get an epic conclusion to this Golden Rivalry? It's me, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar on the desk all throughout the day. Gentlemen, how are we feeling? We're getting a glimpse at the emblems here.
Oh, all right. All standard in terms of the emblem picks. Of course, SuperFrince going for his fast rotating, heavy map presence Farsa, and yeah, I too am erupting with excitement.
Yeah.
Even though it's only game number 1.
I feel the drums. My body's shaking right now, but
hopefully that's connected.
Yeah. If you're gonna look at actually the Suyo so far this playoffs, it seems like it doesn't have a good track record.
Oh yeah.
So King Kong is gonna look to change that, and at the same time, Oheb and Kirk. Second time only to use the Moskov and the glue for these respectively. So far, no wins coming into the playoffs. So let's see how things will change, because so far it has been a slow start for both of these teams. We're used to seeing the mid laners and the roamers really poke it out in the mid lane.
Yeah, this one's quite different though too, just because of what we've seen the past couple of days, a lot of these long series, and we've seen adjustments obviously throughout these longer series happen, but this time around with both compositions here, I feel like, yeah, we haven't seen the Suyo perform what we're used to seeing, and that's fine. He kind of needed that adjustment to happen, and at the same time, you just have to be able to support him. Now you have a glue here that could help, but Brusco
finds Karltzy with a shield unity, forced out the shadow early on, but in exchange for the revitalize, so a crucial battle spell for Onic expended for this turtle.
Yeah, very early in the game, Team Liquid Philippines are not going to be able to contest objectives as much. I mean, you've got Glue, you've got Baksha that you have to deal with, Suyo, of course, one of the relatively tankier assassins.
Oh, SuperFrince with a feathered airstrike. It's a grab coming in for the side of Onic as they take down Sanford as well. Let's see how TLPH will respond, because Kirk flickers in once again with SuperFrince. King Kong also on the chase, goes in for the kill, and an aggressive start for the Sonics as they take down one more. The daddy goes down.
He goes down, and hey, King Kong might have just put Suyo back on the board a little bit here.
Oh yeah, King Kong has not won this playoffs yet, if I'm not mistaken. He's 0-5. With everything that has happened, with all the lineups he's had to go against. But so far, in this one, this is not a terrible hero matchup against the Suyo. Sanji gets picked in the mid by Prince and Brusco.
In the blink of an eye, Brusco and SuperFrince really putting control at the center of the map once again, as a 4-0 start for the Sonics with 2.3k gold lead.
Yeah, very fast start here for Onic Philippines, and you know who has done really well so far through the playoffs is this Farsa pick.
Yeah.
Right? It's been so good for a lot of the teams that bring it, because it's got such good early damage potential throughout the early game, but even in the late game, we've seen usually topping sometimes the carry in the Big Four stats for the Farces here. So we're going to have to see how Sanji adjusts that, because as he's sitting at 0-2, still trying to build up into his first item, doesn't have the flicker right now. We know even the Jushin pairs up really well with a lot of compositions, but right now, they're just kind of getting outmaneuvered.
Yeah. Because you can see the dive center composition of Onic, Brusco has been a thorn in the neck of TLPH. As soon as the Lantern player is just beaming up, Brusco just dives in with the shield unity, disrupts whatever TLPH has in store for Onic Philippines.
All right, so Onic Philippines, oh, they might find another one. JP, no, you don't need to dive under the tower this early on. Second turtle is going to be up, and it's still going to be looking good for Onic, as Karltzy is already getting pressured by Kurt.
Yeah, Kurt just replicating what a Hilda does right now. Sticking on to Karltzy, even sustaining damage coming in from 2. JP goes in with a glorious pathway. SOD is going to connect here. Sanford goes in with an Infernal Pursuit. Might be able to bring down SuperFrince. That's one member down for Onic Philippines. There's going to be a flicker. Sanford working on King Kong with the zone as JP might be able to get taken down. JP will fall. SuperFrince as well. King Kong escapes.
And just in a snap, Onic Philippines lost their formation. Kurt, yes, he was doing the right job. King Kong might be up next in the docket, but Brusco's there to help him out unless...
No! See ya! King Kong was there, and now Carlos, he's not, there's no way Kirk goes under that. It's a Hayabusa versus a glue. He's going to be fine, gets away, but Kirk takes a couple shots. Might just be trying, I thought he was going to try to delay for King Kong to make it there, but yeah, ultimately, Onic Philippines still holding on to that lead they had there. What an interesting fight for the objective, but at least Carl got the turtle. Now the play here on the bottom side for this turret.
Instant rotation from Onic. After dominating the turtle fight, instantly goes down and helps Kelra, gives him enough space to take down a turret down bottom. And now so far, we're seeing Onic Philippines, really the sustain is just there for them, because it's going to come down to a point where TLPH, they have to use a lot of resources just to get by Brusco and Kirk.
Yeah, they are so tanky, and again, they don't have the damage profile to deal with them this early on. Although, yes, they were able to break the formation of Onic Philippines. It's the strength of their lineup. But if Onic Philippines keeps a tighter formation, they're a little bit more disciplined, and they're a little bit more careful with their timing, then they should not be as susceptible to what TLPH did to them earlier. In terms of the items, still very close. See Karltzy still trying to catch up to King Kong, though. Around getting close to 1,000 gold difference between the Hayabusa and the Suyo.
They're not getting too, like, in some of the important lanes, they're not getting too far behind, and it's going to be kind of work here, even for Karltzy, just trying to clear this lane. But look at the shots from Kelra, bringing him under half health. Objective's going to be up shortly, so you got Onic Philippines trying to get in position, and TLPH looking to see what angle they can take, and part of that is just let, as Brigida called earlier, let the Oheb farm up. You know, let him get to where he needs to be on this Moskov. He can put pressure across the map if he wants to, and hopefully join these fights or the objectives later on when he's got some more items. But
let's go JP.
Oh no, JP used the glorious pathway defensively there. Major resource expended for the side of TLPH and on the right time because the turtle spawns.
All right, so Team Liquid Philippines are most likely going to be giving this objective up as they have their eyes set on the tower in the bottom lane, but the minion waves are a bit too far. So that could call for a defense on the side of Onic. Now they're going to be willing to give it up. Oh, Karltzy goes in!
Has to use the Wiki Shadow kill to evade a potential death, but gets stunned down by Brusco! Feeds the kill off to Kelra, and a huge kill onto the young goat.
What was the idea there?
Yeah, it looks like he really just wanted the purple buff, but Sanford could be up next. A little bit too greedy, Karltzy, and a great bump by Brusco.
Maybe he just wanted to force a situation where either the retro is going to be used or even steal that purple buff, and then he thought he could get away, but all the, the super fan was basically there at that point, so this leads to now another objective taken, and maybe his purple buff taken.
Onic Philippines now attempting to steal away the purple buff of Karltzy. That's a 5-man rotation. Kirk just soaking up the damage that TLPH can give him. And now Onic Philippines holding on to a 5k gold lead. Spread already committed by Kirk. Here comes a glorious pathway. Will they be able to make a play here as Sanji is continuing to dish out the Lantern Flare, but it has no effect whatsoever to the members of the Sonics.
Still not there in terms of the damage department as Onic Philippines' gold lead is ballooning closer and closer to 5,000. Oheb is just going to be left in split push duty to try and get resources for himself and take towers down for the team. I think Liquid are just going to have to turtle this out and try to play for the counter punch if they can, because even if they initiate, they don't have the damage. There's only a glowing wand on that Zeus in.
Yeah, and Karl is about 2,000, a little less than 2,000 gold behind at this point, so he's definitely playing catch-up, and that's why we see him maybe taking some of these chances, you know, trying to get what he can, or even slow down King Kong a little bit in whatever capacity that's going to be. That's good. Conceal going to be used. Might just be enough to push them off of this tier 2 turret. Uh-oh, Sanji?
Forced out the Crimson Beacon as Kelra on the chase. Here comes JP though to the rescue. Still no casualties for both of these teams.
Oh, already up to a Malefic Roar. 3 core items for King Kong Suyo. At the same time, Kirk and Brusco are getting closer and closer to building up the dominance ISIS, which means that once they have those items and Oheb wants to, you know, smack a little bit of those big beefy dudes, it's going to be like, wait, why am I getting slower? It's not as effective as I want it to be.
Yeah, that's going to be a big part of what can help them. Again, you got to remember what we saw yesterday. TLPH, they reverse swept, right? So even in this situation where they're down, what, 6,000 gold, you're not going to be able to just count them out. And you wouldn't want to do that because they are able to find plays even when you think their backs are completely against the wall. The fight for the purple buff, it looks like Karltzy's not going to get it though. So does not have his purple buff for now. The Lord is up. This could be a big decision for them. Do they actually want to contest into this, or does Onic Philippines just get this? It looks like they'll keep Oheb down on that bottom side, possibly get the tier 1, but JP takes a little bit of hits.
Here comes the spread, forced out the glorious pathway. But Kirk works on JP. As they bring him down, King Kong focuses his eyes on the Lord. Kirk and Brusco just zoning out Karltzy. The spear is going to connect. Sanford has to flicker out. Again, Kirk latches on Karltzy here. SuperFrince with a feather airstrike to zone out, but Kelra, I think he wants to go for the kill. Sanford goes in with the Infernal Pursuit, and he's going to take him down as King Kong gets the Lord. Karltzy here might be the next target. Sanji forced to use out the Crimson Beacon, and Kelra got taken down.
Sanji was still able to find Kelra there, but Onic Philippines are going to be walking away with the Lord. Oheb got back into the action with a Spear of Destruction, but he was able to take the tower down bottom. But at the end, the long sequence, Onic Philippines are still going to be in control.
Okay, they're still in control right now. The most they maybe get out of this is, you know, all the shields are going to be down. Maybe they get a base turret with this, but Oheb and Karl are still up.
Again with a flicker in, SuperFrince with a feathered airstrike. As they work on the mid lane turret, Lord sieging in onto the top. They still have their holy shields. I think every single shield will be popped here. 4-man rotation for Onic. Kelra still not in the picture, and TLPH will work on this Lord.
Yeah, you don't have to force that.
So much pressure. Kirk is literally the glue holding not Onic together, Team Liquid Philippines together. And they don't want to be together. They want a little bit more of separation between them so that they can do things individually. But Kirk is just keeping them at bay. Sanford doing everything he can to do something here, but he's going to be in trouble.
But Kirk latches onto Sanford here. Glorious Pathway cast it down. They're working on Kelra. Might be able to bring him down. That's one member down in exchange for Sanford. Karltzy goes in with a wiki shadow kill.
It might be a turnaround here for Team Liquid Philippines. Brusco already low, but the members of Team Liquid Philippines are falling as Onic are holding on.
Sanji might be able to take down one. A double for Sanji, but Kirk answers back. A mega kill. Kirk and King Kong working on the top lane alongside SuperFrince, and they're going to bring down an inhibitor turret.
Kirk. He is such a nuisance on this glue. It's working so well for them.
It was a perfect pick. Again, I feel like there's a reason as to why I always forget about glue in drafts. Now Kirk is reminding us why you shouldn't.
Don't forget the name.
Don't forget, there's a UKK in town. It's Kirk and King Kong.
It's Kirk and King Kong, man. Yeah, because that's as far as we go. We only go to 2, right? Yeah. We keep it there, and now Onic Philippines is ready to go ahead and get ready for the next fight. You're still 50 seconds away from this objective coming up. And so at this point, TLPH, it looked like in some of those team fights, they might have been able to turn some of that around, right? But the biggest factor here is they're just lacking some of the damage, some of the durability because they are behind by this much gold. So if they're somehow able to, like you mentioned earlier, Renmar, to turtle up and be on the defensive, but buy time, then maybe they catch up here a fight once again.
Clark Wade from Sanford just try and stop Onic's onslaught there as they try and take away the purple buff of Karltzy. But again, it's going to be a waiting game for TLPH because in 15 seconds, the Lord will be spawning.
Kirk feels like a cowboy with a K right now. He's just rounding up all the horses together, and they just want to run free. They just want to run wild. But again, they're just all kept up, and of course that means that SuperFrince is happy, Kelra's happy, King Kong is happy because, well, when he goes in with the Soul Sever, he'll be able to deal so much damage.
Yeah. That's why SuperFrince isn't afraid to early cast the Feathered Airstrike because he knows there's a cleanup that can come from King Kong. Kirk with the spread there.
King Kong?
As King Kong jumps in once again. Brusco with the shield Unity looking for the proper target, and he latches onto JP.
That's going to be another one. Counter's going to take JP down. Onic Philippines look like they've found the main target, and that's 2 down for the side of Team Liquid Philippines.
The next target might be Oheb here. King Kong jumps in, but Karltzy wants to fight back, and Karltzy wants that trade, but Sanji is the only one left. SuperFrince with a double.
That might have been enough, though. Sanji on the run. Forget the Lord. Brusco wants to hunt him down. Kelra there, too. We'll see if they can push this into the mid lane. They still have some time. They try to keep it together, but Sanji, he's all alone. Can he actually clear this out and defend it?
The call for Onic Philippines is to get an inhibitor turret in the middle lane. Let's see if TLPH can still come back from this game. They don't decide to go for the Lord because King Kong is not in the picture. So there was still time bought for TLPH.
All right. They have another shot at this. 3,500 is the gold lead. It's not massive. They have the resources. Should have enough to get small wins here and there. But again, it seems to be them needing to initiate something. But it's tough. It's so tough when you have to think about the grab of the glue.
Yeah. He hasn't died, man.
Yeah, he hasn't. He's 3-0-8. Kirk has been unstoppable here. He's been the catalyst for Onic Philippines and the bane for Team Liquid.
Yep. He's providing so much space for Kelra to basically move around. Even King Kong to an extent. And that's what I was saying, you know, Suyo, you really need to rely on that composition.
Kirk again!
Again, Kirk with spread paired up with SuperFrince's Feathered Airstrike. But TLPH was able to back off. JP already cast a glorious pathway. Brusco quite low, but he has to revitalize it. Sanford goes down!
And without Oheb, since he's grabbed by the glue, it looks like he's gonna go in! It's a turnaround for Team Liquid, but just in the snap, Onic has shattered that dream to keep this game alive! A triple for King Kong!
It's Kirk and King Kong in game 1. They made it work, and now they'll march into the base.
And in a blink of an eye, the Sonics rages forward as they take game 1.
Woo, what a game! Yeehaw, says Kirk, the cowboy with the K rounding up the horses.
Man, if Glue was an actual cowboy, I would be devastated and scared.
Yeah. They're not called cowboys, right? They're called wranglers.
Wranglers.
Right? Wranglers, yeah.
He's wrangling right now, and he's wrangling them with glue links.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and throw this one over to the panel to see what Brigida and Leo have to say about this fast game 1.
Thank you so much, Towercasters. My, oh my, that last sequence, Leo, it looked like something could have happened for Team Liquid Philippines.
No, there was just too much on Oheb's shoulders, and that's literally Kirk. He got the right target, forced Team Liquid Philippines out of formation, and just to clear things out, gentlemen, yes, they're not called Wranglers specifically, they're still called Cowboys, because Cowboys are not the gunslingers, they're just actually dudes who work in farms.
My goodness, Kirk has had probably one of the best glue games so far in the entire season.
Clutch last pick.
Deathless. How could you deal with this guy with the amount of damage that they had at that point, right? Team Liquid Philippines had too many problems, and this was probably the biggest one.
Yeah, no, I think it was the, what they say, the straw that broke the horse's back. Given that, yes, in the index, it showed that stats-wise, Onic wins, right? Because they had better damage profile, they had better reach, better range, fights came out easier for them, and Kirk, I think Kirk single-handedly undid one of the main strengths of Liquid's game. The fact that Liquid can say, no, I don't want to fight just yet. I want to get out of here and then farm up till Oheb is ready. But Kirk said, nah, fam, nah, I'm going to use this newly reworked glue and make sure that your softies, or even your not softies, you're kind of softies in Phobius early on, can't walk away, and that's exactly what he did here. You're seeing him. He's doing it every single time.
That's right. They couldn't say no. Like, they're always forced to fight. And this is probably one of the games wherein we barely saw the chemistry, the coordination within Team Liquid Philippines. Not even the San duo could operate at the same time. It's completely shut down for the XP laner of Team Liquid.
And this is something we saw in their series against Falcons last night. It's odd that in the early games of a long series like this, it seems like Liquid has to warm up. They have to, you know, rev the engine to say, all right, guys, we're a little too aggressive. We're going for things that maybe we shouldn't have. timing is in on our side. Let's do better game 2, 3, 4. Here it was clear. There was this one moment, I don't know if you saw it in the highlights, where Karltzy got caught out while he was trying to go for a buffer or some random thing that he shouldn't have.
Yeah, and is that not the worst scenario for a Hayabusa when you're the one who's constantly forced to use the quad shadows just to get away, just to reposition, and not even find key targets? This was the entire idea why we mentioned in the draft that the Farsa could have been okay for Team Liquid Philippines, right? But no, it was SuperFrince flying right into their faces, and they could barely do anything with the amount of burst damage that he already had. So it was a pretty hard and rough game for Team Liquid Philippines right there in this game number 1.
Yeah, for such a difficult match here, they had a close farm. Again, Renmar mentioned how Onic never really went past the 5K gold lead, and I think that's understood to be, at least for the past year or so, the threshold for competitive MLBB. If you can keep it close like that, even when you're down, a game is comebackable, and I think that's what Onic respected in Team Liquid Philippines. They still planted Kirk in the right spots, kept SuperFrince scarce. He died just once in this game, and they told King Kong, hey, you get shut down once, best believe that gold lead will diminish, and it did. The smallest it was like 2,000, 3,000. But that was just once.
Yeah. I mean, look at this right now. Even as we wrapped up the game, 15 minutes and 35 seconds, there's only just a 3K gold lead that's existing in the hands of Onic Philippines, despite the 722 kill score, despite all the objectives that were taken away from them. 8 turrets in contrast to 3.
Yeah, no.
It's so weird how Team Liquid Philippines are able to keep this together.
The furthest that Liquid ever came close to Onic's base was through bottom lane, that Oheb worked on. Who, by the way, Oheb spent a good, 5 or 6 minutes just clamming up, keeping himself scarce, defending his part of the map, farming up, and he built a solid 6, right?
Yep.
But he did not cross the threshold of actually selling his boots and being an even bigger nuisance. He had to play it close to the chest. He had to be frugal about his economy. And looking at the damage, I think this is something that we'll visit later on. King Kong alone, the carry, 81K, the rich guy, of course. When did King Kong never farm out of his mind?
Yeah, and also, when was the last time we saw a Suyo be this successful in the game? Like from the early first few minutes of the game up until the moment where they ended it, he was ahead, he was so well farmed, so this is a surprising outcome for King Kong.
I'll tell you when. Whenever the opponents only pick one solid magic damage dealer, and it's not even a burst damage dealer, it's a Zushin who killed Kelra like 2 or 3 times.
Oh yeah, and that took like so much for him to do that.
Yeah. He was literally just hovering his skill 2 over Kelra in the span of like a 10-15 second fight. But yeah, no, that's the reason why King Kong was so successful. That's one of the geniuses of Coach Waina and Coach Hayes' draft here, saying, King Kong, coast is clear, go play Suyo.
Yeah, I mean, I think you will be looking at it later on too, but there was an early Malefic Roar. There was just so many core items already in King Kong's hands by how many minute mark? So take us through what happened through that game, Leo. Let's look at the more specific details in that game.
It would be my pleasure. Let's go ahead and check out game number 1 and go into the details as we dive deep into what made Liquid's game so difficult and how Onic barreled forward in value. And here's the thing. It wasn't even that big of a gap, right? Again, under 5K, the difference between Liquid and Onic, who, by the way, I don't think Onic has ever played blue side. I need to double check on that stat, but Onic has played 11 games now in red side, and check it out. This right here is where it shrank closest. The shutdown on King Kong, right? King Kong died somewhere around Yay, and that led to this gap closing to, close to 2,000, and that is the closest Liquid looked like to actually coming back, to actually maybe making a difference and making Onic respect, once again, what the Cavalry brings to the table. But that aside, look at this. Half of the major objectives gained. 1 turtle snuck in. That's turtle number 2. 3 turrets. That's all bottom. Wait, no. 1 up top and then 2 in the bottom. Didn't even penetrate into the base. And then, of course, Onic just everything but the kitchen sink. Yep. There you go. This was the last. This was the base right here. So, it comes down to fundamentals, right? No matter how much fight control you have, no matter how much spacing you can get with a Zushin or a Hylos, when it comes down to it, if your lineup can't fight when it wants to, best believe a team like Onic will punish you. And that's what they got here. They got the Baksha, they got the glue. That's what we like to call reach. We'll talk about that when the draft shows up here. And when you're playing against a hero or players like King Kong and Kelra, who are so good at taking advantage of the EXP and the gold that they get, these fundamental voids in your approach to the game will be super punished, all right? So, again, a closer look at that change in the gold at about 13 minutes. Approaching 14, that is where King Kong died. He came back, said, it's go time, we can't let this happen again. It was a faster game in you know, the larger picture of the playoffs. Let's check out the item progression. This is where I would like to geek out. Look at Kelra's full build here on the Sky Piercer. Yes, it shows up at 6, but if you watch the game closely, he built both the Hunter Strike and the Sky Piercer and the random jerkin that would lead then to the Warrior Boots. And if I'm not mistaken, he did this at 5:06, 5:07. He was ready to go at 5 minutes. That's how difficult the gold lane was for Oheb. And then look at King Kong here, who Brigida mentioned was rocking an early Malefic Roar. There it is. So this is a Suyo that knows that they're in for the kill. Hunter Strike, check. War Axe, check. Like these two, you never let go. And then, bam! Malefic Roar. You're going to shred through Sanford's armor. You're going to shred through JP's armor. The healing, forget about it. You got the Brusco Baksha here running around building that Antikiras early, nullifying Sanford, nullifying Karltzy. A little bit of Oheb already. Because again, very weird damage profile here. Only one main magic source in Sanji's Zushin. Check out as well, Kirk, this was mentioned by our casters, the Dominance Ice. I believe this one single item here was enough to make sure Oheb had a difficult early mid to early late. He did eventually build 6 items and felt a little bit of a power spike, but no, this right here, the way Kirk said, yeah, if ever Oheb were to get me, if ever JP decides to touch me, say goodbye to the healing. Even Sanford found it hard to ride out those early engagements. The front line did not exist for Team Liquid Philippines because of what Kirk did here. The early Dominance Ice. SuperFrince, of course, you build the usual defensive suite in the Queen's Wings and the Winter Trunch, and then Brusco. Folks, I suggest you guys pay attention to how Bakshas are built. Again, throwing back to the Chop Suey meta, he built a Black Ice armor here. So just in case these fights happened without Kirk and his fully built Dominance Ice, Brusco was there. Brusco could slow down the healing, cut the shields, and stack on top of those Baksha marks. That's the reason why Baksha is so big in the current metagame. Now let's talk about the draft, all right? Number one major problem, damage profile. I noted this in the desk whenever I would be on and a team would be defending. I give the wave clear score for Team Liquid Philippines here with this draft a 6 out of 10. I don't like it. It takes a while. There was a moment wherein it was Karltzy and Sanji trying to clear a wave in mid or in bottom. It took him, what, a solid 10 seconds. Just like, this is one wave, gentlemen. And again, that's a decision they made. This is a team fighting lineup. This is a lineup that wants to at least be at neutral, win the fights that they choose, and then retreat from the fights that they don't choose. That was one of the main strengths that I noted in this draft, but they didn't get to those positions. They never got to a point wherein they could say, I don't want to fight. On the other hand, Onic, again, kings of range and reach. Range, POW, Farsa, POW, Granger, reach. That's a new concept we want to introduce. How perfect that it is Brusco who is the king of reach in this game. Reach is different from range. Range is how you can effectively attack your opponents while being far away. Reach is what you get in assassins like Hayabusa and in heroes like Baksha and Kufra, wherein you jump in, close the gap, and then be right in your opponent's face. That is reach. That is what ruins heroes like Farsa, ruins heroes like Eve, and even Zushin. If you can close the gap and make her fight wherein you're not comfortable, then forget about it. Like the shield negation that Baksha provides against Azushin almost makes Crimson Beacon an auto click. And that compromised Sanji, that compromised all of Liquid, and that's what led to this quick win by the Super Fam.
Yep, those mid-game stats by this guy, the reach, Brusco, that was like 10k gold ahead of the unusual average stats of the current season. So that's on the Baksha roam, which again has been a major threat too for majority of the drafts for the past 2 days. And
they breakout pick in the playoffs.
Yeah, they've been able to pull it off really well. I mean, that tends to happen, right? That there's a certain meta that gets established in the first day, especially after a very long break. And right now we're seeing how the meta in the playoffs is starting to shape up to look like. And it does feel like Onic Philippines is the team to actually perfect that meta so far and the way they're able to execute it overall. But yeah, I completely agree. It's been a very tough game. I barely felt the sustain in Team Liquid Philippines lineup. I initially thought there was so much. That was a Phobius, that was a high loss, but we barely felt it. But right now, let's take a look at the smart power pose of the day. So for everyone watching, it's time to put your game face on and make your smart power pose because you will be getting a redeemable in-game code if you get chosen here in this segment. So
folks, note the tongue. Note Kirk's tongue. They gotta pay attention to the tongue.
Yeah. Show us the right
one.
one.
This kid. Homie went too far.
Wait. He didn't hold it.
Metal mouth went a little too far.
No, that's too high. That's too high.
Yeah, there's too much tongue. It's just a little. Hey, that's not Kirk. Here we go.
Oh, I think this one. I think this works.
All right, this bespectacled lady knows. Okay. She did it right the first time.
Okay, I think we need a bit more.
Homie's got a nice smile, but
how do I say this?
The young lady's tongue is a little too playful. This guy's not having any of it.
No, we you just show a bit of your teeth?
Yeah, I'd say like the upper half of your teeth and there you go. Like, gentleman in the back with the tattoos almost got it.
Okay. Did he?
But
no, that's a bit too much.
Yeah.
So, okay. So this guy's gonna be our winner for the Smart Power Pose. Congratulations to you. I hope you enjoy your redeemable in-game code.
He won with charm.
Yeah, he didn't get the tongue right, but like,
yeah, it's fine.
You see,
he got heart.
He held it all the way. Yeah. So he deserved to get that redeemable in-game code.
Dedication.
So congratulations. We have a lot more in store for you guys if ever you do decide to come here at Green Sun Makati, if you decide to join us and watch the last 2-3 days of our playoffs. So we hope to see you. We hope that you were able to secure tickets because I believe they went by really fast. So by the way, Onic Philippines will be going red side.
Of course.
This time around.
This is their 12th game. All playoffs long to be in the red side.
They've mastered the trades so much. Like, they just know this is where they want to be. We saw it earlier too. Like, their win rates when they're on the red side, it's just way too up there. They're just so confident in terms of them playing the red side and them letting go of certain picks, like even the Jushin first pick earlier that was done by Team Liquid Philippines. You see how they were able to play around it. Even the Phobius is a common ban that we see in the first phase, but they knew exactly how to respond to that. But again,
oh my God.
Leo did mention earlier, we do observe that Team Liquid Philippines tends to take a little bit more time.
Yeah.
I believe this was a trend for other teams in international tournaments too, or like way back, it was something we saw in Aurora as well, but now it's happening to Team Liquid Philippines.
That's why we love the lower bracket. But here's the thing, you don't have to go to the lower bracket. Like, winning this series punches your ticket to the grand finals and to MSC. So it doesn't have to come to that, all right? So I have hope that a lot of lessons were learned in game 1 to give us a more competitive game number 2. It's just, Onic also watched last night. Onic also knows what the cavalry is capable of, so they would, you know.
That was probably their form of rest, right? Like watching the series together after they played their own series in the first match of yesterday. But we're calling Renmar in once more to join us in the draft. Renmar, how are you feeling? Did you like what you saw in that game?
Yeah, I mean, I did. How Onic was able to come back into that. Hello again, Leo, Brigida.
It was a it was a very dominant game for Onic Philippines, completely denying the sustained heroes for Team Liquid. So now they changed things up. No Jushins whatsoever. It's a more common first pick so far for Team Liquid Philippines.
Hey man, all the Renmarians are asking, should the Baksha show up here again?
I mean, there's a chance that it will, and probably in the E. No, I think it's still going to be in the Rome. Considering that there's a Harith on the other side, Team Liquid Philippines might consider picking up the Baksha. That's one of the heroes that's been proven to not counter it, but just give it difficulty, of course. You know, you're reducing a little bit of the shields that he can get. It's still a crazy amount of shields, but, you know, every little thing helps when trying to deal with Harith.
That and the Phobias, so this is already a clear signal, but it might be a trap by Coach. Why not?
Yeah, I agree with that. That they might be trying to bait out a Baksha pick early on.
What if they have answers to this? You know, like we've seen it in the previous days. Like for lineups that had the Baksha, it feels like you have to allot a ban for a certain pick that will make your time very difficult. But Team Liquid Philippines might not fall into that trap. They're picking up the Gatot first, and if they pick the Baksha here, that'll pretty much reveal a lot since you already have your jungler. So you don't get the flex benefit of the Baksha if they pick it up here, so they will proceed with the Farsa instead.
Ooh, okay. I like this Farsa ban. Sanji applied, SuperFrince applied so much pressure for the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines earlier.
Yep.
So, good response right away, picking up the Hayabusa.
Yep.
It seems to be the go-to slot now for Haya, Red 3.
If it wasn't such a magic damage-filled first half for Liquid, then that would have been a Suyo, right? But Haya it is, again, quick access, quick reach to the Farsa in the back, now closing off these picks. Do we attack the gold lane? Do we attack the XP lane for Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, the matchup that just can kind of manage things with a Harith in the lane is probably the Granger. Like, that's the closest, but that's already banned out. So the next possible probably will be the Moskov if ever they do want to offer that. But this is looking pretty interesting since does Onic want to let go of the Baksha in this kind of scenario? Since it feels like the Baksha earlier played by Onic was up against Team Liquid Philippines with this exact same lineup and it worked. So would they want to like encounter that same problem?
They do need a little bit more thickness in their lineup though. Maybe this time around, Team Liquid Philippines might consider picking up the glue for themselves. Just a little thing to deal with the Harith and whoever's going to be left alone in the backline, most likely the pick of SuperFrince, considering that Team Liquid Philippines had a really great ban here in the Salinas. So then does that mean they're going to be considering taking out something like the Lo Yi, maybe, if they want to take out another SuperFrince Comfort to put him in something that might be a bit of a matchup mishap for him.
Oh, and by the way, I think the carry might also be an option for, but that's too much magic damage if you're Team Liquid Philippines already.
Yeah, you need either physical or true at this point. Like that is way too much magic. That Radiant Armors early on is just gonna snuff their development in the game.
Yep, I agree. So what does Team Liquid Philippines go for as their last ban? Is it gonna be the Lu Yi? Indeed.
Mind you, Oheb still has a Bruno. A pocket Bruno.
Oh yeah.
That he, for a majority of the regular season, alone played a lot. Like, that was his go-to if everything else failed.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Considering that it's going to be paired up with the Farsa, or with the Gatot Kacha enjoyed diving forward, there should be enough room for the Beatrix. However, that means that Team Liquid Philippines will have to have another frontliner in the back line to peel, because the Hayabusa will just be able to dive onto them easy.
That too. So it's Bea or Bruno left for the Filipino sniper.
Yeah.
Yep. And the Lu Yi potential pickup if SuperFrince wants to go that route? Or do they just really be cautious of the presence of the Joy? Because, you know, but I mean, it's like you can just play it as aggressively as we saw it yesterday if ever they do pick it up. It works well with the Haya too in terms of managing the split or the opposite waves if ever they do want to go for the macro. So
for the world's longest quad shadow.
It can happen if ever they do pick it up here.
I mean, but they have no rush for it. Because again, you already know who the mid laner is over there.
Oh, all right, just catching up. Ooh, there it is. All right.
Oh, they pick up the Cho and there's no Rawhead anymore. So what does JP go for? There's no chip too. Or is he gonna go for the Gatot?
That might as well be the case. Because again, we know Liquid has deep pockets, but no, they learned their lesson yesterday. We're not going to play the meta anymore. We'll play what we know.
They're sticking with it. It's something we saw from Onic Philippines too, and eventually they did find a way to make it work. But now it's the mage for SuperFrince. Even the carry's still out, even the Kimmy's still out there, as we mentioned. Unless they're gonna go.
It's banned.
Okay.
So we go for what we expected anyways.
Right.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, it was this or the Eve.
It was. Considering that there's a Joy though, so this probably would have been the safer option.
More mobile.
Onic Philippines. It feels like they're just so confident with the way they're drafting so far in the past 2 games. It's like they're able to foresee every single thing that might come out, and it's Team Liquid Philippines who, since yesterday, have been feeling a bit off.
Even as the game has already started, I think Liquid's learning a lot. So look at this. This is a adjustment from their draft in game 1, and the numbers are looking better already.
Yep. They have to show us, and they have to execute it as well in such a way that they're able to maximize this lineup's potential, because it has a lot. You can expect a lot of combinations, a lot of hero synergies. That's the farce, that's the thought. But let's see how everything unfolds as we throw it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, panel. Again, Brigida and Leo and Renmarian. And Renmarian's back on the desk with us once again. It's me and Ingon jumping into game 2 here. We'll see if TLPH can go ahead and even out the series, or maybe I don't know, maybe they just want another reverse sweep under their hands here. We're going to find out. The lineup looks better, though, I would say, for the composition this time around for TLPH.
Yeah.
You guys mentioned it a little bit in the draft. Let's take a quick look at the emblems. Anything standing out?
No, all pretty standard. Of course, SuperFrince going with its tenacity and inspire, 5% cooldown reduction, along with the Brave Smite, excuse me, for his low Yi. And one of the key interactions here for Team Liquid Philippines are their double revitalize and the Gata and high loss. They should not hesitate to take those early to mid game trades, because when you have that with you, that means even though Onic Philippines, their damage might trump you in the early to mid, you have the regen to get through it and to potentially turn things around. So if ever they find themselves in a skirmish, and as long as Sanford and JP are together, go ahead, fight.
Yeah, but it seems like Onic actually is on the driver's seat now, forcing
Karl's 7-0 on the Joy?
Yeah, undefeated.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't realize that, actually.
Yeah, I was sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Ingon, but
okay.
wow.
Because that's an amazing stat, and let's see if Karltzy will suffer his first defeat with the Joy, especially with the adjustments that they have. I do agree with what Renmar said in terms of, forcing things out. They can force a revitalize 1 or 2 even before the turtle spawns.
That's the crazy thing. When was the last time we saw double revitalize in the past couple? I mean, even the end of regular season, we haven't seen that too often. It was a strategy that teams like to go with, more so in the beginning of the regular season. But this is a whole lot of sustain that's going to help TLPH, and maybe even help the fact that Karltzy can play a little more aggressive even. And for those that missed it yesterday, Karltzy just achieved a pretty big milestone for the MPL Philippines, where he hit 2,000 kills. First one in the MPL Philippines. Fight for the turtle.
Dark wave there for Kirk. They all jump in, but a glorious pathway. Spirit of Destruction missed. So this might be an opening here for Onic, but Karltzy will secure the turtle. SuperFrince caught in the middle as JP picks up a kill.
Exactly what we were talking about. Kirk might be up in the docket, but he'll be able to get away. The double revitalize early on. Don't hesitate to fight. And TLPH, they stuck true to that main condition.
That's exactly what it was, and that'll be the case for the majority of the early game. Now, at some point, obviously, Onic Philippines will get the items that they need, and they'll be able to go ahead and counter play into that a little bit. But it's going to be a rough early to mid-game even. If TLPH continues to go ahead and focus on objectives and then scale up, it's going to be troublesome. Brusco.
Purify pop down there by Sanji, so Brusco getting caught there by JP as King Kong tries to go for the chase, even used up the retribution to bring down Sanji. Brusco escapes.
Oh, kills across the map. All right, so a kill onto Kirk. Karltzy was able to get 1, and then a trade out for Sanji, who eventually, after getting kicked out of the sky, did fall down. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, you know, that Purify will help a little bit, but also the thing to take note of is Brusco has done pretty well on the Cho when it gets picked up. I think, you know, sitting at a positive win rate on it, 6-3 right now, is still the main thing. He's usually able to go ahead and find those exact targets that they need to, especially in some of the more crucial team fights later on. Ouch. Takes a lot of poke here, though, too, and that's one thing. Like I said, man, the Farsa has risen up once again in a lot of these compositions that we're seeing just because of that early burst, the jump.
AOG jump there for JP. They want to go for it, Kirk. And it looks like he's going to fall down, but in exchange for Sanji, as Kickon picks up another kill, and both teams will disperse.
All right, good trade there. Good sense by King Kong to just jump straight into the backline, take Sanji down, as the other members of Team Liquid Philippines were focused on Kirk. This should go a little bit better for Onic Philippines in contesting this turtle, but Sanji will be back in time, and it looks like it's going to be a full-on 5v5, considering the two gold laners are nearby. Let's see, though, where Oheb and Kelra will go. It seems like they are focused more on just getting the farm.
Yeah, Oheb's got to do that, though. So he went, cleared mid. He's going to go back down bottom. The fight for the turtle, though, we'll see if... Oh, throws the spear.
There's the SOD and the glorious pathway there from Sanford. Kirk jumps in with the Infernal Pursuit as King Kong gets the turtle, though. But a clash still going on. JP might fall down here, but the first man down is Brusco. Next one is JP. And both teams again will disperse, but there's going to be a diversion, though.
Where's that going to go?
Okay.
Oh, no, they're going to be sending them back. Oh, Kirk still holding on, trying to do everything he can to be able to clear up the minion wave. And he avoids getting taken down. Oheb, good call to not commit the Spear of Destruction to go into the fight. It seems like Team Liquid Philippines just told him, go ahead, focus on the farm, get the tower instead. That's more important now.
Yeah, and ultimately leading to pretty much even, you know, across the board for the most part. Both teams still looking to find that momentum in this game, but TLPH responds with focusing on an objective, and that's space is what they want to go, because they bring Oheb now up the top side. He's going to be working on that tier 1 there too, alongside the help with Sanford as they force off Kirk. So this is the play for TLPH. Oh, hold on, JP.
Trying to collapse onto JP, but he's quite hacky. SOD is going to connect good Dark Wave there from Kirk, but they cannot sustain the damage, though. JP picks up another kill as he jumps in, but Oheb is going to fall down. Another weak Shadow Kill coming in from King Kong. And now SuperFrince is left there.
Oh, good counter there by Onic. They all lined up and it looked perfect for Oheb, but he eventually got taken down. But that tight fighting path meant that the damage of below you would be great. King Kong finds Karl, but Karl still trying to get away. Sanford here to help him out.
Close call. That was close.
That was calculated. That was either close, that was calculated, that was all of it. Right? That's what you see when it's a Joy and a Hayabusa, of course, trying to fake out each other. So ultimately, we're still at the same precipice of this. You know, it's basically even. You have this next turtle coming up. Both of the teams have won themselves. We'll see who gets this last and final turtle of the game. Onic Philippines is going to get in position. They'll continue to put pressure for TLPH over on the other side with Oheb. We'll see if he joins this fight as Kelra takes down the tier 1 top side. Now the response from TLPH for this is also going to be crucial. They've only got the one Revitalize. Sanji is going to be okay too. Has his Purify. Brusco goes in with a Conceal.
Oh, the target might be Sanji, but instead went with Karltzy. AOG again paired up with the glorious pathway. The Spear of Destruction is not going to connect. That's why King Kong was able to pick off one. Next target might be Sanji there. And got caught off by Kirk. JP falls down. A double. And 3 will fall down for TLPH.
Brusco does it again. Smooth on the Conceal and the kick. A slick kick by Brusco.
Yeah, I was commenting about that earlier, man. He's got one of the better records on the Cho, and he's able to find the right targets at the right moment. Again, just the pressure of him, you know, just being on the Cho is enough to keep a lot of teams kind of second-guessing on exactly how they want to approach these fights. This turtle's now up. TLPH is going to get in position. They drop down the pathway.
Yeah, Karltzy doesn't have retribution, so they're going for the kills instead. Beautiful kick once again from Brusco to catch Karltzy. Sanji jumps in picture. Again. SOD again will miss. And this time, Kelra in the picture. Salmon Force drop down.
And it looks like TLPH needs to run away as Onic Philippines know that the gold laner of TL missed the SOD. And they only lose Sanford. That could have been an absolute disaster. Yeah, way worse for Team Liquid.
Could have been way worse there, and it's, I don't know, man, every single time, I don't know what it is about these spears being thrown right now by Oheb, but sometimes it takes just that one at the crucial moment. Now, some of these team fights, again, yes, they're going in favor of Onic Philippines. They're starting to build some of that lead, but ultimately, knowing TLPH, they'll still go ahead and get ready to fight for that first Lord. They still got a minute plus to go ahead and get what they need. They're not too far behind, but the problem is, again, if Oheb decides to just plan himself up, let's say he does miss the next Spear of Destruction, then yeah, that's not going to be good, but a Conceal's going to be used.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
There's a diversion though. Spear of Destruction again will miss as Kirk working on Sanji. There's a Revitalize though. Kirk jumps in with the Infernal Pursuit. One more hit onto Sanji, but gets ganked up and collapsed on by TLPH. Kirk is going to fall down.
All right, good positional adjustment there by Team Liquid Philippines to make sure Sanji will be able to get away, and they end up winning the trade with Kirk going down. It means though that Onic Philippines has stopped a major sequence for Team Liquid in the mid, and now they'll be able to clear up top and go back to the mid lane tower again to continue trying to defend it. 28 seconds before the Lord spawns. Still a very, very close game. No clear advantage in terms of the gold, in terms of the items. Right now, it's just who can press buttons better.
Yeah, that's what it's coming down to, the execution here for both the teams. TLPH will find another pickoff if they can, but that's what you got to watch out for on the other side. Brusco having the flicker available on the chill. Could choose to do it even before they decide to take the Lord. Real quick, how's items looking?
All right, in terms of the two gold laners, neck and neck. Already getting closer to a Holy Crystal is Kelra. 2 core items for the Moskov. Well, diversion going to the mid. Are they going to get Sanford?
Okay.
No, they won't.
Yeah, they'll back off of it. But they're going to go ahead and get control of this Lord and perhaps even just take this one. Karltzy's got the information, but they're blitzing this.
Oh, they're blitzing it. Karltzy in the picture. But got Ogretry there by King Kong. Now they want to go for the punish. SOD finally connects, but Brusco with a beautiful kick onto Karltzy, but still gets taken down. Now they're going to steal away the purple buff, so Brusco for a Lord.
Hell of a punish there by Team Liquid. And yeah, the SOD that finally landed led to something good for TL, but Onic did get the Lord. And they will lose their tower in mid. So it's a massive trade. It's the Lord, which Onic will be able to push out with. But Team Liquid Philippines finally got the tower in the mid lane that they've been eyeing for the past few minutes now. Look at the items of the junglers, very close. Holy Crystal, Magic Lantern already completed by Karltzy. The core items for Hayabusa locked in all the way up to a Malefic Roar and War Axe as well. They are both very online.
Early engaged. Kirk has used the Infernal Pursuit because the Glorious Path they dropped out. Kelra again with 7-4 even flickers in. Trying to chase right after Oheb.
Kelra still alive! King Kong is unstoppable! Kirk falls! Diversion, where is this going? It's just gonna be to advance their push even further. 3 down on the side of Liquid.
I can't believe Oheb even got away. Kelra used the flicker to try to catch him, but didn't. So they might be able to still defend this even with just the 2 of them. Shield's gonna pop, Lord's taken care of. Midway still pushing in. Here's Onic Philippines in the base.
Brusco charging in with a cheat couldn't do. It might be endable there. Purify there for Sanji to be able to clear out the minions, but they burst him down. Kelra, King Kong, and SuperFrince has to back off because the minions spawn for TLPH. This might be an opening.
JP with the A! OG to take down the Monster Mage. Team Liquid have defended. Onic have overstepped.
Oh, Onic Philippines, they saw the finish line, but TLPH said no, not yet.
It felt like I watched this last night. Game 5, Team Falcons versus TLPH.
Hey man, at this point, it feels like we've been here already for a week, right? But let's take a look at the replay here. This is what we're talking about. They go in, they make a play on Sanji, but it's good for Oheb. Like I said, think how important it was that he didn't die from when Kelra went, because if he did get him, that'd be game over.
Yeah, and Sanji was able to maximize the feathered airstrike because he pressed Purify just in time to cancel the cancel of Brusco onto the Farsa. So that meant that Oheb was still able to lock down onto the final siege minion so that they can push out. It still is a dire situation for the Cavalry though, because we cannot deny Onic Philippines are most definitely still in control. The big difference in gold is actually in the mid lane. Only up to a Blood Wings is the Farsa, but the Low Yi has 3 core items already locked in, the Enchanted Talisman, Glowing Wand, and his own Blood Wings as well.
Yeah. And that's what's crazy about it, because Sanji, even despite being down in terms of gold against SuperFrince, you're still seeing how much damage a feathered airstrike can do. And yeah, the right timing or key timing on that Purify is going to be crucial for him in avoiding Brusco even. So Lord is up once again. There's been a whole lot of action already just near that 13.5-minute mark for this one. We'll see if TLPH has an answer. You know, a lot of the team fights that have broken out have all been from Onic Philippines deciding to go and make something happen. With one base turret down in the mid lane, TLPH will go and try to make an adjustment. They can manage the waves pretty easily though, because that is that mid wave turret down, but you can already see where Onic Philippines is deciding to plant themselves here. They might go for some sneaky maneuvers.
Split push potential there from Brusco and Kelra, but I think...
yeah, they gotta join the fight.
Yeah, they have to join the fight, because again, Brusco has been the main initiator for the side of Onic Philippines, but the best part is for TLPH. They can punish whatever execution Brusco does right now because of the double revitalized setup and the glorious pathway in AOG that they have.
Right, look at the items. Dominance Ice, Athena's Shield for the high loss. Still on the way to the Dom Ice, but already has Radiant Armor and Athena's Shield, actually, for the Phobius of Kirk. They see who Stalwart's going to be important. They're sending a diversion up top, so that's a massive shrub held there by Onic.
Oh, TLPH bursting it down. Glorious pathway to the lane, but King Kong steals away the Lord!
And TLPH are just going to try to get consolation prizes, but they get Brusco! And Onic Philippines are still running, but Team Liquid cannot continue the chase.
They lose Brusco. That's fine. They got the Lord. He's not going to be up for this push here, so it might be an opportunity for TLPH to clear out the Lord, stop the push from doing too much damage here.
Are they?
Well, what are they going to do?
Are they going to try to hold it here in the center of the map? That's difficult against a low Yi.
It's a little risky.
They're trying to do a high clear here. Turk goes in with a Dark Wave. Kelra, Zaman Force popped down already. Oheb able to free hit. Sanji already used up the Feathered Airstrike. No, but they burst down Sanford! Now SuperFrince looking to execute Oheb there. Kirk, though, got taken down. Diversion. Where are they going to go? They might go back. King Kong with a Shadow Kill there, and 2 will fall down for TLPH.
Karltzy's back on the map. He's going to try and get Kelra. Can he burst him down? Baby! Cakes with a shutdown onto the Harris.
And one crucial Spear of Destruction changed everything. SuperFrince almost got Oheb there, but Sanji with the save.
Oh, man. Earlier, last game, we saw the KK connection, even if it was a different variation, and now we're seeing the Baby Cakes duo make work here, staying in the game. We said this minutes ago. TLPH needed to buy time. Ren Marian, they have bought time.
Bro, I know what's going on in the Philippines, man. There's something in the water, and it sure as hell isn't fluoride.
The decision to go and high clear that Lord despite the Onic having a Louis. And again, they have trouble locking down Kelra, so assuming that the Zaman forces drop down, he's just gonna dance away. But still, Oheb was able to back off, and then right on time as soon as Karltzy jumps in, the SOD connects.
Oh, man. Again, they find themselves here at this point. Lord's still a ways away. A minute on the clock for that to come up. So Onic Philippines, you know, you're starting to see them being like, all right, we're going to have to kind of adjust our game plan here with this. And this is where some of those important diversions can come into play. That's always something that they can pull out of the sleeves here with SuperFrince. You're seeing how much damage there is in difference here between the two teams as well. And that's all been the story because TLPH has had to play catch-up in terms of itemization. But now I feel like they're actually in that capability to fight, you know, the way that it's been playing here. Now that's something that Onic Philippines has to consider even before this next Lord does come up. Right now, too, you got tanky front line for TLPH to deal with, plus still the 2 Revitalize are going to be crucial in that next take. So right now, just kind of a face-off while the junglers go and get their buffs. They got to make sure they go ahead and play this right. They might also use Oheb, unless he decides to stick with the team here.
Okay.
Oh, it's just going to throw the spear.
Conceal.
It hit.
SOD connects onto Kelra. Oheb jumps in once again, but Brusco with a beautiful cheat to do. Can't go onto the back with a Wiki Shadow Kill. They're going to bring down Sanji!
And TLPH are falling apart. Onic Philippines have done it yet again. Wiped out are the cavalry.
In exchange for Kirk, Onic Philippines again, just like what we witnessed in game number 1. A dominant win for the Sonics.
Brusco, just when Team Liquid Philippines pulled the trigger, another slick kick and knock up by Brusco.
Day number 1, it was all about Badangs, and now it's all about Chose for Brusco.
This is going to be a good one to break down here for Brigida and Leo. Guys, what do you have to say about Game 2?
It feels exactly how game number 1 ended. A team fight that broke out, which nearly looked like Team Liquid could have taken advantage of, but it was Onic all along who knew how to win it in the long run.
It went from worse to bad, if we're talking about Game 1 to Game 2 progression. But yeah, no, I think Liquid felt it in them that maybe if we can catch Onic off guard, we could end this. But just before that, Brigida will attest to this. I was watching and I literally, this is an I told you so moment. It's like, don't be impatient, wait for the right moment and fight when you feel it. But another key to Liquid actually coming back is to take down King Kong. King Kong did not let that happen.
Yep, and that's where the impatience came in. The entire, oh, we could go for it. They saw this, the Salmon Force, it was already burned, but they didn't take into account King Kong. They didn't take into account that there was a wall, that there was a kick, and that there was the vacuum that could come in from SuperFrince. Everything. They weren't able to take account of that. And this guy, he didn't die, as you mentioned. They weren't able to find him.
Instead of serving up a point to Liquid, King Kong was giving out 808s and heartbreaks. Not a single death, 8 assists, 8 kills. He was on it. Again, a lot of people will say King Kong has his ups and downs.
Yep.
But this is just the metagame affecting how King Kong plays. And now, after 3 weeks of a break and what, a month and a half of the patch drop-in, he understands now. He knows where he can play. He knows the space in the metagame that he can move around and operate in. And the Hayabusa gives him such a great toolkit to do just that.
We saw how much he was able to maximize all of that, especially considering as it wasn't as perfect of an early game for TLPH 2. We did mention a couple of times how, why isn't the SOD connecting? And I feel like that affected their early game so much because it could have been way better. Oheb was doing a great job managing the waves, but there was always a team fight happening on the other side, which if he could have just joined, things could have been different for Team Liquid Philippines.
But one might argue that if Oheb joined these fights, it's not a guaranteed win, especially when there is a Hayabusa always out on the hunt for you. And what happened was, King Kong went for the next best thing. He went for Sanji. Did not want to go for Karltzy because there was a moment in this game where Karltzy was walking around top lane, bumped into a random Shinobi hiding in a bush. Like King Kong said, major flinch, right? So Oheb did what was best for business at the time.
Yep. And it was very difficult to see that even towards the late game where Team Liquid Philippines just decided to say, Oheb, let's not go for the split anymore. We did talk about this too, right? Like they were just doing that entire 4 protect 1. They knew how badly they needed to protect Oheb, but even that didn't work anymore. Sanji had too much of a hard time. This is something we mentioned too earlier that we didn't see in game number 1, you know?
Sanji died maybe 3 or 4 times too much, and he did what he could. Again, he was a threat magnet. He was doing everything in the early to mid that Liquid could not afford to do with Karl and Oheb. But again, we have to give our flowers to Liquid as well, despite losing this game here and one more away, one more loss from losing the series. Baby Capes came online. Very late though. Very late. Karltzy, he was doing what he could with a joy, but look at this lineup from Onic, right? You have a Cho that could... All right. Onic, ask me, are they a frontline or a backline lineup?
Are they a frontline or are they a backline?
They're a frontline, backline lineup. That's what's so difficult is Sanji couldn't hide, Karltzy couldn't cut through, Sanford was dying like half the time that he didn't have a revitalize, and Oheb, you know what, maybe it was a blessing in disguise that he was missing SODs. Because if he did come through, he would have to think twice of, is this even worth it? Because I might die when I jump in.
Yeah, those are probably some of the little things which allowed Team Liquid Philippines to extend this game, honestly. And unknowingly, it really could have been something, you know? Now, I'm starting to think, does Team Liquid Philippines actually get away with this? How do they, like, recreate that entire reverse sweep if they're up against Onic, who doesn't let go of the red side and are just this good at pressing buttons?
All right, to answer your question, I'm going to go back to the root of it. Brigida, they can't get away with anything. It's not a matter of finessing a victory out of Onic. You have to go through the belly of the beast. You have to understand that fundamentally, Liquid cannot slip up. There has to be some way you stop King Kong from farming. You have to stop him from being the BPI rich guy. You have to compromise SuperFrince's hero pool without giving something else in return elsewhere on the map.
Yeah. We might need to see a little bit more of their mid or trio rotations and how they're able to actually focus down on certain things in the early game, because it does feel like there are two different things that they want to do, especially if you look at Sanji and JP.
Yeah, maybe 3 or 4 or 5. Like I had a grocery list of things to check off for them to even think of getting back into the series. But yeah, no, you're right. If for Onic, it was so easy for them to say, all right, KK, King Kong, Kirk, sure, game 1. And then for game 2, it was more Kelra, King Kong again, the old school KK, which, by the way, Kirk played a game very similar to his performance in the grand finals of Mobile Masters, where he was sitting with a CC at 0-8 and whatever. Here he was like 0-6, 0-7 with a Phobius and still doing his job. That is one of the main strengths of Onic here in this series so far. And in the run of the playoffs, like, they are such role players from lane to lane to roll to roll. Now let's look at the gold difference timeline again. This time, it's a little closer compared to game number 1, where in game 1, it was like Onic on the red, yeah? It was just, whoop, it was this thick. Here, close, 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 closing the gap. I would reckon at about 10-9 minutes, this is where the gold lead was like 900 or 1,000, just barely. And then slowly, Onic builds that lead once again. It closes, and I think it's at this point, right here, about 16 minutes. This is where Liquid goes, yeah, why don't we force something in mid, right there. We go for the conceal play, jump into the AOG, and regret it almost instantly because of what Brusco did, because of how Onic's draft was a front line, back line kind of lineup. For those fans of Key and Peele, you know what I'm talking about. Here you'll see Onic ended really quickly. Again, mid was penetrated for Liquid, so you know that that was irreversible damage. Not to even mention how the game almost ended about 5 minutes ago, right? With that defense of a lifetime with Sanji pressing the Purify at the very perfect moment. Brusco just taking all the turret hits. That was a close call, but this right here could have looked very different. Turret, I would reckon these 2 turrets went down in trade for this turtle right here. This was that bottom rush by Oheb. And then, again, you can't trade short-term goals and wins for Onic, against Onic, with the way that they're going. I know what Liquid was trying to go for this, right? They were trying to trade that Lord for a turn, but Onic was just so good at cutting their losses and getting out of there. That's what this was. And then we had another one here, which they were able to defend. I think this one was the negative gains Lord. And then from there, again, Liquid tried to go for a short-term win. Let me introduce a concept called Who's the Beatdown, all right? Last time I talked about this was maybe an M series or an MSC, wherein the winner of any given matchup, any given contest, is the one who understands their role in that bout best. So here, you ask, who was the beatdown at any given time, early, mid to late? For the most part, the beatdown was Onic. And in that last moment where Liquid said, yeah, why don't we pull the trigger here? Bah! They misunderstood that the front line, back line lineup was still very much online, and they missed the cue. They got wiped out. Game ended. Who was the beatdown? Onic knew better. Now, looking at the item progression, again, you'll see that Oheb is slightly behind Kelra. He did build his boots first, but the Trinity will take a little longer to build up. He did get it comfortably, under 10 minutes, but the fact is Kelra never really died. Kelra was sitting at 2-0 and X for a majority of the game, and I think Kelra is one of the reasons why the front line, back line lineup works so well. What does this mean? Again, let's run through front line, back line. Back line killers, that's your Hayabusa, that's your Phobius. They're the ones who cross over and use their reach to close the gap between them and Liquid's range. Again, talking about that Farsa and that Moskov. But what is the backline breaker from Onic? The ones that mess up with the front line, because again, you already have the targets for the Farsa and the Oheb, the Farsa and the Moskov. You have the Harith. You have the low yi, these are the ones that punish whoever King Kong and Brusco don't find with the kicks, right? So you have people who threaten the back line, and you have people who threaten the front line. And that's what makes it so hard for the AOG and the Glorious Pathway to make a difference. So even if you try to catch them off guard, even if you thought that, all right, timing is better for us here in mid, let's get him, you forgot that Kelra can just as quickly. I think there was a defensive response from Kelra and from SuperFrince to actually just tank it a little bit, move back, and then fire off. And again, amazing damage profile spread here from Onic. Magic, physical, magic, crowd control. See, so it's so hard to itemize against this clean. I saw a point in the game where in SuperFrince, if I'm not mistaken, after picking up the winner crown, at some point juggled a glowing wand. He understood that I can deal enough damage, I can burst you, but what if fights go long? He felt the wrath of the double revitalize, and that's why he had to buy it back. Same goes for Kelra here. Kelra had to be very specific about how he built this concentrated energy. He knew that underneath these double revitalizes, he had to fight for a little longer. Sustain that front line, back line team fight that might go maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Once they've confirmed that Oheb missed the SOD, that's why this came in early for him. Holy Crystal here. I believe there is a Feather of Heaven somewhere in this build. This is a juggle right here, cooldown boots. So itemization came into play, and I think that's one of the reasons why Onic is also so ahead of the game here in this series, because despite the gold lead being very close, again, not more than 2,000 up until, you know, someone started to drop the ball, you're making this game of inches turn into a game of opportunity. And that is what leads us to match point for Onic. Let's go back at the draft recap. This was a clutch pick here, right here. The low yi being, again, something that you expect to come from SuperFrince. And even when you plan to face off against it, Coach RC understands, the rest of Liquid knows that they banned the Selena, they banned the Zushin, they left this out, and they think this was enough to answer for it. Maybe in scrims they were right. Maybe in their simulations they were right, but not in playoffs. Not now, not at match point. So Onic looking to break Liquid's record-breaking performance in the regular season. 0 deaths for King Kong, 1 death for Kelra. The KK duo wants to go bulletproof.
It's only been 3 weeks, but imagine that, right? They've evened out their score in the regular season the last time they met, and Onic are now 1 win away from taking that win against Team Liquid Philippines overall in the season, and even punching their ticket to MSC. So how satisfying would that feel, that you deny Team Liquid Philippines, one of our representatives last year, of an easy way to reclaiming their spot to MSC, and you just keep breaking records because, again, you're 3rd seed. Yeah. You're up against 1st seed.
Yeah, no, breaking records individually, breaking records as a team, breaking records within the league. This is, again, a new strength, a new power spike in the history of the Super Fam. Is not just are they individually gifted athletes in MLBB, but they also know how to change, how to evolve on the go, on the fly.
Yeah, we do have to commend even their staff, everyone involved in the way we're seeing the Super Fam right now. But I believe we have something going on in the Champions Arena, so let's throw it over to our All Access segment.
Maraming salamat sa ating panelists. I am just right in front of Super Fam. Super Fam, buhay pa ba ang lahat? Isa na lang ang kinakailangan ng Onic Philippines to make it into that Grand Finals, Odin. But of course, bago natin simulan na magiging laban, kasama natin, walang iba, for another time this season, Fuego. Welcome ba? Kamusta?
Hello po, ayan. Okay naman po.
It's so nice.
Ano muna dyan,
masaya po.
yung emote mo.
Oo nga.
Ano ba yun? Kaya pa ba?
Wow!
Nako, hindi ko alam kung nakuha nyo na yun ha, pero dapat kunin nyo na while you still have time. Fuego, hindi na ako magpapaligoy-ligoy pa kasi madalas ka naman ang nandirito at nanonood. Sino ba sa tingin mo ang magcha-champion this season 15?
Actually, lahat naman ng team deserve mag-champion. Grabe yung playoffs ngayon, no? Sobrang lalakas talaga, di kita yung laban. Pero syempre, para sa akin, it's Onic.
It's Onic Philippines. Bakit Onic, Fuego?
Kasi pansin ko since last year, pag nakuha na ng Onic yung kanilang momentum, mahirap nang pigilan.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've seen all throughout the 2 matches,
Yes,
Odin.
lalo na ngayon. Na may momentum na sila.
Andito na nga sila, 2-0 na. And Fuego, napapansin din naman natin na lumalakas na rin yung ibang regions natin. So, tingin mo ba kaya nating makuha this time yung MSC title?
Yes, kasi babalik na si Kelra sa MSC eh. Sorry. Ay,
Tama. Babalik na siya sa MSC
babalik
at
na
sa
siya.
AWC. You know what? You're right. You're right. Kasi, I mean, dami na kasi nating pinanalo eh. Diba? So parang understandable na kung bakit nahalinhin na natin. But again, I wanna know, from your perspective, ano bang nangyayari? Because the past 2 days, all Game 5s, it was pretty intense. What separates Filipino players from the rest of the world that tila hindi nila ma-break yung kadalasan na ginagawa talaga ng Pilipinas?
Kasi dito, RG pa lang talagang balagbaga na sa Pilipinas.
Ilan ba stars mo, Fuego?
Ngayon, nasa ano lang guys, nasa 100 lang.
100 stars? Lang, no?
Yung batak talaga yung team ko, itong nasa likod sila.
Nandyan? Ilan ang stars? Ilan?
Yan sila.
100 na yan.
100 na?
Sila,
ilan na
sila?
sila?
Yung batak. Ilan daw kayo?
Ilan daw yung sa inyo?
280 na.
280?
280. Okay, so sa mga turo mo yan, Fuego, natututo yung mga Filipino players dahil sa'yo.
Hindi naman lahat. Hindi naman lahat.
Ako din, kahit ako, hindi ko pa natututunan yung mga turo niya eh.
Alam mo, gusto ko matutunan yan. Pero hindi. You know what? I think we still have one more for you. Odin, ano ba yun?
Anong mensahe mo sa mga players natin dyan?
Ang message ko lang sa mga player ay gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa patuloy na pagbibigay ng magandang laban lagi, no? At yun, napapasayo nyo lagi yung mga fans sa mga nagiging laban nyo. At sulit, syempre, yung mga tickets na binibili.
Ano bang meron dito, Fuego? Invite mo naman sila.
Correct.
Yes, guys, ini-invite ko kayo na suportahan palalo ang ating MPL PH. At manood kayo, pwede kayo manood dito, live sa ating venue.
Oo. Paano naman kung ubos na yung ticket?
Pwede silang pumunta sa playground.
Sa
baba.
playgrounds.
Kung saan dun sila mag-enjoy din. And also, pwede din kayo manood ng mga streams sa different platforms ng ating mga KOLs. And syempre, sa ating MPL official page.
Yeah, I agree. Fuego, maraming salamat. Sisilipin na natin later on, Odin, kung ano ba ang posibleng mangyari moving forward. Will it be Onic Philippines as our first grand finalist or will Team Liquid Philippines says something else about it? Panel, balik sa inyo.
Thank you so much to Hans and Odin. Fuego, wherever you hear his voice, be it online or live, it sounds exactly the same, you know, the way he does all those tutorials, those very informative videos. If you haven't, please do check him out. He does a lot of content regarding MLBB, and I'm sure you'll learn a lot from it. And by the way, from esports content, speaking of content, your favorite Filipino movies, WatchUp is here.
Go to watchapp.ph and load Video 10. That's Video 10 to stream your favorite movies and shows. No app needed. Smart data only.
After one game, you can do one stream. So load Video 10 now and hop on watchapp.ph now so you could check all of these out. And by the way, do you also need pro level speed? Make the smart switch and stay ahead of the game.
Get your smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra-fast 5G connection on any device. No SIM swapping needed.
Yeah, you can skip the hassle, and that's available now at smart stores nationwide or online via the Smart Online Store. If I'm not mistaken, they might also have a booth out there. Again, Fuego did mention it himself. If you didn't get to secure tickets, there's a playground downstairs where you can still visit us and watch alongside the other members or the other fans in a watch party. And that's a huge area where there are bean bags, where there are booths, so you can definitely check that out for yourselves. Now, going back into this game or this series, it's a switch up, I feel. It's now Team Liquid Philippines on the red side.
For the first time in the playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 15, Onic PH will have to play blue.
How surprising is this if they adjust from that and still get away with the sweep?
I hate to be a pessimist here. I did predict Liquid, but this is one of two things. Coach RC digging deep and saying, you know what, it's time for that plan. For us to play the draft and go from there. If we can do it from there, then we can maybe come back in the series. Or this is just them trying everything that they can, just one more thing just to stay in the series.
That's so true. And we're calling in Renmar once again. How about you, Renmar? What are your thoughts? We're finally seeing Onic play blue side for the first time in a while.
I am no longer Renmar. I am now Slick Thick. Anyways, it's interesting. I gotta agree with Leo here that maybe it's something about Coach RC. Wait, did Onic pick to go blue, or
it was TL?
It was TL that decided to go red, and now it forces Onic to draft in a different side that they did after 12 games playing at the red side.
So Slick Thick, you're feeling that too, yeah? You feel that there might be an air of desperation here.
Yeah.
Wait, is it Slick Thick?
Slick Thick, yes.
Slick
With
Thick?
4
It's alright, Brigida, you don't need to call me that. It's fine, it's fine.
Oh, okay. So I'll still call you
Leo,
Renmar.
it's a necessity. I'm kidding.
There are so many things changing in this game, you know, like it's their sides and it's the names, but right now so far I feel like the bans too, they're changing significantly. We're seeing the Lucas suddenly banned here for Onic since they're in the blue side. The Kalea's taken out as well. That leaves the Fanny, the Joy. The Fanny's not, it's banned out too, but that leaves the Joy as well as the other options still available for Onic Philippines if they ever want to consider that in their first pick.
Yeah, the Zushin is
anymore.
a pick that TLPH constantly attacked in the first phase, but now they instead go for the Joy. This does open all of SuperFrince's picks.
What if it's another Jushu 1-1, you know, like...
Yeah, I mean, could just be a Juice in rush already. Either the Juice in or the surprise Lo Yi. Chip was the one taken out there by Onic. Yeah, it's Juice in.
Yep.
So, does this mean Padang? Nope, it's not. It's straight into the Granger Phobius. They really just want to get the different pick here for Oheb, who spent the 2 games as a Moskov.
They're changing things up, but what a fast response. I know this is somehow expected, you know, in terms of just the matchups if we're talking about that, but they reveal the Irithel right away alongside the Baksha, who we're yet to actually find out where it's going.
It's the ultimate flex. Again, when it comes down to it, you don't know if it's a roamer or an XP laner or, God forbid, a jungler.
Yeah, so we've been talking about Haya constantly being in red 3, right? But does it feel like the right option in this kind of lineup?
There is still a Juice in on the other side that you could just toss the Haya into. But then at the same time, maybe Karltzy would be happy to play something else. Nope, he's happy to play the Hayabusa.
Yeah, this is still a gamble, if you will, if you want to Suyo. Because, yeah, sure, the Zushin is there, but when you're deep in fights, you don't want the Baksha in your face. You don't want the Irithel in your face.
Yeah. This guy's a hero which has a way around all these kinds of situations. It's just that hopefully for Team Liquid Philippines, you know, it doesn't happen again. The entire, we just keep forcing the quad shadow defensively away from Karltzy and all that, and he doesn't get to find the target. He doesn't get to find SuperFrince.
Very possible.
It seems like the dynamic has shifted here. Remember yesterday, Coach RC mentioned that his team trusted him, told him, all right, you know what, you just go ahead and draft everything. But this time around, it seems like it's the players who are considerably more vocal in the drafting in this very crucial game number 3.
Whoa.
Oh, hey.
We just caught up.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that was a sudden blitz. All right, okay. Louis and Eve taken away by Onic, so some of the best options for SuperFrince gone, although the Varsa is still there in the wings. Although they might want to pick the SuperFrince pick last, because you don't see enough on the side of Onic to say it's safe to pick the Varsa.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's the Gatot. And is this a clear go signal? Can King Kong go Lancelot?
Whoa!
Same thing for picking the Farsa in red 4. You don't see enough on the side of Onic to go ahead and pick it. But you know what? If they decide to go for it, I'm not going to knock it. The Lancelot damage is going to actually be magnified by the Irithel if ever they decide to go for that combo.
Yeah, Renmar, I mean, rather Slick Thick. This is now or never. Again, it's 4 and 5, blue 4 and 5. They have to close up their draft now. Yeah. Unless it's a Baksha jungle, dear God.
Wait.
Oh, it's a Baksha jungle! With an Angela roam for Brusco and then EXP Hilda. What a massive shift. The first time we've seen Onic draft blue side and they do this.
Hello?
this is them in blue. That's why they didn't want to show it. That's why we never saw this, and that explains why it looks like this.
Yeah, Sanji, what do you do now? There's a Sicilian, there's a Selena, but you're up against an Angela Zushin in mid. That's like so much pressure. There's a Valir, but like, wait.
What's your mid gonna be?
Sanji.
It has to be something that can fight long. It can't just be like pure burst.
Oh my good. Wait.
They go utility. They go the route of utility and everything on the Granger basket. Yeah, it's burst, but then of course with what the Astral Echo brings to the table, it's better than if they decided to go for something like a Feathered Airstrike. I like this Novaria pick.
It's a good recovery for the swerve. That was the last phase for Onic Philippines, but here's the thing. I don't know if Liquid was ready for this. I don't know if Liquid was ready to face off against the Galaxy, because we have seen some preference in the past 2 days of the playoffs, but none as all in sustain as Onyx draft now.
If anything, I'm just looking at how TLPH might be holding on to their familiarity with these kinds of heroes with the draft, because I think this brings us back way back season 13 maybe, where Sanji was just such a huge threat on the Novaria, but I know things are different right now, so let's see how this goes for this match point of Onic. Let's give it over to our casters.
Jumping in the land of Dawn once again. It's game 3. It's match point right now with a very interesting draft for Onic Philippines. Will TLPH trying to bring out the magic like they did yesterday to get a possible reverse sweep on the way? We're going to find out. It's me, Nice Suningan, and I don't know if I'm going to call you that, man. I don't know if I'm going with the, what is it?
Slick thick.
Slick thick.
It's not a requirement. You guys don't need to force it. I just wanted to get it out there.
All right, I'll say it to you later. Now let's look at the emblems.
All right, I want to see what the Novaria is on. Of course, you have to get Rupture on that. Now, one of the difficult things about picking the Novaria for TLPH, though it was a good response to the swerve, is that they will be susceptible to invades up against the Jushin, Hilda, Baxia Roam, empowered by an Baxia Jungle, empowered by the Angela. This is a high invade comp at the side of Onyx. So JP really needs to make the most of this Unbreakable so that he'll have a counter engage with the taunt. And Sanji can only do so much to stop invades and aggressive plays by Onic once they start going into the jungle of Team Liquid.
You know, after seeing Brusco use the Badangs, the Chos, the Kaleas, goes with an Angela this time. And the last time we saw this kind of composition wherein there was a Baxia jungler and the roamer Angela was between Alter Ego and BTR week 9 of MPL ID, and they actually won against BTR.
Yeah, it's something that can work. I mean, I commented to this in the panel yesterday. I was like, you know, I'm glad we're in this part of the meta where you can bring the utility junglers back again. And I know we don't see Baxia too much in the jungle, but King Kong brings it forward. We've seen a whole lot of Fredrin lately. So it's like a throwback, but it's like we don't want to stay there. Like, we just want to take a glimpse at it because we were there for so long before. But the way that's going to work with the Angela is going to be great. Oh, they can make a play here. Already burning the flicker, though, from Sanford. Yep. So this could be a good sign to just go ahead and grab that turtle. It looks like even for TLPH, look at Kirk.
The Lantern Flare and the Puppet on the string. Intense.
No way.
Crowd control. No way, Kirk. Almost got a hold of Karltzy there, so it looks like TLPH won't be able to contest for this first turtle.
Yeah, Onic Philippines can just continue to do this, or specifically Kirk. They have free access to the jungle of Team Liquid right now. Karltzy is going to be able to get his orange buff, but it's tough. They could not get close to the turtle, and this might be the story for the first 7 minutes of the game, where it's just Onic constantly going to the jungle of Team Liquid in the key objective team fights.
Okay, that's well played for Onic. You know, the whole sequence of that leading into that first turtle. Not going to be anything massive, of course, but at least getting that first objective, and it looks like they're able to go ahead and actually poke down quite a few members of TLPH. Kirk especially. I mean, we've seen this Hilda in action quite often, and it is just tough to deal with for a lot of teams early game. Oh,
Astral Echo dropped down, Lantern Flare as well. Forced out Sanji's flicker there to evade a potential death.
Yeah, good thing he actually used that flicker. If he didn't, he most likely would have been taken down by SuperFrince and King Kong. King Kong could have just tower dived, and SuperFrince would be the one to finish off Sanji. So, looking at the goal difference, already a lead for the Jushin, small one. Irithel as well. Kelra having a fun time in lane, of course. Back in the day, which was December, so it wasn't that far away.
Back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day. December 2024, I remember those times. Iritha was always just instant answer to the Granger in the gold lane. It teetered out and balanced out eventually, where it was a little bit more of a skill matchup. But lately, with the resurgence of Iritha, with all of the Granger picks coming into the playoffs, we're starting to be reminded as to why Iritha dominated that matchup for quite a few weeks.
Yeah, you know, Kirk's treating this game like a marathon, literally from the top lane, starting to stay here in the bottom lane to go for a gank onto JP and to Oheb. So now they're trying to sandwich the two members of TLPH. Sanji already cast the Astral Echo, but Kirk with the power of Wilderness drops down Sanji.
Kirk's a bully, man.
Yeah, measured and calculated for the Kirk attack. He can just keep doing that over and over again. This is going to be a very fun game for a Hilda EXP, who's just now chasing Karltzy. After taking down Sanji, he's going after the young goat.
He's going to zone him out pretty well. Sanford's trying to help here. The JP around the corner. What do they do?
Picked up by the Lantern Flare. Sanford desperately trying to go with Infernal Pursuit and zone out the members of Onic as TLPH Karltzy just wants to get his orange buff as Onic secures the turtle.
Very close. It looked like Sanji was going to get the last hit into that turtle, but just in time, King Kong was able to retribution it away. Again, Kelra having a great time in lane. Already one whole EX experience bar gap between him and Oheb. 3,000 plus in the gold, and Oheb has yet to break the 3,000 threshold. Let's look at where they are at right now. Excuse me, he did break it, but it's closer to 4,000 for Kelra.
Purple buff looking like a big objective because Onic here on a roll now. Good Lantern Flare there. King Kong soaking up the damage. JP used the AOG defensively.
You see it, man. Like TLPH, yeah, if you're really just looking at the goal, there's not much of a difference. But the way that they're losing in all parts of the map is because they can't fight. They're getting zoned out everywhere. And a lot of that has to do with just this lineup that Onic Philippines brought. Mind you, we haven't even seen the huge value that the Heart Guard from Brusco can actually play. Whether he goes for King Kong, Kirk, or Kelra. Like, he can choose any of those targets, and it's going to be such value on that ultimate with any of those heroes.
So much value for the entire lineup of Onic Philippines. Seems like a pick your poison type of deal. Not really poison, it's like, oh, what are you feeling like today? Oh, a pull back onto King Kong.
Well, Shield Unity got disrupted by the Dark Wave. Ash good cast for the Astral Echo, but a solo kill.
Kelra got Oheb down alone in lane. He didn't need any help then.
Well, he didn't even need the Heart Guard. He just goes 1v1. Look at this pressure still. Like I said, Kirk is just bullying right now, TLPH.
Kirk inhibits of everything, forcing without the flicker plus the Heart Guard. Brusco is there. Sanford continuing to jump in as Onic applying a lot of pressure into the middle lane. Dark Wave, Infernal Pursuit, they're chasing after Kirk and Brusco. JP goes in with the AOG.
Now Kirk getting chased. Team Liquid will not commit that though. Way too risky. Still very close in terms of the goal. They were able to find resources elsewhere. But this is a do or die objective for Team Liquid. If they lose this massively, you might count the game already for Onic.
Kirk.
Oh,
dead again?
The KK connection brings down Oheb as Karltzy steals away the turtle. SuperFrince goes in with the Crimson Beacon and Lantern Flare.
Two members down on the side of Liquid. It's Karltzy and JP. And yeah, I'm going to stick by what I said. If Team Liquid lost that in a big fashion, which they did, count this as done. Onic just needs to hold on and not slip up.
Even just getting the objective, it doesn't mean anything if you lose all that. Plus, Oheb dying again. Very unfortunate for him. He's going to have a lot of room to go ahead and try to catch back up here. Taking a look at just how he needs to go. I mean, look at this. He's only at 4 points. He's got 2 items. He's about 2,000 gold behind.
Okay.
Kelra, hold on.
Again being jumped on, but there's the clutch Heart Guard from Kirk. Will he be able to sustain it? Oheb finally gets a kill and a stack on this Piercer. Brusco might be the next target. So Astral Recall is not going to connect, but still getting chased down by the Filipino sniper. Absolutely got dodged down. Gets Sonata, but not enough to take down the Bruiser.
The moves and grooves.
The Angela survived the chase by Liquid. Well, that was not on my MPL Philippines Season 15 playoffs bingo card.
Just imagine the reality of that. Granger firing off at an Angel, and she's just tiptoeing, dancing around and healing. It's good that he has the Flask of the Oasis, by the way, because that provides a lot of that heal. So Oh, that's got to be frustrating. But if Oheb was able to get that kill, that would have been great. But it does get him a little bit closer because I was just pointing out the 2,000 gold difference between him and Kelra, and so he needs moments like that. So again, this could be in that similar fashion like we talked about earlier, where TLPH has to buy a lot of time. And how do they do that with this kind of lineup? Well, it's moments like that, and maybe even punishing Onic Philippines if they get a little more, you know, confident and overstep a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. Onyx game to lose right now. Oheb still desperately catching up in terms of the gold. Purple buff invade by Onic Philippines. Is it going to be a big one?
Kurt just zoning out every single member
Kelra
of TLPH. Kelra from the back! Trying to work on Oheb though, so there's no CC to control Kelra, and he takes down a turret with him.
Jump in.
Oh, clutch hard guard there from Brusco. Sanford for the chase, he was too fast. Karltzy jumps in, pops the wiki shadow kill, but Kurt shares the damage as well, and they save Kelra.
Good routing by the run of Kelra as now he's getting chased down. Let's see if Team Liquid Philippines will be able to take down the Irithel. Kurt now gonna get Dark Wave. He's getting jumped on. King Kong gets alone without a problem, but Kurt falls down to Team Liquid Philippines, but that's all they will get.
Yeah, and all throughout that, King Kong was just working on the Lord, and now the clapback. SuperFrince goes in with the Crimson Beacon plus Lantern Flash. Just look at the damage of Kelra alone to all the members of TLPH.
And this whole time, King Kong gets the Lord. He's managing one of the waves at bottom too, cutting it off. But that's the thing. That was all pretty much a distraction. You saw how long they were able to survive just that whole exchange because of the speed and mobility that an Irithel brings. But then also you throw an Angela on top of that. So great distraction from Onic Philippines. Now it's TLPH that has to deal with this Lord push.
Lord sieging in onto the top lane. Still Onic Philippines taking the discipline route. Good cast of the Astral Echo to try and prevent Onic from snowballing now, and they will be able to take the Lord down.
If Team Liquid Philippines manages to pull this off, it's going to be one of the greatest comebacks of all time. PH MLBB, but Onic look absolutely hell-bent to just sweeping up the cavalry here, to being the first team to make it to MSC. To try and defend their legacy for immortality. They are just mere moments away, but can Team Liquid hold on and extend this to a point where they'll be close enough to turn the whole narrative around?
Yeah, and for Onic, if they manage to sweep TLPH, this would be the first sweep of our playoffs, and at the same time, the first time a third seed will win over a first seed in the regular season.
Man, I said it yesterday. I was like, there's no way this is going to be a sweep when TLPH was in that position. They're in it now, and it's looking a little dicey. You know, 4K behind. You got a lot of ground to cover still across the lanes here for the majority of it, and they haven't had an answer really just yet to deal with this sustainability that the Angela brings to this. But even then, when you have a lineup that's meant to go ahead and catch people, especially with an Avatar of the Guardian, for example, from JP, but there's just, on the other side, there's so much mobility, you really have to be able to land those Avatar of the Guardians, the unbreakable taunts, and what have you. But it's just difficult. How do you catch Kelra, you know, and how do you get to the right targets here when everybody's running? I mean, think about Hilda, Baksha, the Irithel, and
even
Angela. Yeah, I mean, so your only target is SuperFrince. But do you even want to get close to SuperFrince? Because then he's just going to throw you around.
Yeah, one of the main targets could be King Kong, but what can you do up against a Baksha that has an Angela, and at the same time, it's hard enough to drop the AOG. What more, the Astral Recalls from Sanji. Sanford forced to flicker because SuperFrince is there with the Crimson Beacon, Lantern Flare, Astral Echo drop down. JP goes in with the AOG. Is this it for Onic Philippines? Will they continue? But they force out the Revitalize, and TLPH retreats.
All right, good thing Onic Philippines so backed off there as the Lord already spawned. If they decided to dive that tower, that would have been way too much. Big resources gone though. Good thing Sanford committed that flicker, because if he didn't, he would have gotten caught out. JP went in with the AOG, but he got out as well with a Revitalize, and Onic were disciplined. This does not look good for Liquid. This is going to be an extremely difficult Lord take. Even if Karltzy can somehow steal it, what will be the price? Will they pay the iron price in blood, get the Lord, but then lose all their bodies and lose the series? Or will they somehow steal this away and get away with just enough to make something out of nothing with a second Lord of the Game?
Oh,
good zone.
Dragged in. JP's dragged everywhere.
Oh, Astral Echo already cast it down. Kelra from the back. AOG used defensively. Here comes Kelra with a hard guard. Brusco as well. Sanford got caught up by 4 in a killing spree for Kelra.
And TLPH have already lost one, and they no longer will be able to contest this Lord. A free one for Onic Philippines.
Free one, and there was really no option for TLPH to deal with that. Again, like I was saying, SuperFrince doing an amazing job of just zoning everybody out. And even Kelra leaving them guessing when trying to go for an off angle and everything. So TLPH, they find themselves in a predicament here. They're going to have to deal with this Lord push. They are down quite a bit. Do they have a chance here, Renmar, looking at the items?
All right, let's look at where Oheb is at. Already up to 4 core items. You know, that should be enough damage from his department, but then look at everything else that Onic has. They already have 2 antique cuirasses, the Wildard armor, even on King Kong. The front line is extremely well built. Brusco is there to supplement it with everything you need. Karltzy! Karltzy!
Got caught up there, but was able to quad shadow out JP again. Defensive AOG. Resources expended for TLPH. He does, however, still have the Revitalize.
He's got the Revitalize, doesn't have the ultimate, though. Maybe if they stall out, they'll have it for a big defense, but even then, you can just see how much struggle there is right now for TLPH.
Liquid running out of time. This might just be it. As Onic Philippines just a few steps away from getting close to defending their championship at home. Lord down, Onic goes in.
Base now exposed. Sanford has to flicker out. Good cast of the Dark Wave, but the first man down is Sanford. King Kong soaked up the damage of the Wiki Shadow Kill. Lord still stood up, but TLPH, their base has now been exposed.
Minion waves are going to be coming in from the top and the mid. No big ultimate here for Onic. Let's see if they'll get a hard guard back up in time. Karltzy trying.
Oh, you're going to be able to clear out the minions onto the middle lane and the top lane. So Onic... Wind of Nature! Pop Karltzy! Oheb quite low! JP defensive AOG again! And time after time, Kelra just makes plays like that!
That isn't the god in the gold lane! That is simply Kelra!
Now they're sieging in onto the middle lane. 4 are left to defend. The young goat not in the picture, but Onic Philippines will disengage. SuperFrince goes over the Crimson Beacon. Paired up with Kurt. They're going to bring down one more. They have minions. Sanford desperately trying to defend, but Kelra goes up again. And an unstoppable kill for Kelra.
And it looks like this is it. Onic are going in.
Onic Philippines now a step closer to immortality as they get to defend their crown at the grand finals. But wait, they lost their minions. 2 are left to defend. Is this it? And that is it. Onic Philippines back in the grand finals.
Some of the biggest names in global esports remain in our playoffs. Aurora, Falcons, Liquid, but the biggest name in global MLBB esports have a shot at immortality, and they are the first in the Philippines to go to MSC!
They are excited, man. Again, you remember what happened here in the regular season. Some of the doubters saying what happened. First half of the regular season, they struggled a little bit. They then went on a win streak through the second half. And now they're the first team to make their way to the grand finals here in a dominating fashion of sweep against a top seed team, TLPH, who has proved so much themselves up to this point. As they take their bow here, again, TLPH will go ahead and get another chance. But man, Onic Philippines is something else in this series.
A sweep, first sweep, and at the same time able to do that with a Brusco Angela. I mean, wow, we're just in day number 3.
And this solidifies it. A warning shot to the rest of the world. The gods will be back in the world stage. The yellow porcupines are going to be zooming across the sands of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Oh, can't wait to see it. Can't wait to hear what Onic Philippines has to say as well. We're going to have to go ahead and throw it over on stage to see what they have to say for the win.
Ladies and gentlemen, from play-ins to the grand finals, your winners, Onic Philippines! Boys, congratulations. Not only are you making it to the grand finals for a second straight season, but you are also the representatives of the Philippines para sa MSC and EWC 2025. Kelra, talk to us about this feeling before, tila nahihirapan ikaw personally to make it to this point, but now you were able to sweep TLPH, the #1 in the regular season. Anong pakiramdam that you're getting achievement after achievement?
Unang-una, sobrang saya kasi kami uli magre-representa ng Pilipinas. Pangalawa, sobrang saya kasi may pera na naman.
Of course, that's never out of the conversation, Odin.
Kelra, you went up against your rival. Long-time rival mo na tong si Oheb. Talk to us kung ano yung naging evolution ng rival ninyong dalawa.
Kelra, ikaw at si Oheb, you're familiar with this story already.
Yung rival namin, habang tumatagal, nagmamahalan na kami.
Kung may mensahe ka para kay Oheb ngayon, anong masasabi mo sa kanya?
Mensahe ko kay Oheb, sana makapasok din kayo sana kayo makapasok sa finals para magkita ulit tayo. Mahal ka namin.
We're looking forward to that, Hans.
That's a change that we don't usually see every day. King Kong! Ang dami ng sumusuporta sa'yo from the Super Fam. Everybody else came here to support you today. Anong difference kung sakali na makukuha nyo ang title, you're part of the Grand Finals now, anong pagkakaiba ng Grand Finals ngayon kumpara sa Grand Finals last season?
Para sa akin, siguro, medyo malaki yung pinagkaiba ng Grand Finals ngayon compared sa last season kasi ito yung season na ito yung season na madaming nakabasa ng playstyle namin, ng pattern namin, pero nagawa pa rin namin ng paraan para makapasok ng Grand Finals. Sobrang thankful ko sa buong team.
And that was a dominant statement din dahil nakuha nila ang sweep.
Their team is definitely so strong right now, and I think hindi magiging strong ang isang team kung walang captain na nagli-lead. So, SuperFrince!
SuperFrince!
Can you talk to us right now kung ano yung nararamdaman mo ngayon na being able to lead your team to the Grand Finals?
Unang-una masaya kasi parang unang season ko rin nata na naging captain to dito. Tapos parang nagtiwala sila, tapos yun, na finals cup.
Alam mo, Prince, mula nung season 10, parang kitang-kita na namin na medyo dumadami na yung sinasabi mo sa interview. Kasi back then wala talaga masyado eh. Hindi, ganito talaga eh. But now, you've developed your confidence. Kasama ba yun dun sa mga championships na napapanalunan mo? Or is it more on you maturing as a player? Ano sa tingin mo kung bakit nade-develop mo yung confidence?
Naging kampi ko kasi si Dwayne eh.
Nagiging kaampi mo kasi si Kelra. Kaya tumataas ang kumpiyansa. May pogi points pa rin. I wanna know more about Coach. Paano naman daw si Brusco? Paano si Brusco, Coach? Why not?
Si Brusco, Kung walang Brusco, walang Golden Goat.
Walang Brusco, walang Golden Goat. I like it. Coach, why not? You're gonna be going back to another finals appearance. How do you keep your boys grounded? Because again, this is an ultimate Cloud9 moment para sa inyo na naman because, you're representing the Philippines and you're going back-to-back potentially, di ba? How do you keep your boys grounded heading forward into the finals matchup sa Sunday?
Kasi syempre lahat tayo may kanya-kanyang goal. So, I think meron silang mga personal goals na, yun nga, we talk about. Ako naman personally, si Coach Sheb may 4 na MPL trophy. So, meron pa akong 3 kailangan na bulin. Abangan mo, Coach Sheb.
I like that. Merong hinahabol and Wolf approves of that, Odin.
Okay, so meron ka pa bang mensahe, Kirk, sa ating mga super family?
Nasaan na supporter?
Sa mga super fans dyan, thank you sa support and kita-kits sa Grand Finals.
Once again, everyone, your grand finalist and the first representative of the Philippines para sa MSC EWC 2025, it's Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. Sonics, I want to know, what time is it? And you may now take your bow. Our first representatives is Onic Philippines. The Sonics are planning to go back-to-back.
That's right, Hans. At nakita natin na sobrang lakas nila ng pagbabalik nila ngayon with a 3-0 sweep after the 2 days na talaga namang minax out nila all the series that they had. They definitely proved that they are deserving for the grand final spot.
Congratulations to our first MSC at EWC 25 representatives. Let's talk more about the match and the game na nangyari kanina as we go back to our panel.
And it is now official. We know 1 out of 2 representatives for the upcoming MSC at EWC 2025. That's gonna be Onic. They're back in the international stage once more.
Again, we mentioned how if Onic won, they would break so many records in league and in the whole world. As we know it, I'm pretty sure the rest of the MLBB esports world is watching saying, come on! Come on, Onic!
What could be their reaction, you know? Like, what could the entire world be thinking right now? Especially after that Irithel performance from our game MVP.
As much as we all laud and love how the Golden Goat, the gold standard, the Filipino savage, Kelra performs every single game, I'll tell you now, Bri, they won as soon as they picked blue side. Oh, as soon as they landed in blue side, we'll throw it back later to the draft. I think they automatically knew they won.
Yeah, I mean, the draft went by so quickly, if you would recall earlier. And it was both Onic and Team Liquid Philippines looking like they were very decisive in the picks that they wanted to go for. But imagine, like, this Irithel pick hasn't been performing as much in the past few games. But this time, solo kills here and there.
Twice.
And jumping inside the base and still surviving.
Yep.
Kelra made it work.
We'll see in the highlights, and once we look at the economical graph, more, details into how they did this. But folks, again, in case you haven't been tracking the stats and you've just been watching and looking at how Onic continues to dominate the brackets in the playoffs, this is their first time in blue. And that means it's a new drafting pattern that Coach RC thought he could catch Coach Waina and Coach Hayes off guard. But instead, Onic unleashed onto us a weapon the world wasn't ready for. Again, teams in the first days of the playoffs were banning out the Angela. They were looking out for this kind of draft. And little did we know, it wasn't Twisted Minds that was going to bring it out in the playoffs. It was going to be the Super Fam.
It was them. And imagine how difficult it was for Team Liquid Philippines to catch this Irithel alongside the Angela, alongside the Quantum Charge, alongside, I think, the Sprint even that was in his hands. So he was just so free to do everything he wanted. And it felt so hard for Team Liquid and their lineup, which had little to no way to lock down this hero of Onic.
That's right. Again, one could say, just build halberds, just build glowing wands. But it's not so simple. Again, as soon as the Baksha was picked, going into the draft dynamics, you could say, oh, this is an XP, this is a roamer. But again, I hate to say it, I told you so. There is a small possibility that Onic brings back the jungle Baksha, and they did. And not only that, they did so while arming it with such a great cast of characters. Number one, Kirk already winning that lane against the Phovius. He leaves the lane as soon as possible, bothers Karltzy, check. You have Zushin, SuperFrince. This hero single-handedly turned series around in the playoffs for Onic. And then, I didn't know, Brusco Angela was the breakout hit we weren't expecting to see.
I was never expecting to see, especially in the series where he's been on the Chose, where he's been on those very aggressive types of roamers, the Baksha even, but now you see him play the Angela and it's equally as terrifying. The way they both, Brusco and Kirk, I feel like just the two of them, they were enough to become a nuisance to TLPH. I think the first blood even was in Kirk's hands. That was towards Sanji, who, for some reason, found himself being invaded in the purple buff.
Yeah, see, again, I mentioned how lane to lane, Kirk wins against the Phovius. Kirk wins against Sanford because he just leaves. He can also go hunting again, bother Karltzy, find Sanji through first blood, as you mentioned, and then even go up against Oheb. Because again, a Granger can only do so much when there is a big Amazon woman right in front of him wailing at him. So the game wasn't easy for Oheb either.
Yeah, that was one. And the laning matchup, when it broke out to team fights every now and then, he could barely target his Rhapsodies. He could barely get his Death Sonatas onto the members of Onic Philippines. And that's already taking into consideration that they had the Astral Echo, and they did try to layer their skills multiple times. We saw that, the Astral Echo into the AOG, but given the speed, the mobility that Onic had, they could at most probably landed to 1 or 2 members, and then that's it, because they could just regroup and then fight back. They know TLPH already used a lot.
Yeah, it's not like Liquid couldn't play, it's that Onic did not allow them to play. Fundamentally, again, as soon as the draft began, blue side, Onic had a plan.
Yeah.
Liquid, their days were numbered, going undefeated, going lossless series-wise in the playoffs, and that allowed for Kelra to score the BPI rich guy, 848 GPM. Really, it's just between him or King Kong. King Kong or him. Maybe in this game, you could say that maybe SuperFrince could farm out too, but no. Like, this was a 4-protect-1 kind of situation again, and this was in their keys to victory.
Yep. The KK connection winning over the Baby Case connection this time.
Yeah.
But I feel like we have a lot more to discuss, Leo.
For sure. I'd love to dig deep into the gold and the story that the game told through that. The painful lack of objectives for Liquid here in this game, and then eventually the builds that these two teams went on for, because that was one of the few ways Liquid could have clapped back, all right? Check this out. Something I noted and noticed in this sweep, in this 3-0 series, is Game 3 is the shortest and the smallest lead Onic held over Liquid before they went ahead to the largest gap they had. So check this out. Close. As early as 8 or 9 minutes, I knew, and you guys knew watching, our casters knew watching, and even the players, they had such great difficulty dealing with Onic's lineup that even 8 to 9 minutes in, we might not win. This might be it. And that was just a, what, 900 gold lead, 1,000 gold lead. And then eventually, it grew to a point wherein, what was the final number? 10K, 9K between each other? And that's because no one was dying from Onic PH. Liquid could not do anything. And this shows just exactly why. Look at all those objectives. Not a single thing touched on Onic's side of the map. Liquid, sure, Karltzy stole 1 turtle in the midst of it all, the last turtle. But that's because Onic was playing the map too. So that's how difficult it was. They were an immovable object and an unstoppable force all in one, just running through. That's what you get when you have an Angela. That's what you get when you have a jungle Baksha. And talking about the jungle Baksha, all right? The economy will tell us alongside the item builds later why 1,000 or 2,000 gold lead is more scary when you're playing against a utility jungler as compared to an assassin jungler, all right? Right now, I want you to open your MLBB, all right? Whether you're watching on your phone, on your TV, your computer, open your MLBB. Consider the price of defense items, tank items, and the price of attack items, mage items, the ones that give your physical or magical damage pumps instead of defense. You'll know what I'm talking about. The fact that the Baksha started building and farming slowly with such a low economy makes it all the more scary that you can't kill them. Because it's unstoppable. We're going back to a concept from about 3 or 4 years ago called the funnel. They were literally funneling all of their economy towards Kelra, and that allowed for him to just, again, as Brigida mentioned, as our casters called, as you saw, just walking into Liquid's base and just saying, all right, I'll wait for my jump again. I'll wait for I'll wait for Kirk to be able, I'll wait for Brusco to be able to jump into me, and then we can walk the long way around. They were funneling all of their economy into Kelra. He was the only one who needed any significant amount of gold. Everyone else were happy with change. That's why that small gap in the gold mattered, all right? Let's check what Onic did here. Again, that final number was, yeah, closer to 10K. That was 10K. And the items that Kelra was able to get away with. Full build here. Haas Claws, check. Berserker's Fury, check. He was able to go for a GDS. There you go. And let's look at Oheb, all right? Oheb suffered 2 solo kills. That's what I remember, 2 or 3 solo kills. One of them was off cam for sure. He was able to farm up, and he was struggling, fam. He was struggling. What is this, 8 or 9 minutes? 7, I'd reckon. 650 is what I recall, wherein he was able to build the boots, plus Hunter Strike, plus Sky Piercer. That's acceptable, but it's average. Again, going up against a lineup that Onic drafted that goes so fast, that controls the map, that can go, all right, we're a 2-man, we're a 3-man, and then suddenly we're 4 or 5 because of how fast a Hilda and an Angela can respond. This was not going to fly. This was not going to do. And eventually, yeah, towards the end of the game, he was able to build a Sea Halberd. But you're also thinking, how much more can we do when we already have a Glowing Wand and a Dominance Ice, and we still can't kill them? Where's your damage going to come from? Honestly, it gets to a point where it is frustrating. And that's what I felt for Liquid in this game. 16 minutes of sheer frustration. Why is this Hilda in my face? Why can't I kill whoever Brusco chooses to go into? Why couldn't have we killed Brusco? Go back to that game where Brusco went ahead and stopped his tracks, dodged the Sonata, and walked away. There has to be some sort of mental salvo, an attack, an assault on the game of Liquid, wherein Onic just got away with everything. Onic Philippines has changed the game once more. We knew that Fredrin was back in the meta. We knew that Baksha was bubbling. He was a first phase prio pick already when the playoffs started. But here Onic showed us that if you let them and you're not ready for it, they can draft into a nice one baby game that ends real quick and just chokes you out of all the possible outs. Luckily, Liquid's not out just yet. Liquid has about 24 hours to figure out what went wrong and how they can survive another run through the lower bracket. For now, let's go ahead and listen to the mic check and see what it was like calling that match.
Tingin daw. Nice din. Cancel ko. Hero, kahit tapusin. Hero lang. Kahit tapusin. Mid po. Tingin nga, pre, pagtatapang sila. Tudot. Kalma. Tapos na to. Bangga. Op. Kalma. Clear. Messi!
Yep, that was probably one of the few mic checks which were very hyped, and you know exactly why they had to be screaming towards the end of them actually getting to break down that base of Team Liquid Philippines.
I mean, confirmed MSC, confirmed Grand Finals. We get to defend our title. And for a second there, especially in the regular season, the world forgot that MSC is just another step towards completing the Golden Road. Onic Philippines, they have a chip on their shoulder. They want to prove to them that, you know, what happened in the latter part of 2024, in the earlier parts of this year, it's not a fluke. So they want to go all the way, and this is just another step for them to go away, and that's what was fueling their...
Yeah, and when you talk to these players, whenever you go into interviews with them, they're very honest too, you know? Like, they don't deny the fact, like, wink, either be it King Kong or Kelra, you just know what you're about to win. You just know the prize pool, the huge amount that will be right in front of you once you get into MSC. And that's just one of the many things that these teams or these players are fighting for. The last time we saw them in an international stage, they got a coach who was newly engaged, and that was a different kind of motivation. This time around, they're on that road, constantly breaking records, beating expectations, and just showing everyone out there that despite the bumpy start they had in the start of Season 15, they're about to get out there once again and show what they're able to learn. That's scary, though. The super family that just keeps on learning together.
Yeah, they're always hungry. I think it's that constant strive for something greater and for more. Again, they've damn near done everything you could in the world of MLBB esports. Win in the hardest region to play in. Win the World Championships. Go to China, go to Indonesia, go to Jakarta, go to JB in Malaysia, and just do everything you could. Now, they get to visit the Middle East. Now they get to go to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, to play at the Esports World Cup. And again, there's only one slot left. Like, who's going to take that?
That's gonna be tough. We still have another series awaiting us for this day, and I'm pretty sure Team Liquid Philippines will pay full attention to that series because it will be depending on that series, and they'll find out after that who they're going up against tomorrow in the first best of 7 we'll be having in the playoffs. Because since last season, we've been doing this already. We just you know how competitive it is. You have to give the best of 7 to the lower bracket finals. They have to fight for it all the way. And that is one thing we will all be looking out for tomorrow, while Onic Philippines are just gonna chill and watch and prepare for the grand finals that's to come on Sunday.
Yep, suddenly, after playing 2 best-of-5s all the way, back-to-back, Onic wins 3-0 and can take a day off.
Finally. I feel like they're saying, finally, we get a break. Because if they did not win the series, just to remind you all, they've been through day 1, they've been through day 2, and they'll be fighting for all days.
You know, I'm wondering who's responsible for the Baksha Angela draft.
That's true.
Like, who is the mastermind? Who is the mad scientist behind such a Game 3 winning draft that single-handedly got them the ticket to MSC, ticket to the grand finals, and that day off?
Yeah. Who gave Bruce Goat the Angela?
Yeah, where do you learn how to do that?
Since when have you been keeping this strategy? Like, now you tell the world, you tell the entire Philippines that it's not just my Cho you should fear. It's not just my Hylos Gatot you should fear. I have an Angela. He can actually pull off the Angela, right? So that just makes maybe like the 53rd hero
for Onic?
For Onic? Like,
yeah.
Like, we'll have to double check on that. But
in season 15, yeah.
That just adds to the list of heroes they've already decided to use, at least in this season.
Yeah. That and the Jungle Baksha. Like, these are multiple different weapons that suddenly the league has to be aware of.
And of course, definitely, the teams who will be going up against them have to be aware of. But for now, we have 2 teams who are fighting for survival. They need to win the series to stay in the league, and that's gonna be Aurora versus Team Falcons coming your way in just a few moments. What are your, like, surface level thoughts about this, Leo?
That was last season's lower bracket finals.
Oh, right.
That went to 6 games.
And we're not in a best of 7 setting, we're in a best of 5 still, but
it's for tournament life.
It's for survival. You know what's at stake, so I wouldn't be surprised if, like, they bring back the entire Game 5 thing. We weren't able to see it. We lost the road to 30. We will be meeting it probably tomorrow or on Sunday, but for now, we won't be seeing that just yet. So we'll see their preparations in a few moments. But now we have to celebrate something towards the end of the season, and that's going to be the Alamat Awards. So let's all witness this beautiful moment as we award these players.
The mark that brings our players from great to legendary. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 15 Alamat Awards.
For the first set of awards, we proudly present to you the Season 15 Infinix All-Star Team 1. These players showed their greatness in the lane throughout the season. They will each receive a pack and an Infinix GT20 Pro. I'd like to call on our presenter on stage, the Infinix Marketing Manager, Ms. Jelly Buan. An Infinix All-Star XP Laner, Team Liquid Philippines, Sanford! Our next award goes to the Infinix All-Star Jungler. He is none other than the young goat himself, Team Liquid Philippines, Karltzy. Congratulations from Onic Philippines, SuperFrince! Up next is our Infinix All-Star Roamer. Congratulations to the Hitman, Aurora Gaming Strategy! But not the least, for Team 1, we have our Infinix All-Star Gold Laner. Congratulations to the Filipino Sniper, Team Liquid Philippines, Oheb!
Congratulations once again to our Infinix All-Star Team 1. And now for the BPI All-Star Team 2. Each player will receive a plaque and 20,000 BPI reward points. To present our Team 2 the award, we would like to call on from BPI from Agency Backing, Johnson Chiang. First off, at the EXP lane, from Aurora Gaming, it's Mr. Consistent, Edward. Next up is our BPI All-Star Jungler. From Onic Philippines, the Beast, King Kong. Next up is the BPI All-Star Mid Laner. From Aurora Gaming, Yue! Now it is time for the BPI All-Star Roamer. From Onic Philippines, it's the Bruiser, Brusco. To complete the BPI All-Stars, there needs to be a gold laner. From Onic Philippines, the gold standard, Kelra!
Congratulations once more to our BPI All-Star Team 2. moving on to our next set of awards, we have our Smarts Fans Choice All-Stars. Each player called will receive a plaque and a Smart 5G Turbo Wi-Fi. To present this award, we would like to call on Smart Prepaid Brand Assistant, Miss Francesca Palafox. And now, for the Smart Fans Choice All-Star XP Lane, congratulations from Onic Philippines, Kirk! Choice All-Star Jungler. Let's welcome back on stage Onic Philippines, King Kong! Goes to the Smarts Fans Choice All-Star Mid Laner. Again, let's welcome back on stage the captain of Onic Philippines, SuperFrince. Award goes to the Smarts Fans Choice All-Star Roamer. Once more, it's Onic Philippines, Brusco! And to complete the squad, congratulations to the Smarts Fans Choice All-Star Gold Laner, Kelra!
Congratulations once more to our all-star teams. Next up, we award the media, tirelessly telling the stories of our league and its players throughout the season. To present the award, we welcome to the stage the MLBB Philippines Esports PR Manager, Mr. Ron Muyot.
Award, the Legendary Feature Award. Congratulations to All-Star Magazine! The Legendary Feature Award honors the journalist who has crafted the most outstanding feature, article, or video about an MPL PH player or coach for the season. This award recognizes in-depth storytelling, compelling narratives, and exceptional coverage that highlight the journey, struggles, and triumphs of the league's finest talents.
Next up is our Savage Storyteller Award. Congratulations to One Sports! The Savage Storyteller Award is presented to the media entity that has created the most impactful content, igniting discussions and engagement within the MPL Philippines community.
but not the least, the Mythic Media Award. Congratulations to Fulcrum Esports! The Mythic Media Award is the highest honor given to the journalist who has demonstrated overall excellence throughout the MPL PH season. This award recognizes consistency, quality, and impact across all media outputs, whether through insightful articles, compelling feature stories, or engaging multimedia content. Next, one of the most awaited awards of the season, we have the Most Improved Player of Season 15. To present the award, I'd like to welcome Infinix PR Supervisor, Miss Irish Del Rosario. From underdog to unstoppable, this player has shown tremendous growth, grit, and game-winning plays all season long. Our most improved player didn't just level up, they powered up.
And to honor that evolution, we're awarding them with something truly next level. The Infinix Concept Gaming Phone. Not sold and not for everyone. This is reserved for the pros. Fueled by cutting-edge electronic integrated light effect system technology. It's a symbol of elite performance, just like this player. Congratulations to our MPL Most Improved Player. From TNC Pro Team, their mid laner, Lancy.
Congratulations once again, Lancy. Your path as a legend begins today. For our next award, we have the Coaching Team of the Season. It was the back and forth that allowed the team to shine, create unbelievable plays, and rise from legends to immortality. Congratulations to Team Liquid Philippines, Coach RC.
And finally, the award that everybody else is waiting for. The award for the regular season MVP. The player that stood above all, ang naging bayani para sa kanyang kupunan at ang iniidolo ng mga super fans na nasaksihan ang kanyang lakas sa Champions Arena. Champions Arena, do we have some answers? Sino ang inyong MVP? The regular season MVP of Season 15 from Team Liquid Philippines, the Filipino Sniper, Oheb!
And that concludes our Alamat Awards. Once again, congratulations to the players, the coaches, and the media. Thank you for making MPL Philippines Season 15 legendary. But there's more that we need to recognize.
Last but not the least, we will also be awarding the Infinix Super Fan Rap Rumble Award. The best rap na binigay noong ating simula ng playoffs. I would like to call on stage all of our participants from all of the 6 remaining teams.
And tonight, one rap rumble champion stands above the rest. As the grand winner representing our amazing MPL super fans, we're giving them something no ordinary fan can buy. The Infinix Concept Gaming Phone.
Not sold in stores, reserved for the best, and now for a super fan who provided that they've got pro-level passion. Powered by electrochromic integrated light effect system technology, this phone is the ultimate flex.
Congratulations to one of the strongest fandoms, the Sonics, Onic Philippines!
To the representatives of the Sonics, go ahead, claim your prize, and take your photo. Of course, the others won't be leaving empty-handed. Congratulations still, as you will be receiving a GT Bud.
Our super fans for immortalizing our opening of Season 15, the playoffs. And that officially ends our Alamat Awards. At kailangan na rin natin bumalik sa aksyon.
Because coming up next, it's the lower bracket semifinals between Aurora Gaming and Team Falcons. Another best of 5, and only one will stay in the running. Stick with us, because MPL Philippines Season 15, the playoffs, will be right back.
Teenagers? Ako! Nagpasagulo yung mga batang yan. You make a move.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
は俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Sa ating pinakaunang match ng Day 2 of Playoffs, it's Onic Philippines kontra Aurora Gaming. Once again, the rematch of Season of 14 Grand Finals.
Northern Lights.
Aray ko, Bes!
Torres may matagita sa Game 1. Mabilisan lang para sa Aurora.
Unti-unti nakikita ang liwanag ng Northern Lights. Aurora Gaming. Sila makakauna dito sa ating laban. Makikita natin ngayon para sa side ng Onic. Meron silang minion wave sa may top lane and even bottom lane. Is this it for the SuperFrince?
Kiko, kinahabol siya ni Dominic. Kahit nagkakabol na.
Ito na nga yata nakikita natin. Kapatid nila ni Jay at namatay na nga dito si King Kong. That is gonna be a wipeout para dito sa Aurora.
Tatapusin na ng Northern Lights ang laban na ito. Si Kurt lang ang mabubuhay 5 seconds pero hindi na siya aabot. And we have a game number 5. From Onic Philippines, this is it ata. And this time ay naubos ang Aurora at diretso na ang pamilya sa upper bracket finals.
Onic Philippines. Sila ngayon mananalo para sa ating game.
Kanilang identity, aggression is key. And makikita natin yan dito sa draft ng game number 1.
Endable na nga yata, parang walang dedepensa.
Tapos na ata ang laban na ito at ang Team Falcons ang magwawagi sa UG. Kaya ba ng mga bibitawan dito ng Team Falcons? At parang hindi na nga ata dahil ang Team Falcons ay match point na.
Match point for Team Falcons. Inaantay na papag-extend ng ating laban.
Kakatok na ang Team Liquid Philippines para ma-extend ang set na ito. It's not easy. Mamamatay din. Karltzy of Oheb at diretso na ang Team Liquid Philippines. Sa ngayon ay meron pa rin tayong Game 5.
Another full Game 5 series, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 players aside ng Team Falcons. Tingnan natin kung matatapos na ito ng TLPH. Magkakaroon ng minion wave. Paano magiging juggle ngayon ng Team Falcons? Unti-unti kakatok.
Kapal ng May at ang Team Liquid Philippines ay tutungtong sa upper bracket finals.
Team Liquid Philippines.
Filipino sniper, grabe!
They will show it on the camera later. Let's go, let's go! Eto nga ako pre, si Mikasa. Mikasa! Ere! Paborito ni Mikasa sabihin, Ere! Ere! Wala pre, jacket diff bro, it's already a jacket diff. Yeah, they already lost. Why are you close ranging me bro? Sinabi ko na wala talaga may kwento Napokus lang ako. Sorry mga boss, nakapokus lang ako. ML lang nasa isip ko. Tsaka na yun, pagtapos ng playoffs. Nobody gets me like you do. Grabe yung improvement si Fuego pre Binigyan na naman ako ng inspirasyon ng Fuego pre, para magpapayat. Papayat ako, okay lang. Ako, kinakabisado ko lahat pre. Pati yung golf ko, napabayaan ko na pag-golf ko. Wala ganun talaga pre. Si Michael Jordan kasi, hindi na kami magkasama ngayon LQ kami. Ay, LQ tuloy. FO. Binanatan ng truck ang tao. Sinagisaan ng tao. Nagpulbo pa. First time ko lang pinigpulbo sa checkpin niya. Di na naman nakarepte si Earth. Bad trip na naman. Wala yan, game, ganun mainis. Kaya mo yan, kaya mo yan. Yan talaga pag malakas fresh na shutdown. Tatlo nga. Unstoppable ka kasi.
Kalimutan na natin to. Bumalik na tayo. Tara na.
Teenagers? Ako! Nagpasagulo yung mga batang yan.
You make a move.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
とは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、車輪ガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。じゃあ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Sa ating pinakaunang match ng Day 2 of Playoffs, it's Onic Philippines kontra Aurora Gaming. Once again, the rematch of Season 14 Grand Finals.
Tawag na Northern Lights. Aray ko, Bes! Naman ay nabasa tayo. Yung Torres ay matagitang sa Game 1. Mabilisan lang para sa Aurora.
Unti-unti nakikita ang liwanag ng Northern Lights. Aurora Gaming. Sila makakauna dito sa ating laban. Makikita natin ngayon para sa side ng Onic. Meron silang minion wave sa may top lane and even bottom lane. Is this it for the SuperFrince?
Kung hinahabol siya ni Dominic, kahit nagkakabol na.
Ito na nga yata nakikita natin. At napatay pa nga dito si King Kong. That is gonna be a wipeout para dito sa Aurora.
Tatapusin na ng Northern Lights ang laban na ito. Si Kurt lang ang mabubuhay 5 seconds pero hindi na siya aabot and we have a game number 5. To ang Onic Philippines, this is it ata. And this time ay naubos ang Aurora at diretso na ang pamilya sa upper bracket finals.
Onic Philippines, sila ngayon mananalo para sa ating game.
Kanilang identity, aggression is key. And makikita natin yan dito sa draft ng game number 1.
Endable na nga yata, parang walang dedepensa.
Tapos na ata ang laban na ito at ang Team Falcons ang magwawagi sa game number 1. Kaya ba ng mga bibitawan dito ng Team Falcons? At parang hindi na nga ata dahil ang Team Falcons ay match point na.
Match point for Team Falcons. Inaantay na papag-extend ng ating laban.
Kakatok na ang Team Liquid Philippines para ma-extend ang set na ito. Easy, mamamatay din. Karltzy of Oheb at diretso na ang Team Liquid Philippines. Sa ayun ay meron pa rin tayong Game 5.
Another full Game 5 series, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 players aside ng Team Falcons. Tingnan natin kung matatapos na ito ng TLPH. Magkakaroon ng minion wave. Paano magiging champion ngayon ng Team Falcons? Unti-unting kakatok.
Kapal ng May at ang Team Liquid Philippines ay tutungtong sa upper bracket finals.
Team Liquid Philippines.
Filipino sniper, grabe!
They will show it on the camera later. Let's go, let's go! Eto nga ako pre, si Mikasa. Mikasa! Ere! Paborito ni Mikasa sabihin, Ere! Ere! Wala pre, jacket diff bro, it's already a jacket diff. Yeah, they already lost. Why are you close ranging me bro? Sabi ko na wala talaga may kwento Napokus lang ako. Sorry mga boss, nakapokus lang ako. ML lang nasa isip ko. Tsaka na yun, pagtapos ng playoffs. Nobody gets me like you do. Grabe yung improvement si Fuego pre Binigyan na naman ako ng inspirasyon ng Fuego pre. Para magpapayat. Papayat ako, okay lang. Ako, kinakabisado ko lahat pre. Pati yung golf ko, napabayaan ko na pagka-golf ko. Wala ganun talaga pre. Si Michael Jordan kasi, hindi na kami magkasama ngayon LQ kami. Ay, LQ tuloy. FO. Binanatan ng truck ang tao. Sinagisaan ng tao. Nagpulbo pa. First time ko lang pinigpulbo sa checkpin niya. Hindi na naman nakarepte si Earth. Bad trip na naman. Wala yan, game ka na mainis. Kaya mo yan, kaya mo yan. Yan talaga pag malakas fresh na shutdown. Tatlo. Unstoppable ka kasi.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Filipino sniper, grabe!
They will show it on the camera later. Let's go! Eto nga ako pre, si Mikasa. Ere! Paborito ni Mikasa sabihin, Ere! Wala pre, jacket diff bro, it's already a jacket diff. Yeah, they already lost. Why are you close ranging me bro? Sinabi ko na wala talaga may kwento Nakapokus lang ako. Sorry mga boss, nakapokus lang ako. ML lang nasa isip ko. Tsaka na yun, pagtapos ng playoffs. Nobody gets me like you do.
Grabe yung improvement si Fuego pre Binigyan na naman ako ng inspirasyon ng Fuego pre, para magpapayat. Papayat ako, okay lang. Ako, kinakabisado ko lahat pre. Pati yung golf ko, napabayaan ko na pag-golf ko. Wala ganun talaga pre. Si Michael Jordan kasi, hindi na kami magkasama ngayon LQ kami. LQ tuloy. FO. Binanatan ng truck ang tao. Sinagisaan ng tao. Nagpulbo pa. First time ko lang pinigpulbo sa checkpin niya. Di na naman nakarepte si Earth. Bad trip na naman. Wala yan, game ka naman Ines. Kaya mo yan. Yan talaga pag malakas fresh na shutdown. Tatlo. Unstoppable ka kasi.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Teenagers? Ako! Nagpasagulo yung mga batang yan. You make a move.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
cut us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Weapon fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, we're running for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And welcome back to the Champions Arena here at the MPL Philippines Season 15 Playoffs. We're day number 3, and we're down to our last match, a crucial one here for today. There's a lot at stake, but also, if you missed the action, we're going to catch you guys up on that as well. It's me, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar still here to bring you it. How you guys doing after that break?
Oh, you know, I was shocked, honestly, with how fast the results were with series number 1, the upper bracket finals. Because so far you're so used to 5 games, you know.
We are.
Yeah, and I didn't think it would be coming from the upper bracket finals of all places that we see as I thought it might be coming to the lower bracket. Of course, teams would be a little bit more, you know, discouraged, not getting the results they wanted after all those 5 games. But now we find ourselves here, heading into the lower bracket after Onic swept Team Liquid Philippines, the team that ended the regular season top 1 in the standings.
Yeah, interesting because we had the statistic there. What was it? 70% was around the 70% win rate for the top seed usually winning. So they defied the statistics as well. And of course, as you guys can see, they advanced to the grand final for Onic Philippines as well as booking the ticket over to MSC at EWC. So they are going to be flying for a while here, but of course they want to go ahead and lock in and focus on the grand finals, which is happening in a couple of days. And for us, we are now shifting our focus over to an elimination match, right? We're going down to the lower bracket, but of course, before that, and we focus on what's happening here, we have to give a thank you to our sponsors, Time Zone. Time Zone, they've got an exclusive promo just for you guys over there watching. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos.
And all you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venue.
Miss out on this amazing deal? You must not.
Man, that reminds me of some stuff I've been seeing, you know, taking simple English and making it fancy, basically. I don't know if you've seen those.
See.
Okay, that
No,
works.
I haven't seen that.
I will share it.
Oh, yeah, yes, please. I wanna
As you like to, you know, share with me some great.
Yeah, we share each other some fantastic content, really.
But also, again, you guys can go ahead and check out our deals for TT Racing. You can get 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
And don't miss out on exciting TT Racing Gaming Share giveaways during MPL Philippines, so stay tuned for more info.
Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
It's got your back. It's got everything you need. And we hope that you guys have taken advantage of using the voucher code throughout our MPL Philippines. So grab it while you can. Now, moving on to what's at focus here is, of course, Aurora versus Falcons. Little flashback to yesterday, man. We had another 10-game series, of course. And I got to say, RORA, it was surprising the way they played. Falcons as well. We had the Battle of Skies back from day one. But ultimately, I think, I don't know who I'm going to, I know we're not at predictions yet, but I don't know who I would book for this one, man. Like, because RORA and Falcons both, if you're looking at the playoff bracket from what they went through, you know, because they went the distance in their matches, they could have learned a lot from those matches.
Yeah.
Falcons and TNC both. Or Falcons and RORA both.
And if you're going to recall their previous two meetings in the regular season, both are won by Aurora, a sweep and a game number 3. So let's see if things will change right now, because even coming into the playoffs, Falcon, it looks like they're like a different breed.
Yeah.
Just like Aurora.
Yeah, 100% Falcons, I still feel like, are much better than their regular season form. However, I feel like these two are coming from very different stories. Up against Onic Philippines, Aurora showed a lot of resilience. They just weren't able to climb over that hill of being able to secure game number 5. Honestly, it was a surprising ending to that. A little bit more back and forth, but then suddenly it just was all gone in a snap. Meanwhile, Falcons, it was 3 games straight where it felt like they were trying just facing the consequences of some of the draft decisions they made, while at the same time the consequences of Team Liquid Philippines pulling off 3 games in a row of them winning with the last pick or last 2 picks of the drafts. So very different storylines for both.
That's why I thought, like, when we were in the last match, I was like, man, imagine if TLPH can hone in on whatever they did yesterday to get themselves that reverse sweep. Because, you know, like you mentioned, we were on the panel yesterday talking about this, like, something was just not working in those last couple games for Falcons. And, you know, we don't know if, hopefully they've had enough time. I mean, it's not that long, right? You just had that happen yesterday, and it was a long day for them. So hopefully you can go ahead and recalibrate. That's always the test about playoffs, though, because you have those consecutive days, you have these long days. Can the players and the coaches reset and lock in before that? So to break down the match further, we're going to throw it over to our panel with Leo and Brigida.
Thank you so much to our casters, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar. They've had their fair share of ideas, and we will be sharing ours too in a bit. My name is Brigida, together with Leo once again, and we will be here for the very last best of 5. We will be witnessing this playoffs again. They already laid out the entire pride, redemption, and immortality idea, and Renmar did mention that there is some difference despite them fighting for all these 3.
Yeah, the fact that all these 3 means if you fail, that's the last time we're seeing you in Season 15. All the more, I think, the urgency and the fact that it's been a while since we've seen either of these teams succeed on a international scale. And again, for Aurora, not once seen them win an MPL Philippines championship. I think that's what's fueling this matchup coming up.
Yeah, but if you were to think of it, right, if it's just in terms of, let's say, first things first, pride, Aurora, despite them being yet to prove themselves internationally, them having to really break all those comments that people have been throwing at them since the beginning of their appearance in international events. I'd say they've had a very quick development. Like really, last season, in case everyone forgot, it was just their debut season.
Yep.
But they were already able to achieve this much, stay consistent in terms of the top rankings, be it in their second consecutive season. And that's something you'd really want to hold on to, right? If you're Aurora, you've already made it this far.
And for their opponents in Falcon, you have been a team for the longest time. I think the most consistent lineup in the past 3 years of MPL Philippines. That's almost all of franchise history. And it's been the same 5 dudes with the same leader ever since in Coach Ducky. So again, for pride, both teams have that redemption.
Yeah.
It's the same story. They both want to show the world that they're more than their failures.
Yep. At first, I'd say I thought Aurora had a larger scale of redemption scheme, you know? Like the way I feel like they're up against the international scene in terms of them wanting to redeem themselves. And it starts locally, of course, but we always forget that it's kind of the same for Team Falcons. But I feel like the focus is more on getting back in the rankings locally first.
Of course, locally, these two have met in the last big matchup. They had a best-of-7 in the lower bracket finals of last season's playoffs. It was Aurora who took them down 4-2. And then in the regular season, not a single match did Falcons win against Aurora. First a sweep, and then a 3-game slobber knocker. But I have a question to ask you. What hurts more? The fact that you never got to hold something, or the fact that you had something and then lost it?
I feel like losing something hurts a bit more because like you were there once and then suddenly you find yourself struggling to get back while all other teams feel like they're just suddenly stepping up and you're getting left behind, and that's the feeling, right? Getting left behind.
That is literally what Falcons felt, not just in the grand finals of MSC 2024 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where they lost Game 7 against the would-be MSC champions Silangore Giants, but also just last night. They were but 1 game away from locking in to play earlier today to be in the upper bracket finals. They got reverse swept. So Falcons knows that pain.
Yeah, I think before we entered this day, we had that same day edit showing how excited every single member of Team Falcons back in team was, knowing that they were already holding match point, but then suddenly it just slips out of their hands, and that hurts if it happens again and again. So I feel like they're heading into this match with a renewed mindset. But we're looking at the gold laners once more. This isn't the same rivalry as Oheb and Kelra, but it has its own way of being interesting, you know?
These are silent workers. They let their actions speak louder for themselves. Look at Dom and Kite here, third amongst a majority of stats you would look at as a gold laner, then first in average turret damage. Man knows how to take down objectives. Super Marco, though, second in a majority of those stats, fourth in damage dealt and average turret damage, but there's a stat you're not looking at here, stat that doesn't show. When the regular season ended and well into the playoffs, I'd say midway through yesterday, Marco was still #1 least deaths, average per game, so Super Marco is still bulletproof.
He is. Although prior this season and in other international tournaments, we did observe that Super Marco has been kind of a little more on the aggressive end. I feel like there has been, there was one interview we had with Super Marco back in SBS wherein we were asking him, what happened, Super Marco? It feels like you're playing a little more aggressively, you're taking a lot more risks than usual, and yeah, you get to die a little more often, you know? Do you actually notice that it's happening to you? And he says, well, I'm kind of surprised that it's happening too. Like, I just suddenly go so aggressive, you know, and I just try to fight a lot more. And this is something we might see here, but that will depend. First thing first, we have to find out what all of us think here in the English broadcast. So we're calling back our casters once again. Hello again, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar.
Slick fake.
So,
hello there.
Slick.
Still going with it.
Why did I not say that?
No, it's fine. Again, it's not a requirement.
You can. Oh, Break. You get a chance in every single draft.
Oh.
He demands I do it. You can just.
I'm fine with whatever.
You can let Leo do it if you want.
Yeah, I think it suits better if he does it. So let's throw out the community poll once again for this time around. So this is the question: which team will continue their journey from Legends to Immortals? It's A, Lights Within, seize the win, or is it B, Falcons are here. So that's for you guys who are watching the live stream right now. Comment down below whatever your thoughts are for this match. And while you think of your answers, we'll be asking our casters first what they think or who they think will be winning this match.
Let's go opposite here. Renmar, why don't you start?
Slick Vic.
Oh, Roar. Whoa. Wait.
Oh! Of course,
he's a Falcons
guy.
He is the Falcons
Till
guy.
the end, but I am very terrified of Aurora in this series right now, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
That got me so surprised. I thought he suddenly has had a change of heart. Okay, Ingan, you're up next. What is your prediction for this?
I'm going with...
Wait, we can't
see it.
Aurora.
He turned it around.
I turned it around.
He turned it around.
As much as I love Flap TC, I think the Northern Lights got this in the bag.
Oh.
Here, hand me that one because I don't have one over here.
Okay.
No, not that. The one
Am I gonna be the only Falcons guy here again?
Here's me. We're going with RORA. It's my time to cheer. I love the Falcons boys, but today I'm cheering for Demon Kite.
You know, I had a feeling this will be the outcome of the predictions, you know, like Naisu being a former Raider and the Demon Kite guy, and then Renmar being a Falcons guy. Ingan, hopefully this time around you don't change your vote. What's yours, Leo?
Oh yeah, no, I don't need the little thing because I have my battle emotes, right? They're only 109 diamonds. They're up there till August. You can get your emotes for RORA, Team Liquid Philippines, Twisted. If you haven't yet, grab ones for Onic, Omega, and TNC. Those return too. You can show your support for your favorite MPL teams and buy them now at the in-game shop. Forecast says Aurora, all right? I foresaw this lower bracket semi, so I'd say Aurora.
Okay, you're going for Aurora. I will be going for Aurora as well.
Oh.
Ingan will give you one more.
Okay, I'm gonna change my vote again.
No. I don't accept it. I don't accept that. I can't accept it.
Falcons!
Aurora prediction.
He wants to be the Falcons guy.
I'm the Falcons guy now.
No, your prediction switch is bad luck.
Ingan.
Wait, actually, now that you think about it, he did switch it up last minute earlier.
He did.
Today?
Yeah, to Onic Philippines, baby.
Oh, you did? Oh, it was the Onic. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
So that is...
So this is good for the...
So this is good
for the Falcons.
For Falcons.
I don't know how to feel.
Maybe you should be happy, Renmar. Maybe a little bit happy. But thank you so much to Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar. We'll be keeping that in mind, and we'll see you later.
Why does Ingan do that?
He has to, you know, like...
he has to?
He's done it the first time, and I feel like he'll be sticking with it. Hopefully not until tomorrow, hopefully not until the grand finals.
All right.
You'll see him here in the panel soon enough, and he'll be the one leading the entire conversation, so let's see. But yeah, that's everything at stake laid out here for both of these teams that are about to battle it out today, and we are reminding you all that this is a serious elimination best of 5.
Do or die, last chance. You lose, you're out.
And they have a lot to prove. They have prepared so much for this moment. I think we saw it in the way they always forced a Game 5, even in moments wherein they were very behind, even when we thought that it could have been the end for them, be it in-game, mid-game, or mid-series, they always find a way around it. So this is the time for them to put it all out there, awaiting them in the lower bracket tomorrow, whoever wins this.
It's a very angry Liquid.
Is the very angry Liquid, the Liquid Stampede.
They looked downtrodden, they looked shocked, of course, crushed, but I believe that tomorrow is going to be a new day. But you know, that's for them. That's for whoever loses, whoever wins here. Whoever loses, you have a different problem coming your way.
That's true, because if honestly, I couldn't think of what to expect considering what we saw from Team Liquid earlier, but they have a lot of time to prepare. He did say it earlier, that's a little bit more than 24 hours. But for now, let's get to know the teams that are playing today. Let's head in over to the player intros.
Champions Arena, please welcome our esteemed marshals to oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity. Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and David. The pressure is on for the first lower bracket match. Aurora versus Team Falcons. In the EXP lane, Edward and Flap TZ. the junglers, Demon Kite and Karltzy. In the mid lane, Hue and Few. And the roamers, Renegade and Ogwen. And in the gold lane, Dom and Kite and Super Marco. And their coaches. For Aurora is Coach Master of the Basics. And for Team Falcons, Coach Trevor. Will the Aurora lights shine brighter, or will the Falcons' wings fly higher? Champions Arena, it's game time!
It's game time indeed, and let's dive into Aurora MLBB for their lineup. Nothing will be changing so far, and what we could definitely expect from this lineup is for them to show all that they've been preparing for. Yes, we do have the Bulletproof on the other side, that's Super Marco and Team Falcon side, but we also have to take note that Aurora is currently leading in terms of least deaths per game. They barely allow anyone to get eliminated in the first few minutes, and they are also very consistent in terms of converting that into turret damage per minute. It takes some time for Aurora to actually contest even the earliest objectives, major objectives, be it the turtle, but you can expect them to really step up when it comes to the latter portions of the game, and that includes the Lord, and that's what Team Falcons has to watch out for.
Yep. RORA actually trumps Falcons by being #1 in Lord control, about 60.40%. But Falcons, guess what? They are super versatile in the playoffs. Last night, they debuted an XP lane Jushin. That's right, I am not stuttering. I wish I was making this up, but no, they played XP lane Jushin, didn't win, but this does help them hold on to their #1 unique heroes pick. Best believe they are also a very team fighting centric team all throughout Season 15. They have #1 total kills, #1 in assists, and when it comes down to, I don't know, the way that they're connected, whether that be for good or for bad, because you know what this means, they are together. They are a family. They are sticking with each other, whether they are winning, whether they are losing. They're not leaving anyone behind. And again, I think that comes with its own set of liabilities.
Yeah, it's also probably something we can attribute to their captain, right? Probably making all these calls, him making or going for those bigger decisions that we definitely have to look out for as we head into the game in a few moments. But this is a matchup that we could definitely expect to be very objective-centric.
Oh, yeah.
A matchup that'll probably fight for all those bigger objectives when we head into the game. The only question is who will be the more successful team in doing that, and who can balance it out with the right amount of still winning the team fights. Because if there's anything we saw from the past few game number 5s, the past few series which reached game number 5, it's also that they can go the distance. They can really fight and start a brawl if they wanted to.
Yeah, I think to expect that this will go all the way, I know we mentioned this for Liquid versus Onic, here more so. RORA and the Falcons are fighting for tournament life. They should expect that doubly so.
It's going to be a tough road for both of these teams. But before we dive into the game, let's check out the Smart Ping Test.
Sorry, mahina lang. Palakas lang. Nang damdamin ko. Gambit. Oh, you got that daydream look in your eyes. Nakalimutan ko lyrics ng Cinderella? Ano ba lyrics ng Cinderella? What? 4 blades. 4 blades. Diyan, micro mo, promise. Micro Ming. Hanggang sa pinagtatahol ng mga lods. Werewolf form na to. Madaling nalaro na eh. What happened, Vela? Why crying again? Vampire will fade to me. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Overseas Pandora is here, guys. 1v1 with the great one. All in or fold? R7 lang sa kalaban. On a lap tayo dito. Para wala tayong P5 problema.
That's our Smart Ping Test, bringing you low latency gaming with Smart's Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the Smart booth right outside our MPL venue. As if I was not confused enough by the additional lines to Christopher Diwata's well-known monologue. I don't know what plima is. What is pilima? What is that?
It's I think it roughly translates to problema.
Oh,
and that's
I know R7,
problems.
but I knew R7.
Oh my goodness, I know they have so many inventions right nowadays, but here are the Infinix keys to victory for both of our teams.
All right, this I understand. Aurora has to shut down Falcons' attempts at diversity. Whenever the Falcons try to showcase versatility, just shut it down with good fundamentals. Falcons don't need to prepare heroes that can deal or take damage. Again, be prepared to team fight. Get in Aurora's faces, make them uncomfortable, and run him over. Make like the big 300-pound birds that you are. And, of course, both teams strengthen mental fortitude. Again, it's one thing to go long, but it's another to have a strong mind, to be proactive, play your game. Don't let your opponents dictate what you're going to do, especially when you get deep into the series, Game 4, Game 5.
Yep. Strengthen mental fortitude indeed. It is for both of these teams. And I don't know where, but I recall that a bird's feathers usually take up majority of their weight, right? I hope, like, I don't know, that's science or something, but I hope that, like, in this scenario, it doesn't slow them down.
Oh, we are esports professionals, but professional bird experts we are not. I will look it up. I will Google that.
I too. I will look it up while we get some time.
Brigid, I don't even know if falcons are endemic to the Philippines.
Wait, but what kind of falcons?
Yeah, eagles.
Well, we'll find out later on. We'll search. We have enough time to search for that, but first things first, the blue side will be going to Aurora for this game. They have a pretty decent win rate, that's 61.9%.
And this is to be expected. The only real outlier in the playoffs of Season 15 is Onic. They always want to play red, but a majority of teams, they want to go blue. So Aurora, being the upper seed, chooses the blue side, the pick first to play in this draft.
And I wonder if we're sticking with that all throughout the series. But let's call in a Renmar for this draft in game number 1. Or should I say...
Slick Thick.
You should say it yourself. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And yes, we actually do have falcons in the Philippines endemic to the country. However, they are just falconets.
So
they are the much smaller versions of falcons, but still equally deadly.
Doesn't count.
He's the bird expert.
No, they are within the same family of falcons. They're both within the Falcone family. Falconidae family.
Apples and oranges.
we know someone who's a bird expert after all. So we got our answer even before we got to search it. But looking at the bans right now, okay, there's the Louis Joy taken out for Aurora. I heard the Kakao by
See, I told y'all it was him all along.
No, it was Ogwin. It was clearly Ogwin. We saw it in his in the pink test. He's the sound effects guy.
There was someone challenging the sound effects guy we know. He did all sorts of sounds. But
so this is alarming.
Yep.
Falcons' respect for the box, yeah.
Well, I mean, in the hands of Aurora, it was so flex, and they're both respecting two very flexible options for Rogue EXP. And I mean, I wouldn't take it away from Aurora to, if ever, want to play Boxer in the jungle option. So,
Karltzy played in the peak of Boxer jungle.
Yeah.
So, I know he could do that.
Yeah. And I mean, like, Flapteasy, he made a name for himself with the Baksha too.
Oh, shit. Oh yeah, when the heroes knew. But Fanny's open. Dear God. Coach Trev, you got to ban the Fanny now.
Yeah. If they're not going to ban the Fanny, that means they're willingly playing into it. Oh, they're willingly playing into it! Does Falcons want to play Fredrin or something? What's going on?
Wait, there's still a Kalea though.
That too! Amazing trade.
So it might be okay for them to let go of the Fanny if they can get the Kalea for themselves.
Yeah, that's most likely going to be the case of Rora go Fanny, then it goes Kalea, maybe even Rush No, you don't need to rush your friend for Falcons. So most likely Kalea Moskov, if ever it's a Fanny first pick for Aurora. There it is.
Wait. So if it's gonna be the Kalea Moskov, then there's also the Jushin that's still open. Oh, there are a lot of options actually you can consider at this point.
What route are they going to go to? If they go for the Fanny here, they really need the Kalea paired up with it. That means the Moskov will come in later, which means Aurora has an option to actually take it away. Although it's rare we see the Moskov and Fanny together. Wouldn't take it away from them to do that. There we go.
Okay. Kalea Moskov it is.
Exactly as predicted. Now, I think they would be willing to pick up the Juicer.
Yeah.
And then maybe the Cho just to match it up with the Kalea. Or they got the Kacha, one of those two.
Yeah. That is still an option here for Aurora.
Makes you wonder if Red 5 will be a Hayabusa. Oh!
Wait.
Whoa.
All right. Aurora looking to fold the map in half.
Oh no, never mind the Jushin.
Nope.
Oh, Chip, Farsa, Fanny, that is all macro.
Yeah.
So this is a test. Do you go Haya or do you go Fred?
Lucas.
Lucas is good against Chip.
Yeah. Great response, but Falcons is really looking team fight heavy, while RORA can honestly just, you know, rope a dope, bait and switch. And oh, we're going for a team fight. No, we're not. We're just gonna split open the map.
However, though, if they do find a target, then it looks like an easy way to pick off someone. Like so far, the early combos from the Chip and the burst damage from Farsa, not to mention the late follow-up that could come in from Demon Kite. There's so many ways.
Yeah, it's funny because if ever they can switch it up. Fanny can join the rest of the team in the objective team fights while Chip is handling the split push of the Moskov, because if ever, he can just drop down a portal on top of the Moskov. Or the other way around. While Fanny's trying to stop the split push of Super Marco, he can quickly just go back to the objective through the portal of Chip.
Falcons attacking Tom and Kite's hero pool. Was about to say 1-1. Still left out there. What else do you ban out here? Beatrix?
Yeah.
Do you allow the Granger through? I think Granger would be half decent in this matchup.
There's probably the bans that they're going to be thinking of here. But since the Farsa is already on the side of Aurora, it seems like whatever Dom and Kite ends up with isn't a bad choice. There are better choices amongst all of the marksman pool available. But it seems like with what Falcons have showed so far, there's not really a bad choice.
Yeah. You can just expect the necessary space to be immediately created for him regardless of whatever gold laner he opts to pick up. In the scenario, they battled the Selena too. So there's also some considerations to fuse potential pickups. Although I believe some of the great responses to the Chip 2 are still available if ever few wants to consider them. The likes of the Faramis are still out there. They have to ban the Valentina too if they don't want to go up against this, considering they have the Lucas.
What will the Valentina do? Go into the hands of Edward?
Oh, yeah,
might be too risky. Might be closer to a Zushin XP than
they already have a Farsa.
a good pick. Again, still a bad taste left in her mouth.
That is our Jushin XP. So big ban the glue instead. And now Aurora are looking for their last ban against Team Falcon. So it's probably either a mid lane or, I mean, the Jawhead, they're all available. They have a Kalea, so.
Yeah. Rarely do we see Kalea flex the XP.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Again, I can count
anymore.
on one hand the times it was used there in Season 15.
Yeah. So they're probably gonna stick with this in the roam, especially that it's Ogwen. Lapteezy has revealed some interesting XP lanes recently though. Like, that's excluding the Jushin already.
Hey, it's interesting, not necessarily good, you know?
Yeah, you could like look back at the regular season and see all the Thamoses and all that. He did pick up those kinds of XP lanes. But they banned the Hilda.
There you go. The reason, for the main fact that we were wondering what Flapteezy will play is the reason why Aurora bans the Hill. It's like, let's make it easier for us. And there you go, the aforementioned Valentina.
Okay. So Falcons will also have their own wings by wings, if that will be the ultimate it'll be taking. Excuse me. I wonder if Flapteezy would and Falcons would consider an R-Lot, because it's really great against the Chip as well.
That's right.
If they want to continue answering that.
That'd be so good.
FLCN on the Arlot again.
That's his MPL Philippines Season 12 Grand Finals MVP winning hero.
I think a lot of us miss seeing that, but the Kimmy will be picked up by Aurora instead.
Yeah, a lot of space provided. So whatever Edward's going to be taking is someone who can hold the front line really well.
There you go!
That does the job. They got the gotcha.
All right, one more. We need a hero for Flap.
I really hope it's not something super passive like a high loss. I mean, he might actually just go for that just so that they have the access to the Revitalize, which most likely Edward will be packing as well, just so they can balance it out in that regard.
Man, if they didn't ban the backshot would be good right here, but
oh yeah.
Again, that's what the meta demands. Does the Arlot still look good? I don't mind.
Yeah, same. I'm just Arlot are high loss right now. It seems like a really offensive option wouldn't be the best bet.
Yeah, because you have to consider the Kimmy.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be easy for Aurora to just kite the heroes of Team Falcons if it ever comes to that.
Just place a Fanny too, and...
Oh, there you go!
Hey, this was in the keys to victory, right? Deal damage.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to take it slow, if you don't want to find or have a difficult time up against the Kimmy, then why not take an XP laner who can just hunt the Kimmy down? Who can just pose a huge threat to what Aurora plans to do in the game later on. So it is gonna be a damage XP laner we'll be seeing after some time. Finally, back in the hands of FLCN, by the way. But overall, it's interesting how the lineup rating really favors Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora picked up bangers in every lane. Kimmy in demand across the seas in Malaysia and Indonesia. They love their Kimmys. Here, we're only starting to build up to it. And if they can protect her, if they can protect Yue, then RORA should be looking at a fast game.
That's a Petrify Benedetta too, by the way. So we can expect all-out aggression. Casters, take it away.
The Champions Arena. We're about to load on into the Land of Dawn. A crucial match here for both the teams, Aurora and Falcons, looking to move forward and not get knocked out of the playoffs. That's what we have for us. It's me, Naisu, Ingan, and Renmar to bring you the action. You guys saw the index there. I don't know how much weight we want to put on it, but Ingan, what do you think of the compositions for both teams?
You know, so far, again, Karltzy, one of the best Lucas junglers, especially considering the fact that he's 2-1 in the playoffs right now with this specific hero. But FLCN from using the Bakshas to now using a damage hero like the Benedetta up against Edward, who is known to use this hero. It's going to be interesting how Falcons pull this off, considering the fact that Demon Kite has his Fanny.
Yeah, and looking back at it now, the Benedetta pickup solves the macro problem for Falcons in the sense that it was mainly just the Moskov as their main option for that. While RORA had, again, the switch up between the Fanny, the Chip, and how much macro and ground you can cover with those two heroes. Now that they have the Benedetta there with them, they can be flexible in terms of how they want to approach the objective team fights. And again, I put a lot of weight on the objective team fights because that's what Brigida and Leo mentioned, that this will all be about. A lot of these major sequences are going to be happening 20 seconds on end from the Turtles.
Oh, early engage here as Karltzy already used to unleash the beast. Whoa, one more hit almost, and was able to take down Demon Kite. A turnaround for Team Falcons.
Wow, although they might not be out of this just yet.
Oh, Renjay sets his eyes on Karltzy, but he was able to dash away as FLCN can recall safely.
Man, the spell vamp, the regen that Lucas gets, saving Karltzy. Renjay might be up next in the docket, and he'll be able to get away, but you and Edward are still here.
Oh, Ogwin up against you and Edward. So Edward soaking up the damage to not give any more death to Aurora, but now Feathered Airstrike from Yue, and both teams will disperse.
That looks so dicey on both sides for so long, and now the Turtle's up here. Falcons is going to go ahead and start it up. Demon Kite working on his purple buff, so he'll grab that. They'll go ahead and rotate in now. Karltzy has his orange.
Yeah.
We'll see if they actually can commit to this. It looks like they're just going to go grab the buff for now.
20 seconds before and or after the Turtles and the Lords. It's going to be the timers we're going to be looking at here. No clear advantage because the sequence up top got extended. Karltzy just got his purple buff. Demon Kite will be coming from the orange. Let's see if Aurora's going to contest this, as Falcons has already started things off for Karltzy in the bottom lane.
Oh, Few cast his own shortcut down bottom. Almost got Demon Kite there. Woo! As Renegade answers back, here comes Demon Kite also. And be able to take down Karltzy. One member down for Team Falcons.
Forget the turtle. Let's go fight bot. That's what they said.
Oh, they stunned out Few. He was able to walk away. Flapteezy almost got Demon Kite there. Now ganked up by 3. Got stunned out, but able to escape.
Flapteezy hunting down you and almost even got +1 on there. He was able to walk away with a kill. Falcons eventually end up winning the trade, but they have to be very careful because RORA have very good timing right now around that chip. They hella did not expect that Renegade is going to show up with his own shortcut.
Oh, Tidal Strike onto Renegade. Feathered Airstrike from Yue. One more hit on the Few. And he gets him as Ogwin counters out with an Edward kill. Use the Tsunami Slam onto the middle lane to take him down.
Man, this is just a brutal match so far.
Yeah.
You know, like where there's so much action. I feel like I'm watching an action movie. Now for the fight for the turtle.
Demon Kite tried to steal the Lord, but still Karltzy will secure that turtle rather. And these two teams are known to be very systematic, but now it's all about clashes.
Nah, it feels like I'm watching systematic violence right now. Both of them have just subscribed to MMA. And I'm all in for it, but it's the old days of MMA when eye pokes were still allowed.
Ear bites.
Eye pokes, ear bites, all of that, no gloves.
Just everything else, you know. And
MMA for the streets.
Yeah, at that point, for Falcons though, getting that first objective, that's going to be fine. And this is the thing, when you're looking at this for Aurora specifically, you're playing around the chip, like you mentioned earlier on. So Falcons, what do they have to do to kind of go against that? Do they just need to keep an eye on Renegade, and then how do they counter the shortcuts that kind of keep them on their toes here?
Yeah, that's mostly going to be it, because if really, once you've started the sequence without knowing where the chip is and the chip has the edge over you, there's very little you can do. At the end of the day, it'll just be see if you can do your best to end up winning the engagement and counter it. But if they are going to be more systematic about it and really just wait for Renegade to show up on the map and then they pull the trigger in a sequence, then that could be one way. Flap.
Demon Kite against Flaptezy. The ultimate there for Demon Kite already used up, but Flaptezy survives.
Okay. Ooh, Demon Kite. Was willing to take hits from the turret. There, meanwhile, the bottom lane.
Now, Ogwin jumps in. Dominic was able to walk away, and he catch Ogwin instead. Few with the cast of the Feathered Airstrike. And again, both teams will disperse, but Renegade from the back. AOJ paired up with Edward, and they take down Few!
Wow, Few, I don't know if he was expecting that or what, but quick response from RORA.
Yeah, why walk by Renegade? And as we were talking about, if the chip catches you with your pants down, there's very little you can do. You'll just be a deer in the middle of headlights.
Now, the last time we saw Renegade with the chip, but wait a minute, they're gonna go instead and go for the purple buff. Take that away from Demon Kite, but he still got it.
That was smooth. That was smooth.
Yeah, very smooth moves by Demon Kite, Edward and Yue. Close here, but Falcons will not push the issue. Seems like Aurora are gonna be getting to the turtle first. The Super Marco is going to be opening up the map for Falcons. Let's see how heavily Falcons will contest, if they will, this second turtle of the game.
Yeah, Aurora having the lead that they have. They'll go ahead and plant themselves in position. Few holding on to the Avatar, the Guardian himself. Both gold laners still up top.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Super Marco can just join the fight if he wants to. They'll try to go ahead and alleviate some of the pressure if they can, but hold on. Even in the bottom side.
Okay. Yue with a Feather Airstrike, but got interrupted by Karltzy with the Unleash the Beast, though. Demon Kite jumps in, but gets caught out by Few. Karltzy also falls down, but Dominic Kite was able to free hit. Now he sets his eyes on Flaptezy. Might be able to escape, though. Dashing in, dashing out, but Renegade catches him as a double kill from Dominic Kite one again, and Renegade kills off Flaptezy.
Gratuitous violence. Aurora clapping back. They don't get the turtle, but Falcons have lost way too much in that engagement. Aurora now focuses on the tower in mid, and of course, Super Marco is stuck in farming mode right now because he is desperately behind Dominic Kite in the farm. Dominic Kite is a 6,000. Super Marco is just about to hit 5K. And with everything that Falcons did there, they were all just too clumped up that the chip would be more than happy to drop down damage and stuns for everyone. And that is all that Aurora needed. Meanwhile, up top,
action-packed again. They're ganking up on Renegade as Karltzy picks up the kill. Flaptezy trying to escape there up against Edward, Dominic Kite, and Yue. Ogwin jumps in as well. One casualty so far for Aurora.
Okay, so they ended up fighting up there, but yeah, Renegade goes down. Let's take a quick look. You were just talking about the items here. How's it looking, Renmar?
All right, for the two gold laners, only up to a golden staff is the Moskov. Meanwhile, already on the way to the Holy Crystal for Dominkite. I believe he has, if I'm not mistaken, that should already be 3 stacks on the Kimi Sky Piercer. If not, it's only 2. But still, that's a development that Falcons really need to watch out for, because everything that's happened so far has been them finding 2, finding 3, but then not being ready for the clapback. Again, this is one of the benefits of having a Revitalize in the lineup against a lineup that has no Revitalize. Those little seconds buy so much space and opportunities for your team.
Yeah, that does a lot of healing, and even if you decides to take the Avatar of the Guardian, you know, he doesn't have the Revitalize, so that's how they have to play around it.
Yeah, with all the healing on the board, there's just a lack of dominance ices and anti-healing, actually. That has to be rectified by these two teams. There are glowing wands on the mages, but you need more anti-heal coming from both.
And you also have to worry about Dominkite already picked up a Holy Crystal. Interesting, went with the Concentrated Energy, paired up with the Sky Piercer. So now at the 3-0-1, not quite sure when he got those stacks in. It's going to be harder to kill Dominkite, harder to reach him, but expect a lot of damage from Dominkite.
It's going to be big here for that Lord once it's up. And if they decide to commit to it once again, this is going to be a little difficult for Falcons on these team fights when they're fighting around the choke points of the objectives. That seems to be where they struggle because it is so important on their positioning. And most likely at that feud, depending on what ultimate he decides to take, tends to change a course of a lot of these team fights that do break out. So again, we'll see if it's going to work out. Super Marco picking up the DHS now. He's got the 3 items that he needs. He's done relatively well catching up, at least to get into a fighting form, I'd say, here on the Moskov.
Okay. Radiant Armor already built up there for Edward, so that should help with the damage output that few could bring to the table. Plus, at the same time, that lowers the need for Edward to go back to base if ever he gets brought down too low. Good HP regen base on it. So now Falcons are going to have to contest this, but it seems like it's going to be difficult for them to find an opening because RORA, slow blitz, already no ultimate for this Lucas.
And then he casted the traction pulse also. FlapTZ caught in the middle. Unleashed the pieces there, but FlapTZ got bursted down. Renegade from the back as Demonkite having the time of his life, trying to slice and dice every single Falcon he sees, and 2 members are down.
Not a good fight for Falcons there. They get caught out, and now they're going to lose this Lord here. A big objective for RORA to march towards the base of Falcons.
Off timing for FlapTZ, and it looks like a little bit of miscommunication on the side of Falcons. Aurora, again, what we mentioned about them yesterday, one of the best teams in the league this season when it comes to punishing the smallest of errors. They can just find massive openings in the game with that. And Renegade sniffed them out and saw even more.
Oh, look at that few, just so low off of a couple. Feathered airstrikes from Yue. And again, that's why the Farsa is so good right now. Are they ready for this defense?
Yeah, I think they're able to clear out the Lord and not lose any inhibitor turrets unless something happens, like a Renegade flickers from the back or the traction pulse paired up with the AOG. Can catch someone from Team Falcons. It could spell disaster for them, but still, the clear wave of Team Falcons can mitigate what Aurora's pushing right now.
Okay, base is held on to. The shields are all going to be popped though, so that they are at least, Falcons still get some breathing room before the next objective. About 2 minutes buys them time here.
Yeah. Honestly, right now, the hard part for Team Falcons is that apart from the gold lead that Aurora has established, Aurora has endless of possibilities to execute initiations and at the same time punish. There's the Traction Pulse AOG combo, not to mention Renegade consistently going from the back and casting that ultimate. And of course, Demonkite, the late entries that could clean up the initial damage that can come from Dominkite and Yue.
Yeah, Dominkite has dealt the most damage in this game so far, shared with Yue. They're both hovering around 30,000 damage dealt and climbing. While Super Marco, because he has been stuck with just trying to open up the map for Falcons, has dealt a measly 6,700. Still just hovering around that in terms of total damage dealt to heroes. So Falcons now, the next few sequences, they're just going to be forced to having Super Marco with them since he's already built up with his trinity of the Scythe, Golden Staff, and the DHS. But again, there's only so much that they could do in this scenario. Karltzy already up to a Queen's Wings, but that's only 3 core items. While Demon Cat is already going hybrid as he has his main 3 items, the Heptasis, the Malefic Roar, War Axe, and now he even has Anti-Cuirass, so he has good survivability in case he gets caught by the main physical damage dealers in the side of Falcons.
Yeah, that's something we're going to have to pay attention to, too, is because Falcons and trying to catch up to this goal deficit that they have to work against, they might choose not to fight, you know, at least around the Lord, and rather in the base, unless they somehow get a big advantage from it because of the fact that they are behind. They have decent damage, but still, there's another big item power spike for Dominkite now. He's been pretty much chilling in the back lane, just able to, and that's always the case with Kimmy, man. How do you catch the Kimmy when you have it protected so well, especially with a Ganakacha and the chip? It's too tough to get, and then, you know, you're forced into those team fights sometimes because of the Kimmy across from you. So they're going to go ahead and start up the Lord here. Falcons, we'll see if they really want to go ahead and contest this. You still have Ogwin up on the top side, making sure that Super Marco is going to be fine. Well, Dominkite starts this up. He'll hold it at half. Meanwhile, Demon Kite still at the bottom, but again, do they pull the trigger on this with this kind of lead? See Halbert picked up too. They're going to go for it.
Dominkite still has their Purifies as Demon Kite picks up the Lord without a sweat there. Edward might even go for Flapteezy. Feathered airstrike from Yue and bursts down Flapteezy immediately. But down to the bottom lane though. Team Falcons want to make quick work of View, but View is going to fall down. Now the counter-attack though, Ogwin jumps in. Karltzy joins the picture, has the Unleash the Beast, and we're working on Super Marco, but Ogwin is going to fall down. Karltzy up against 3. There's the Unleash the Beast again, and he brings down Dominkite. But Edward, Yue, Renegade still in the picture.
Karltzy is alone. He has used the Winter Crown. Can he buy time? Buy space? Still takes down Yue eventually to be shut down by Edward. And now Super Marco is here.
Super Marco jumps in, dishing out the damage onto Edward. He might be able to clear out the Lord, but that was enough. Time bought from Karltzy. Renegade from the back. He has the shortcut. Demon Kite enters the picture. Wind of Nature. Edward has the stun. A beautiful taunt and bursts down Super Marco. Lord still up for Aurora. Team Falcons desperately trying to defend. They still have all their inhibitor turrets. And now Renegade just waiting for the perfect moment again to cast that shortcut.
Oh man, they're just going to clear this out, but talk about a response from both teams. First, the play from Karltzy, then you have the shortcut from Renegade to put RORA back into it. But ultimately, what did it lead to? Falcons still holds on to the base turrets. I'm not sure if RORA can continue on, and we're back to where we were before.
Renegade, an all-star roamer this season, in case you missed our Alamat Awards. And Edward, they call him Mr. Consistent. Because when you need someone to make a big move with big consequences, you got to count on him to find that moment. He's 2-1 and 11 on this Ganakacha, and those taunts that he is dishing out all throughout this game have stopped Falcons from making some major sequences that could have changed the story of this game number 1.
So good right now between both teams, honestly, for a game 1. As they work for it. But I would say at this point, shortcut.
Another collapse for Aurora. Brings down El Capitan View. Ogwin used the ultimate though, but they're not being able to take down any members of Aurora. Super Marco can dish out the damage. AOG coming in from Edward. Reggie Immortality pop. Karltzy's working on Dominkite. Dominkite pops his Wind of Nature and Purify. And brings down Renegade. 1-for-1 trade. Spear of Destruction from Super Marco. He catches Dominkite. Dominkite Immortality pop. Dominkite has to walk away. Purify casted by Dominkite. Flapteezy soaking up the damage as Edward has to back. And Dominkite got eliminated.
The Bulletproof has found the mark, and there goes the Tsunami Slam by the Master. Falcons have found a victory, but in the middle of the map, it's Demon Kite.
Demon Kite pushing in onto the middle lane. Even Yue takes down Ogwin. 3 members after a call here, but Few was able to go back and clear out the mid lane.
Game 1, and it's already cinematic. What is going on between these two teams?
What a start to this series. Just when you thought RORA would continue dominating this game, Falcons have found moments.
Falcons have found ways, and now they have their eyes set on getting their Lord, but Renegade, the All-Star, is here!
Here comes the ultimate! And still few will get the Lord. Demon Kite quite low, brought down by Super Marco. Renegade as well. Super Marco again with a crucial play.
Is that a bird? Is that a plane? It's Super Marco!
And now the push for Team Falcons. They have a cart in the middle lane. It's just Jue, Edward to defend. Feathered airstrike to clear out the minions. But again, the problem remains for Aurora. Team Falcons has the Lord up top.
Oh, and man, you've got a couple members of RORA facing down Falcons. Can they stop it?
Oakwin jumps in once again. Edward soaking up the damage. He has his revitalized though, but until when can he stand it? AOG used defensively, has his immortality, but Team Falcons locked their eyes on the base, and a comeback win for the Falcons.
The team that faced a reverse sweep last night have delivered an emphatic turnaround victory in this game number 1 against an incredibly sharp and determined looking Aurora squad. That's 1-0 for the Falcons.
Oh man, if we have a series down to this, you know, elimination, this is exactly how you want to start it. The panel, Leo, Brigida, I know you guys have a lot to say about this. Let us know what you think about game 1.
It was such a great game to start the series. It took 18 minutes before they were able to end it. And Karltzy, my goodness, he had so many highlights on that, Lucas.
He was rabid. He was looking for someone to receive all this pent-up frustration from that reverse sweep last night, and RORA was in the way. That's exactly what this was. It was a contest of, again, as with my Renmar, violence. It was just a match wherein if you weren't ready to fight for what you wanted to get, that first point on the board, then don't even try. That's what Falcons did here.
And that's exactly why you see him as your game MVP. Karltzy on this Lucas, waiting for the perfect time, always using the Unleash the Beast, even during one moment where we thought it was a little too early, but you know that's just how aggressive he wants to play into this lineup of Aurora. That's just how much he wants to answer back to all the shortcuts, to all the team fights they tried starting, and it was the downfall of this entire game for Aurora when he was just always able to gain access to Dom and Kai.
Yeah, there was, how do you say, no room for half measures in Falcons lineup. You see the draft that they had, we'll have an in-detail dynamic of that draft, but off of Karltzy alone, let's just take him for example. This hero, Lucas, if you think twice about using Unleash the Beast, if you think twice about catching up on your resolve, throwing out your Shockwave Blast, you will get punished hard. And even in those early moments, you saw how Lucas, how Karltzy was like, yeah, I'm just gonna throw out this Shockwave Blast, why not? I'm retreating anyways. Pow! Still drew first blood.
Yeah, and you feel how much he wanted to maximize that killing spree too. Like, he was just in for the fights. And we mentioned before heading into this entire series that both of these teams are very objective-centric. They even avoid fights if needed to, especially in the early stages. But this is the complete opposite of what we expected from them. They literally had to change something so they could take the advantage.
Yeah, no, Falcons were building up to this very moment. Falcons, all throughout Season 15, have been racking up kills, racking up assists, and they were ready to play this way. That sequence right there, I don't know exactly whose shortcut it was, whether it was through a Y walk by Renegade and then jumped in, that everyone else followed through, or if it was Few who stole a shortcut, one or the other, but that led to a moment wherein if you weren't ready for it and you jumped in and you fought, you would get punished hard. This was the turning point, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't even know if Falcons were just really ready for that moment or they forced themselves to be ready because they just wanted to fight back so bad, and in the long run it was so rewarding since they were able to get some trades. They were able to get so many more from Aurora that from that very point onwards, even though, yes, there were moments where even Demon Kite felt like he could have done something, he could have gotten the game for Aurora, it didn't matter for Team Falcons. Like, they were able to read into so much of Aurora's strategies with this lineup, with the chip, and now they're able to secure the first game of the series.
First on the board, Falcons in the best of 5. 15-15. See, eventually it equaled out. There was a good chunk of time where it was Aurora who had more kills. Why was that? Number one is because they had more range. Look at that. You have the Kimmy, you have the Farsa, and then you have the Fanny who can, you know, go in and go out as much, and then stoppers in the Gatot and the Chip who can also help retreat or set up other ganks elsewhere. All this while, Falcons, look at that lineup. It's all in. Mid-range at best. Their mage, few on the Valentina, and then you have Super Marco who is the payoff to shocking your opponents into a fight that they cannot finish, that they cannot go through. That's the reason why I think towards that late game, 2 minutes left into the game? So around 15, 16 minutes on the clock, Super Marco said, guys, I'm ready.
Yeah, it was too all in that it was probably a little too overwhelming for Aurora. How could they position themselves from a safe distance so they could throw out the right skill, so they could deal out the right damage? But Team Falcons, they made it work so well. Like every single one you mentioned, even Flap TZ, I feel like we should also be highlighting in this game because I thought it was a damage Benedetta.
I did too.
It was a Petrify, but it felt like, oh, he knew what had to be done. So it's more of a utility kind of way in terms of making use of the Benedetta just to close in a lot more faster on your targets, just to deal that Petrify, I guess. So it just was another way of making things a lot easier for that mid-range lineup of Team Falcons.
Yep, force out ults, eat ults with the eye for an eye, and then compromise those ranged fighters from Aurora. RBPI Rich guy is none other than the bulletproof Super Marco. He's also the carry, done a lot of damage on that Moskov. You'll see here that he ran through minions, he ran through kills, and that's where a majority of his economy came from. Very little gold gained from Turtles or Lords, because again, if you'll remember, a majority of the game, it was actually RORA in control.
Yeah, and during that one moment, by the way, wherein they still decided to go for the fight when the SOD connected, I thought he was going down at that moment, but he still survived. Like, that just goes to show he already got the necessary items, but I know we have a lot more to talk about in terms of how the game progressed. So Leo, take this away.
Yep, let's go dive into deeper details here as we look through this 16-minute game, 18-minute game. There it is, 18:41. But in my book, it ended at about 16.5 minutes because that's when I saw, oh no, RORA's picking fights they have no business getting into. Looking at the gold graph here, Aurora on blue. They chose this side, by the way. Falcons on red. RORA in the lead, and then, oops. See what I tell you about the 16.5 minute mark? That's where it all went wrong. Falcons started fighting, Aurora started fighting when they had no business doing so. Yes, they had a chip. Yes, they had the superior range. But at about 16:30, 16:40, Falcons knew they had Auroras because Aurora was finally falling for the trap. See, look. Starting at about the 10-minute mark, Falcons' progress kind of halted. Look at Aurora. Their spikes, 5 minutes, 7, 8, 8, 10, 10, 11, 14, 17. This is all good. This is all fine. But Falcons stopped for like a good 8 minutes, and then they said, there's nothing to gain from the map. What do we do? And then, at that last moment, Aurora, they played a Hail Mary. They sent Demon Kite, all right, we'll go fight here. You will hold them down. We will let you push mid. That's the one last play Aurora was able to do on the map. That was a sign of desperation. About a minute later, 18:41, 17:14 here, game's done. I don't know exactly what kind of comms went down with Aurora then, but going into the series, if they want to tie this or even stop Falcons from getting to match point, they have to be clear. They have to understand, again, a concept introduced prior in Onic versus Liquid, who is the beatdown. Understand who's the aggressor, understand who should be putting their foot down and saying, we want to fight. Do you wanna? And understanding when to say no. If you remember, that last team fight looked very similar to what happened last between Onic and TLPH Game 2, where Liquid pulled the trigger they shouldn't have. Understanding that if you watch the highlights, rewatch the game, go back. RORA started picking fights that was a little too close for comfort. Let's put it into terms. All of you fight fans, MMAs, boxing, BJJ, Falcons Falcons are BJJ guys. They want to take you down. They want the fight to happen, grappling. They want to put you in a submission hold. RORA, they're boxers. RORA needs to fight from range. Pat, pat, pat. Big wingspan, literally, with the Farsa. But what they started to do was, all right, maybe we can fight on the ground. We feel like Falcons are already gassed out. They're already showing signs of desperation. No, that's just Falcons wanting to fight even more. And then you got caught in an armbar. You tapped out. That's what happened here, game number 1. So let's look at what the items were so far. Aurora, look at Demon Kite. Demon Kite had it good. Demon Kite built a Blade Heptases, Malefic Roar, War Axe, and then look, a Thing of Beauty. Mwah. Anti-Kiras. What does that block out? Blocks out Karltzy, blocks out Flaptzy, blocks out some skills from Super Marco. You get hit by a Spear of Misery, boop. You're a little more survivable, you can run away. And then on the other side, look at Flaptzy, full tank build. You can go back, scrub, back away, understand why he took the most damage. Now let's see what the draft recap was like. Again, I love the dynamics of this draft by Falcons. At best, mid-range engagements. At best, you can steal some key ults to make up for the lack of range. That Valentina pick in the 4th pick, R4, is where this came in. And then that clutch Benedetta. The Benedetta, it's an acquired taste. The only reason why we really see it often is because Flaptzy, his pockets go deep. He was playing this back in 2021. So it's been about 4 or 5 years that he's been a Benedetta main. On the other hand, Aurora, they're playing 2025 meta. This is a reworked Kimmy. This is Fanny, who's still pretty broken. And this is one of US most reliable heroes. So Aurora, they had it good. They were winning for what? 60-70% of the game. It's just maybe somewhere, somehow, all the fights got to them. And all the fights kind of muddied their vision and said, maybe we can take this. Okay, we couldn't.
Yeah, that was already considering that they were sort of baited into the plans of Team Falcons in the draft. Like, they were able to play it relatively well. They were able to get the lead for a huge majority of the game, even when Falcons were already up ahead, knowing that they will be picking up the Fanny, knowing that this will be the trend in the draft, letting go of the Jushin even. So this is everything probably telegraphed by Team Falcons, and they struggled to get it early on, but were able to find a way around it either way. So there just needs a little bit more polishing, I guess, some revisiting for Aurora, because they really had it. Like, I felt like there were just some decisions which led them to this point, but that's really what it is. Like, even the smallest decisions sometimes just drastically change the outcome of the game.
Silver lining for this, if you're Coach Dexstar, Coach Master the Basics, look back at that draft, there was nothing fundamentally wrong with it. They were doing well for a good 10-12 minutes of that game. So going into game 2, don't let your fundamentals slip. I think it's more in-game executions. Take the time to remind your players, all right, watch out for this, watch out for that. Don't fall for your opponent's traps. Know what the strength of your lineup is, and I guess manage those Hail Mary plays.
Yeah, because we saw it. Like, the way they were even able to like maintain it all the way to the first turtle, even when Falcons were just aggressive looking for fights, but still they were the ones to win the first objective, and it just went downhill from that point. So there's a lot to address, but before we head into the next game, let's throw it over to our host for a Smart Access segment.
Maraming salamat sa ating panelists. We are still here at the Champions Arena. Odin, 1-0 na lamang ang Team Falcons after that victory in game number 1. Pero sigurado naman ako na hindi pa dito matatapos at meron pa nga tayong makakapanayam.
And your right hands, dahil dito ay makakasama natin ang walang iba kundi si Benting.
Benting, sadya ka ba? Grabe. Full attendance. Ayan, hello din sa lahat ng mga nandyan mismo sa MPL playgrounds natin sa baba. For everybody's information, pwede kayong pumunta dyan kung sakali na you wanna join in on the fun. Kamusta ba, Bentings? Again, nakita na natin kanina, first series nanalo ang Onic Philippines at sila na yung isa sa ating grand finalists and MSC representatives. Nagbago ba yung prediction mo? What do you think? Sino yung susunod sa kanila to meet up?
Aurora daw, mukhang meron din mga fans doon sa MPL Playground. Pero Bentings, matanong ko lang, what do you think of the game so far? Kasi yung dalawang araw natin, puro hanggang best of 5 sinasagat nila. Pero ngayon, nag-iba. 3-0 kanina and right now, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, solid observation coming in from Bentings. I do think na kung meron mang mga pocket picks, no, din, dito lalabas talaga yun sa playoffs.
And I think alam din ni Bentings yan dahil meron siya mga Ben tips, right?
Oo nga.
Ben tips? Ano bang Ben tips mo? Baka meron pang hero na pwedeng lumabas ngayong playoffs.
Meron bang hindi pa namin nadidiscover? Bentings, maraming salamat. I'm sure na perfect attendance ka because you're gonna be here all throughout. Hopefully, we'll see you once again sa mga susunod nating interviews. Pero bye-bye muna dyan sa MPL Playgrounds. Alright? Enjoy kayo dyan, guys.
Enjoy!
Maraming salamat kay Bentings and all of the other MPL fans na nandoon sa ating MPL Playgrounds. But now, it's time to throw it back to our panel.
Thank you so much, Hans and Odin. I was waiting for the Ben tips too, you know, but he probably needed some time to think. I mean, a lot of us have been so surprised with how the playoffs meta has established itself in the past few days.
Yeah, it is free though. If you want more Ben tips, just follow him on social media. Just scroll and see what else you don't know. I actually learned a few things from Ben things myself.
That's true. Especially when there are newly released heroes, especially when there are some changes in terms of like the battlefield adjustments and all that. He's the guy who just teaches you the smallest things that are very useful in game. But by the way, we're looking at the Clearhead super fan of the day. I wonder if okay. I wonder if he's the one who's gonna be winning.
It looks like it's him.
Oh,
look at that! Look at that thick head of hair. Not a shred of dandruff on him.
Not a shred. It's too shiny. It looks so soft. And he's been wearing the Team Falcons cap. That baseball cap I've been seeing on a lot of fans too, but it still looks like this.
I have one of those.
You have?
Oh, you're talking about the cap? I thought you were talking about bottles of Clear Men. I have both.
Oh man, but did you guys know that men tend to get 5 times more dandruff versus women's scalp? Use Clear Men with ×3 tripled anti-dandruff power for 100% protection.
Hey, supercharge your scalp with Clear. I started growing my hair again, this year. And I made sure that I had the perfect companion to make sure that this doesn't get all messy.
Yeah, it's perfect timing.
What, ×5 more likely? No, how about ×0? Look at this. Nothing.
Thanks,
Clear.
You guys should check it out. And if you do want to have your hands on one of those, you might want to join us here because all you have to do is show your shiny and your your healthy hair, and then you might be the Clear super fan Clear head of the day, because it's like quite lengthy. But those are just some of the giveaways that we actually give out to all of our viewers here. Earlier we had the Smart Power pose, now it's the Clear head super fan of the day. So there are many more in store for you. We still have 2 days in the playoffs.
Update on the draft. Team Falcons choose blue. Again, that is still the more reliable side to be on when you're drafting. And looking at their draft from game 1, there had to be some shenanigans. There had to be tricks.
Yep.
But this time, from blue, I think they should stick to what works and then just bait out certain responses from RORA.
There'll be time for them to be a little more creative in the latter parts of the draft. But now that they're in blue side, yes, we might be expecting that. And we are calling in Renmar once again to join us for the draft in game number 2. I didn't say the slick
No, it's fine. Again, it's totally fine. Hello, Leo and Brigida. All right, so let's check where we are at the draft. Fanny Lowy getting taken away. Respect. And they go ahead and take away the Moskov and Chip. Now, if they are going to be taking away the Moskov, that means they're going to give RORA the option of picking either the Granger or the Harith early on in the draft, so that Falcons would get one of the other. I feel like that's what the ban is committed for.
All right. The fact that the last draft was very blue-sided. Again, we all gasped when Fanny came through, and then the Chip in the blue 2 and 3 came out as well. Game 2 now shows us that Falcons is testing RORA. Do you get that vibe too, Slick Dick? That maybe it's Coach Trev's turn to say, hey, what else you got in the tank? Master the basics.
Yeah, it feels like it, considering that, look, Moskov Harith ban commitment onto Domikite's best heroes, but then at the same time, Domikite's best hero can still come in the first 2 picks on the red side. The Granger's still wide open. Unless that means Falcons telling Aurora, hey, we're gonna... Unless that means Falcons telling Aurora, hey, we're gonna first pick Joy.
Oh, that can be too. But like, will Domikite be likely to reveal some of the more unique gold laners we've been seeing though?
I don't know if I want that, but what I also do not want to see is a sudden shift and gold laners becoming the first picks, like Granger opener in blue, because that seems like a pre-playoffs, a pre-patch kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, he did use the Kimmy earlier.
Box is open.
Yeah, it's not gonna be like a blue opener, but I was thinking we're going the red 1-2.
Yeah.
For Aurora later.
Like a Fulvius Granger.
Yeah. All right, now there's Kalea. It's like everything. The way it's looking right now, it's like Aurora looks encouraged to pick their gold laner in the very first phase, get that Granger as soon as possible, that Marco doesn't end up with it. But it seems like Falcons are willing to give that up. Juicin for US, very strong. Always has been for Aurora, and I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to commit it here.
Would you Bakshin? Would you Baksha Jushin?
Yeah, or they have to consider the Granger as mentioned too. So.
Baksha Granger?
Yeah,
Shoebox.
They'll have to let go of whatever they decide to go with. They're letting go of one of those 3.
It's gotta be, right? Because if not, like, what else would you be prioritizing?
It is
Shoebox.
the shoebox.
The shoebox. There it is. The box. Hey, just so we're clear, you get the funny name, I got the prediction right.
Yeah. You got the prediction, 100%.
But you got the funny name.
Shoebox.
I'm just here for the branding.
So they let go of the Granger. That might go into Super Marco again this time if they decide to pick it up here. And that's been a very strong hero for Super Marco, you know? Like, he's got endless BPI rich guys because of getting the Granger.
Yeah, Granger's the last of the S-tier gold laners now, since Moskov and Harith are out. Does that make RORA play 1-1?
You know what? Falcons can even swerve and go 1-1 if they want to. I mean, I'm still leaning towards that they're going to be Granger.
That sounds kind of 5-head.
But the Jushin 1-1, we saw it recently too, right? So it might not be too far of a fetch for Aurora if ever they wanted to go that route. But they will consider the Hayabusa, definitely, since it did appear.
There's the Hayabusa.
In Team Falcons lineup.
It looks like Aurora could set up for a very tanky front line, then just pick something like the carry for Domikite later on.
Yeah.
That's like one of his go-to pickups once the S-tier gold laners are gone. I mean, that and the Beatrix, but it's been so long since we've seen the Beatrix this season. Been a while.
She's just not cutting it anymore.
Yeah, she's just not cutting it. Kimmy is still open if they want to, considering that the Juicin might not be enough magic damage. But then up against the Hayabusa, the Kalea.
Or the Gatot. Oh my goodness!
There it is. Yeah. Especially against the Kalea, this is such a great pick.
Yeah, you don't need to put a Purify in that 1-1. It's already built in. And then you put the Purify onto Yue. Now, Ogun's going to be thinking about just committing the ultimate on the jungler, the roamer, the EXP laner. And if Aurora decides to build like super tanky in those slots, then Tsunami Slam isn't that going to be big ticket anymore.
And it's not as if Ogun is already struggling. There's a Baksha. Basically, half of your kit is useless.
Yeah.
And we don't know where the Baksha is going to.
Oh, no.
Like, it can be either the jungler right now for Demon Kite. It can be either the the Roam or the XP.
Angela's open. I'm just saying, folks. Angela's open.
Wait, what if we see the entire Baksha, CC, Angela kind of thing too?
Yeah, and in red, oh my God, I don't think Coach Trev would. He wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if that came through to him here in Game 2.
Yeah, if that's going to be the case, then Few might either end up with a Selena or even a Faramis in his hands. Considering you don't have to worry about the Valentina anymore, there's already a Juicin on the other side. RORA took away the Farsa. So Falcons might just be forced to lean into the close to mid-range playstyle, which a Faramis would be very suited for.
And I think the Faramis would do a good impersonation of an Angela lineup. It's like, we have extra life.
Exactly.
You know, like, especially if you Hearthguard in, we'll pull whoever gets the buffs. It's doable, but they're not respecting it just yet. I don't think Coach Trev sees it or even fears it.
Even like the Florians, right? They've been rampant, like ranked.
Oh, in ranked games,
we
for
don't
sure.
see it here, of course.
no.
Definitely, this is a different level of playing field. But that's the idea we're looking at right now for like Aurora. They can go for a very sustained lineup, out-sustaining the enemies, just doing that and buying enough time for the 1-1 to fly against the members of Aurora, but they fantasy themselves.
There it is. Coach Trev, you know, he knows. He's respecting it as if it was an absolute, like, there's even a 1% chance.
He wants to sleep tonight. And there goes the Okay.
That's one of your best one-liners, Breed. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, I do too, but you're not wrong.
I'd like to sleep too.
Okay, so we still do not have a pick for the XP lane, the Roam, and the That's Red 4, and we still don't know what the hell's going on with Aurora's draft.
Where is this?
That's Red 4, and we still don't know what the hell's going on.
It's like we're seeing improv. One of the Onic tendencies.
Still don't know.
We don't know where the box is going, and I think that's what they're playing into. More of like, all right, this could either draft look super.
Yeah, Team Falcons, like where is it gonna come from this time?
What else is left? An Eve? Louis banned out.
There's a Sicilian.
Selena.
Yeah, they might just lean on the close to mid-range. Although I would prefer long range because, again, the 1-1, you need the safer answer for that.
Oh, you need just burst. Wonton burst.
Yeah.
Playing the Eve doesn't feel as bad as when he did back in Saudi.
Yeah. I think we've grown, we've changed from times like those.
We're past that.
How time flies.
So we will finally find the answer here, no?
I'm not bothered by this. This is a decent Falcons draft.
Ooh, that's a hell of a last pick by Aurora.
Okay. Confirmed that this is going to be an XP lane Baksha.
Whoa.
Well, we don't know. Maybe they pull us off for a swerve, but no, we know now what's in the jungle. It's a Ling. I love how low to the ground Aurora's draft is. Economically speaking, you know where the money is.
It's a Ling. Demon Kite on the Ling once again.
This is an old flame, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he knows exactly what he's getting himself into.
Joseph, hold it in.
What?
This is a great job by both sides, especially with the trip that Aurora have taken us on down memory lane all throughout today's metagame. And yes, confirmed it is an XP lane Baksha and a Roam Khalid. Asking me who I favor? I think I like Falcons.
Okay, there you get your answer. And we heard him giggling. I know Nice sounds so excited for this, so go on, take it away.
I don't know if I'd call that a giggle, Brigida. That was pure excitement to see exactly what's going to happen here in the jungle. Demon Kai on the Ling. And I know we're ready to see if they can even out the series. Is it going to be RORA or Falcons already? After game one, Cinema, oh my goodness!
Early poke there, Ogwen, one more hit.
Yue was able to cast the Lantern Flare. Owen had to flicker out, so that's too close for the two roamers.
You know, after a really great first movie, then they announced the second movie, then the second movie just starts with action right away. That's what that felt like.
He like jumped right in the movie and just, you're in the middle of the plot.
You're like, what's going on? It's like, and has the lock-in basic attack from the Kalea, of course, followed Reggie all the way there. And of course, with Yue dragging Ogun at the same time, that's wild.
Oh.
Yeah, then they go 5 years ago.
Yeah. Clutch quick Sandguard there from Renegade to outsave the damage from Kyle. Ogun jumps in onto Dominkite. One more hit, two more hits away, and Dominkite gets away.
I'm so surprised what we're seeing. Like this matchup specifically, I think is the most action-packed.
Yeah.
It has to be so far through the playoffs.
Yeah, considering the fact that they're considered to be textbook, systematic. I think both teams came in thinking that the other team is textbook, so we have to be aggressive. We have to think outside the box, and that's what both of these teams are doing now.
Yeah, they both thought the same way.
Yeah.
They were just like, are we going to go fundamental? Nah, let's just go all action. This is where we find ourselves now. I mean, there's no kills yet, but there have been substantial trades, especially with the rotations of the roamers and the mid laners being read by the other. So far, the Falcons have been doing the slightly better reading, as Renegade and Yue haven't really been able to make the most out of their tandem together yet.
FLCN has to ask help from Owen there because Edward already popped his Revitalize as Renegade pops in also to help Edward defend. And now if you're going to look at the lineup so far in the mid lane and the gold lane, so it looks like Team Falcons has an easier time, but the X factor for Aurora remains to be the most consistent person, Edward, because so far Baksha has been quite tanky, and now he jumps in even. Yue being able to deliver the Lantern Flare, and the first blood drawn onto FLCN, but they're still going on. Owen has his eyes on Renegade, and Karltzy goes in with a Wiki Shadow Kill. Owen drops Demon Kite with the ultimate as Yue just popping the Lantern Flare to delay the charge of Team Falcons, but Owen jumps in again and gives the kill in a few.
And Falcons will get some more on top of the objective.
And it really looked like Falcons being able to gank Edward meant that the Revitalize was already spent. If they had that Revitalize then, RORA would have won that sequence because they played it so well. But they just needed that extra bit of healing, extra bit of time to go through, but they just did not have it.
They didn't, I mean, at that point, for RORA specifically, you know you're going to have to give some time to Demon Kite to get online here, and you're going to be utilizing the time to also get Dominkite. This is a big game for the Kite brothers, I feel like, specifically, just because of how important both the heroes that they're playing are going to be. At some point, if they fall too far behind, which is already kind of started, then you're forced to put Demon Kite somewhere across the map, maybe trying to fight for his own buffs even, and protecting him and hoping. Oh, hold on.
Shadow Kill, okay, good. Force out the Crimson Beacon early on from Yue, but a couple more hits away. Yue is gone from Karltzy.
Oh, look at this pressure. This is what's going to happen, though. If that lead continues to build, you put pressure on Demon Kite. But the Wanwan specifically, this has been popping up quite often throughout the playoffs even. And, you know, it's performed, I would say, so-so, depending on the teams that did draft it. But as long as Dominkite can go ahead and just focus on farming up and then get the space that he needs to eventually get the crossbow of Tangs off later for the fights, that's going to be crucial here. But I feel like, too, at the same time, you have to watch out, man. Super Marco has been locked in, especially from last game.
Yeah, for sure, Team Falcons is aware of the fact that Dominkite can turn things around with one crossbow of Tang. That's why Team Falcons is rushing and holding on to the lead that they have, especially after the third turtle. They need to be able to break the mid lane turret and put a lot of pressure in Demon Kite's jungle.
All right, blitz it.
Edward. Shield unity there. Demon Kite jumps in also as FLCN continuing with the Infernal Pursuit. Pop the Revitalized Renegade with a beautiful cast of the ultimate. Dominkite joining the picture now. RWM casted down by few. Tempest of Blades coming in from Demon Kite, but FLCN the first man down. No casualties for the Northern Lights.
Oh, see, with the Revitalize on the side of RORA, it looks good for them in the team fight. But at the end of the day, Falcons is still going to hold on long enough to get the turtle for themselves. Few holding on to that real-world manipulation so well. Karltzy will shadow out after threatening a move. Yeah, he did not have a shadow kill.
Yeah, he didn't have it, but gonna go ahead and just apply the pressure the way you would on a Hayabusa, especially when you had that kind of early kill in your favor. You can see, too, they're building up on the gold, especially Super Marco farming well. Domikai's doing a good job, though. And that's why I said most of the time he's going to continue. Edward could be in trouble. He is tanky.
Oh, the Jump Brothers have opened and FLCN going after Edward. A weak shadow kill casted down. Shield Unity is there. They almost stunned out Karltzy, but still no casualties for both.
Okay.
All right. Seems like there's a lot of trades happening, but Falcons are slipping with their macro. Yeah. Dominicate able to get that tower down without a problem. I think Falcons are getting baited into some fights that mean they're sacrificing some map control. I think they need to balance that out first before they start being aggressive again.
Yeah, it's kind of like they are thinking, okay, we can get this kill. We can make this play. But then eventually they don't, just because RORA is doing a good job at just disengaging if they have to. So they do lose that turret. And RORA will go ahead and focus on the next one. At the same time, so far, like I said, for Domikite, the big thing is continue to farm up, stay alive. He doesn't need to go down. Super Marco's been doing the same thing. But Kyle will continue to put pressure on. The big problem I see with RORA is fighting against this Eve. We've seen the Eve perform so well the past couple days especially, and it's always tough to deal with once you get towards these objectives. And later on for the Lord here. So it's going to take a little finesse, I would say, for RORA to really fight against the lineup that Falcons has.
Yeah, Demoncat and Yua, though, based on the previous engagements what we got to see, have been holding on to their ultimates incredibly well. The Crimson Beacon for the juice in, the Tempest of Blades. There we go. I almost had Storm of Swords, but that's the third book in the Ice and Fire series. Oh wait, Ice and Fire in the bottom lane!
Oh, the collapse of Aurora. Edward jumps in as well. Tempest of Blades for Demonkai to be able to escape. Renegade with the ultimate. Wiki Shadow coming in from Karltzy. Few with the RWM. Here comes the clapback from Aurora from Team Domikite from the back. Will they be able to clash out the ultimate though as Demonkai can walk away. And they brought down Karltzy with the help of Yue. 2 members down immediately for Team Falcons.
I thought more bodies would be dropping, but at the end it was just the EXP and Roamer, but the jungler down as well. Karltzy got taken out there. Dark Wave coming in big time for Flap. Renegade being able to escape though. And RORA played that incredibly well. See, Falcons really need to start shaping up here in terms of their decision making when they're going to be fighting out. I know that was them taking a more defensive position there, but the map is looking blue. Aurora have been playing the better macro.
Fight for the turtle though. Third one of the game might go in the hands of Falcons. It just doesn't seem RORA really cares that much. They want to go ahead and continue just evening out the goal deficit, which they've essentially done. That little bit of a lead that Falcons held on to is now gone, so RORA might make a decision here. But that's the thing, knowing what you have for a lineup, you want to just let Falcons start these up. Even later on for the objectives, for the most part, you keep playing to that macro advantage the lineup gives you. Who's going to come down for this third turtle?
Renegade with his zone, and Karltzy secures the turtle. Renegade from the back with the Raging Sandstorm. Domikite was able to cast the ultimate. FLCN now got out of some blades coming in from Demonkai as they bring down Owen as well. The clapback from Aurora. 2 members down in exchange for Renegade, but Karltzy working on Demonkai. One more hit away. Will he be able to save it? And Demonkai escapes with a slither of health left.
Great reaction by Edward to help Demonkai out. And as we said earlier, just as the star field of the Eve went up, Aurora's Demonkai went in with a Tempest of Blades to the back to force Few to break his formation, and Falcons could have gotten more, but again, Aurora are waiting time and time again for the ultimate of Few. Let's check out the items of the 2 mid laners, Glowing Wand and the Enchanted Talisman for Few, while, of course, still waiting for the second main item, as with every juice in, always needs to go through the Elegant Gem. For the 2 gold laners, meanwhile, 7.1k for Super Marco, and we are at 7.2, so neck and neck are the Granger and 1-1.
The fact when Demonkai got away with a sliver of health has been, I feel like, the story of the last team fights throughout this game for Falcons. It's like they get so close, but they're not able to capitalize on these kills every single time. So that's actually doing a lot here for Aurora in the grand scheme of things. Again, as they go ahead and continue to build up, they might be in a good position to go and contest or even take the Lord now, because 3 of the turtles obviously going over in the hands of Falcons as they controlled a lot of that space to work with. And we'll see if RORA decides to go on the offensive.
Edward and Renegade spot out Owen. Had to cast the ultimate there and flicker away, so that's major resource. 2 major resources down for Team Falcons.
Yeah, that was a really good pick. It wasn't a pick off, but Now Ogwen's gonna be stumped for the next major sequence in 10 seconds. It's gonna be the first Lord of the game. Falcons, let's see how they readapt to the situation. They're probably gonna shift things up with FLCN in the roam position, while Ogwen's gonna be following in from behind. Flap's items, Radiant Armor, still on the way to the Dominance Ice. Has he also built up gloves for himself? It seems like he's sort of half-pathing already two major items.
Might be a key moment when they can pick that up through this game. Again, with this only being the first Lord, they can still keep things together here under the 11-minute mark, but RORA, they've been leaning towards aggressiveness, and it even seems like they want to do it now.
Karltzy, we can shadow kill, but the Wind of Nature was just clutch for Domingkite. Plus the revitalize from Edward. Renegade goes in with the Raging Sandstorm. Tempest of Blades casted down by Demonkite, working on Karltzy and Ogwen. RWM is the signal for both teams to disengage.
Yeah, defensive. Few really just had to cover there, but RORA have won that because they forced out so many major abilities from the side of Falcons, have put them out of position in this Lord. Aurora will be in position for Lord number 1 first. Domingkite though might get caught.
No Wind of Nature for Domingkite, so he has to back off. Fortunately, he wasn't taken down there by Super Marco in the most crucial time because the Lord is up for both teams.
Yeah, utilizing that getaway there that he can. He has to disengage and just make sure Domingkite doesn't die. He's doing well. That's what I said was a main part that he needed to do for this game was stay alive, obviously, farm up. He's done that. But he's also got to be protected, and you can only do so much if you're this 1-1. This is going to be started up, though, for that first Lord.
Oh, they're going to burst it down because they know where Demonkite is, and Karltzy secures it. Now Aurora has to go for the kill. Demonkite now in the picture as he works on Few. Renegade, the first man down to next is Domingkite, and a double kill for Super Marco. They want to make it 3. Edward quite low here. 4. Triple for Marco. Will it be 4? He has the Death Sonatas, but will he be able to reach Yue? Yue stays alive.
Going after him. He wants him, but he has to give up the hunt as Falcons now have the Lord and are marching down. Aurora, shock and awed again by Falcons.
5 seconds before the Hitman respawns.
Wow.
What can Yue do as Karltzy jumps in and Team Falcons looking at a 2-0 lead?
The birds of prey are flying high yet again, but the shadow of yesterday's defeat still looms over them. They have the lead, but can they finish off the lights?
Oh, the lights are going to have to do something here, man. They're going to have to start shining bright to blind these Falcons because now sitting at match point ahead of them, it's going to be a crucial one here. But first, we got to go ahead and break down exactly what happened here for game 2. We're going to throw it back to the panel for Leo and Brigida to take it away.
Thank you so much, Showercasters. I'm looking at the Falcons guy right now, you know, like, and the entire audience on the side of Team Falcons. I love how they're celebrating, but we saw this yesterday too.
Yes.
I feel like that should be a reminder.
They are happy and enjoying the moment with caution.
With caution. Emphasis on with caution. We have to remember it's not over yet for Team Falcons, but that was still a spectacular performance we've seen, especially from the Bulletproof.
Yeah, Super Marco. Brigida, you mentioned how throughout Season 15, he has suddenly unleashed this new part of his persona where he just wants to kill anything that moves. This is just that, but if you watch closely, we'll see in the highlights, it's a very controlled, very systematic, very methodical way of doing so. 6-0-0. Not once dying. There were close calls, but especially in that last team fight, I hope we have a spotlight on that last team fight. That's where the switch just got flicked, and that's where I knew this is what Brigida was talking about.
Yeah, and that feeling where he still gets to step on the brakes whenever it's needed and get away from danger, even when Aurora seems like the one to always go all in, especially in the first few minutes of the game. I honestly felt like, well, Demonkite felt a little too free in this game. Like, he was coming in from behind and all that.
Yep.
But what we failed to notice was that Super Marco was just waiting for the right time.
Both kites. There was a moment wherein Domingkite came from the back. Yeah, this one. Brigida's jaw went ajar, and I said, Brigida, you're drooling. How did Domikai do that? I guess you walked there. So yeah, no, you're right. A switch up from game 1, it's Aurora's turn to play a mid to short range kind of lineup. This is very dive of them. All this while it was Falcons who had to play with that range. Again, they have a Eve, they have a Granger, and yeah, between those two, Super Marco understood the assignment. He said, I can't die.
Yeah.
If I go down here, my team cannot recover.
Or actually, for all of them, it just felt like they were willing to burn whatever they had, use whatever resources they had just to save one another. And we've seen it multiple times. Like at one point, Few, even if he had to use the real-world manipulation, off timing, right before an objective just to save someone, he'll do it. And you highlighted that one instance too, where Ogwen just made sure that he could save Karltzy from the 4 blades.
That's right. I don't know if you caught it in the highlights, folks, but there was a moment wherein Karltzy went in, shadow kill, Demon Kite orchestrated a solo kill, went up into the air, Tempest of Blades, Ogwen came in, threatened a Tsunami Slam, and that just made Demon Kite go away. Like, it's these little things that make you really appreciate the past 2 years that this lineup of Falcons have been together. 2.5 maybe, approaching 3. They just love each other so much inside and outside of the game that they can read those kinds of plays and say, I got you, bro, I got you.
Remember that one time in day number 1 of the playoffs where it just felt like Flap had so much emotions, and in the interview he did say that, oh, I just felt too emotional because I thought we were gonna lose it. I thought we were gonna, like, not get into top 4, and he showed us that moment, how badly he wanted to for his team, how badly they wanted to together again get back into MSC, get that grand final spot. But now we're seeing the patience. It's all coming into place.
And they are 1 game away from redeeming themselves from last night's reverse sweep. Looking at the stats here, I love that Kyle and Marco are actually almost at par. Like literally, Marco is the carry here at 49.9k. Kyle was 49.5. So even if this was a heavy dive comp, which again means RORA will be clumped up, a lot of members of RORA will be together, Karltzy's Hayabusa was still able to deal a lot of damage despite that. He made the most of the situation. BPI rich guy, all the money in the pockets of the bulletproof. Super Marco 833. A lot of kills on his, a lot of gold via kills and assists.
Hey, we said it in the draft. Every single time he gets the every single time he gets the Granger, it's almost always assured that he gets the BPI rich guy. And that applies to whether or not they win or lose the game. And we've seen it a couple of times already. But again, this is your time to dive deep into the other details that took place in that game.
I love it. Allow me to geek out and break down exactly what happened here in game number 2. Run through the gold graph, run through the dynamics of the draft, and talk about the nitty-gritty. Here you'll see, oh my God, as if the past few games, not just in this series, but even in game number 3 of Onic and Liquid, as if the graph couldn't get closer. Check this out. What is that? Barely 500, 1,000 in between, all throughout the early game, going into mid, and then the economy crosses, right? Here, at about 6.5, 7 minutes, Aurora and Falcons meet. This is a stalemate. This is a stalemate, and this is impressive, despite the fact that Aurora scored not a single turtle. They scored a couple of early turrets, but not a single turtle, and they were fighting. Mind you, there was a time in this game wherein it was Falcons who were actually keeping themselves scarce. So I assume it was around here. And then they traded bodies once more, trading bodies once more, blood is shed, and then boop! At about the 10.5-minute mark, Marco says it's go time. Brothers, listen to me. Falcons, to me. We must rally and go to match point. That is what happened at about the 10.5-minute mark. What does that mean in terms of items? Where did this get Marco in this very short game? Where did this get the rest of the Falcons? And how did Aurora try to stop the bleeding, stem the issue? 12.5 minutes. Let's start with the early game here. Of course, what you can expect. Again, Hunter Strike is so in demand right now. Hunter Strike, and check this out. An interesting approach to the Hayabusa on Karltzy. No War Axe, fam. Where is it? It's late. First, Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, and then War Axe. Why is that? Number 1, a lot of penetration you're gonna need when you're dealing with Renegade here, who I assumed would be building an early anti-Keras. Uh-oh. There goes the... There goes that void in the strat. Maybe they needed to build an anti-Keras early on Renegade, no, as a roamer, but instead it went on Edward first. So, yeah, Renegade did go through a lot of the early to mid without even a Dreadnought armor, and I think that's why he was dying more often, there being less peel for Aurora, compared to how Falcons would do it, wherein, yes, they are slowed down by Edward's Baksha marks from healing, but again, all they need is to control range. All they need to do is deal the right amount of damage from Super Marco, hold you guys down via few, and then get the job done from Kyle. And again, more often than not, Few's real-world manipulations were not starters. They were enders to fights. So how do we end up with this situation? How do we end up with a dive comp for Aurora and then Falcons playing with range this time and still wanting to fight, okay? Check it out. Score is 9-6. Again, RORA held a lot of the 6 kills over Falcons, like 6-3, 6-4, and then eventually it flipped. We started with Falcons being blue, all right? Always prioritize Kelra. Kelra is still one of the biggest heroes post-patch, one of the biggest heroes that really still defines how games are played now. She has solid heal, solid fights, solid CCs in fights, and of course, Granger, and then closing strong with the Hayabusa. All this while Aurora, this is not Alpha, this is 1-1.
Sorry.
All right? They swerved us with a Ling because they opened up with a Baksha, a Zushin, and a 1-1. Brigid, I don't know if you agree with me, but maybe the 1-1 wasn't the answer, not in that spot, especially since there were still these fringe gold laners in the Irithel, fringe gold laners in the Beatrix still available.
I think the Moskov even, right? Maybe, or...
No, he was banned.
Oh, it was banned, yeah.
Yeah.
So, or...
No, he was banned.
Oh, it was banned, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Again, we did float the 1-1, but like now looking back, was that the... I don't know, maybe I'm just looking for ways to qualify what happened.
No, yeah, because honestly, even when Onic first used this entire combo of the 1-1 Jushin, it didn't work out for them. But if you would like to follow that train of thought for Aurora, it's a very risky time to try doing that. So there could have been other answers, other more comfortable options, because we did mention it too, like we probably aren't expecting those kinds of pickups from Dom and Kite.
Not this early?
Not this early, but it did happen in the first phase of the draft. So maybe those are the adjustments they're currently trying to address and talk about, because you see them, they're very serious right now, trying to huddle it out, because this is just literally one last game.
Brigida, that half of the room is very serious.
Yes, it's very serious. So now let's get some fresh air out there. Let's throw it over to our hosts for this All Access segment.
Welcome back here at MPL Playgrounds. This is your very own Odin, together with the beautiful Miss Cha Pega, the brand ambassador of Infinix. Welcome to MPL Philippines.
Thank you so much, Odin, and salamat sa pag-welcome sa akin.
Ayan, we're so happy to have you here. Kumusta so far? Experience mo dito sa MPL Season 15?
Ay, na-enjoy ko siya, as you guys can see. And nagulat ako dito sa MPL Playgrounds kasi I've been here sa MPL Arena. I've been watching every year, and then this is actually surprising for me kasi sobrang nag-level up lahat. And syempre, the Infinix booth, grabe ang ating upgrade sa booth, and then marami po surprises dyan.
That's right. As we can see, may phones tayo dyan. And alam natin na ang official tournament phone ng MPL Philippines ay Infinix. Sa tingin mo, why does Infinix remain to be the preferred phones of gamers like you?
Of course, GT20 Pro na-experience ko na siya on hand while streaming and while I'm playing kahit casual gaming lang. And sobrang reliable niya, and I experience no lag at all. So as a gamer na gusto lagi mag-stream nang hindi naglalag, this is the perfect phone for me. Kaya naman, I think mostly all of the gamers trust Infinix talaga.
Yan, I definitely agree dahil na-try ko na rin yan doon sa stage. At balita ko, Ms. Chacha, merong bagong lalabas ang Infinix, the GT30 Pro.
Yes.
So, pwede mo ba kami bigyan ng insights kung ano meron dyan?
Ayun na nga yung GT30 Pro. As you guys can see here at my back, GT30 Pro is here. And alam ko marami na kayong excited dyan kung na-enjoy nyo ang GT20 Pro, I'm pretty sure mas magugustuhan nyo to dahil sobrang upgraded yung specs nito. And alam ko na as a gamer like me, magugustuhan nyo.
I love it. Pang champion's phone talaga yan.
phone.
And speaking of, sino para sa'yo mag-champion ngayong season 15?
To be honest, lahat sila sobrang ganda ng performance, but I'm really rooting for Aurora MLPV.
Wow, let's see
Yes,
it.
because aside from they are doing well on their games, I'm supporting the Infinix Ambassadors as well. And they're doing
Okay.
all their best, di ba?
And invite mo naman lahat ng ating mga super fans to visit MPL Playgrounds.
Ayan, sa lahat ng mga magbe-visit dito sa ating MPL Arena, visit the MPL Playgrounds and check out our Infinix booth right here dahil marami kaming binibigay na freebies and you can try to this Infinix GT30 Pro by yourself. So experience nyo here lang yan sa booth.
That's so exciting! Maraming salamat, Miss Chacha Pega. Mag-visit na kayo, super fans, dito lamang sa MPL Playgrounds at meron tayong mga free passes para sa mga mauunang pumunta dito. Thank you and bye!
Thank you! See you guys!
Thank you so much, Odin, and to the beautiful Miss Chacha, the Infinix Ambassador, together with us here in the venue if you do decide to come visit us. And we are now calling all MPL Philippines super fans from all over the Philippines because this has been something going on for quite some time now.
Yes.
But we have a new one. It's time to witness history unfold for the University Watch Fest venue.
That's right. We have one at Coffee Spot in Hermin Garcia Avenue, Cubao in Luzon. Fin Mahal Building in Southwestern University, Finma, Cebu City, sa Visayas. And SM City, Butuan, sa Butuan City, Mindanao. Why are you laughing?
No, that sounded very accurate.
Thanks.
But I'm laughing at the fact that they're just so dedicated to making it so accessible to everyone.
Oh, yeah.
We have one in Luzon, we have one in Visayas, and we have one in Mindanao. So if you're nearby, go check it out so you can experience what it feels like because technically it's similar to what happens now in the playground downstairs, which is free for all, first come, first serve, but except that it's more closer.
Yeah.
It's closer to you guys.
MPL connects the country.
It will bring us all together. And I believe it has been for the past 2 days that we've been seeing 20 games. But by the way, they also want to win diamonds.
Yes.
Okay, just watch MPL and get a chance to win diamonds.
Just post your reactions while watching the MPL live stream and make sure to include the hashtags that you use. Make sure you use these that you see on screen. So it's down there.
So there are 3. That's MSL, XMPL Watchfest, MPL PH S15, and MPL Pangmalakasang Reaction. So you get to see the spelling there. It's down below. And you just have to include all that in your post so you get a chance to win diamonds. And I believe everyone wants diamonds right now because we have so many skins available for us in store and the Naruto is still ongoing. So you definitely would want to get your hands on that.
What is that? A couple weeks left on that Naruto collab?
Yeah, I think less than 20 days even.
Yeah.
Because the last time I checked it was like 20 plus, but that was like days ago. So you gotta check it out as soon as you can. By the way, now we also have some MPL Philippines fun facts.
Fun facts.
Wow! This time we have stats for 2nd seed and 4th seed as well. And it's not looking that high.
Yeah, no, it's 50-50, close to it, wherein the 2nd seed team actually wins more often. And this is the first time that a 2nd seed and a 4th seed team will meet in the lower bracket semis. All right, only 2 4th seed teams have reached the grand finals. It was Aurora last season, and then way back, Signal Ultra, wherein they eventually won. That's Few. Few was part of that squad.
Oh my goodness, wait. He's been through this, but it's happening all over again.
Yeah, again, sometimes you do things so long that things repeat themselves, but in slightly different ways.
Yeah, and I bet he like barely remembers that even, or like the exact same scenario that he's been through, the exact statistics of them being in the lower bracket semis and all that.
This is our job and I don't remember.
Yeah, so
this was 7 years ago, bring it up.
The Signal Ultra, like I probably wasn't even the seed just yet, but here we go.
You're barely
blue
walking.
side. Oh, was I? No.
Aurora and Blue, they choose this side, by the way, and they have a close to 60% win rate. So they want to play it safe again. They were in red game 2.
Yep. This time it's similar to what we saw in game number 1. Only that they failed to win, but now or never. It's literally now or never for Aurora. Let's see how this goes as we call in Slick Thick.
Yeah!
I waited for that moment.
You actually did it! Oh, thank you! I appreciate that very much. And you said it with such conviction too.
I know, I prepared myself for this moment. It's always been Leo saying.
Redmar, Slick Thick, Santa Cruz.
That's what they call me somewhere. I don't know where, but
today.
Yeah, today. All right, first pick. It's juicinable, considering that the Hayabusa Fanny are both gone. It's like Falcons are telling Aurora, go ahead, pick the juice in. It's out there for the open. Don't think about the... Oh, actually, no, Aurora even banned out the Kalea. Oh.
Yeah, it's so open for Aurora right now. But I don't know, like part of me is missing... Part of me is missing the Sicilians of UED, like all those...
Harrod's open. It's just too dangerous now. There's way too much reach in the metagame that playing a stationary mid laner that needs farm is just not gonna fly. There you go. Open up with a Baksha. Harith. Do you Harith here?
There's Badang too.
Let's see if Marco's
Dareth?
okay with that. I mean, it's not usual in the Philippines that you see Eve picked up early on, because if Falcons goes Harith here, which, okay, they do. And then you mentioned the Badang Leo. I agree with you. That looks very good for Falcons as well. RORA can easily just go, bam, Eve. Even though, again, that's not a trend here. So Falcons will serve away from the Badang. They pick up the Juice in instead. So if ever the Eve does come into play here, they already have a formation breaker. They're not going to be going down that route. It's the Kimmy and the Cho. All right, good change-ups here by RORA. And I'm already liking the flow of drafts here by RORA.
The gloves are off. We're going back down memory lane. Renegade, Cho main. Dominic Kite, one of the, players in the Philippines who actually likes the Kimmy and Gold. And then, remember Season 8? As far back as Season 8, before the Age of Utility Junglers, where Demon Kite would have played Baksha.
Yeah.
That's such a throwback for all of the fans who've been part long enough to know.
Assuming it's a Jungle Baksha.
Yeah, assuming it's a Jungle Baksha though, because right now, like, if you're Falcons, there are almost no assassins left if you're looking for the backline assassins. Really, the Ling appeared earlier. That could be an option, but are you willing to show it up in this point of the draft? Because you already see the Cho, you already see the Baksha as well, so they won't be revealing their jungler just yet, and instead will be securing the Badang for themselves either way. So, we don't know. We don't know who the junglers are yet for both of these teams.
That's right. So mid-trio still shrouded in mystery. We will get some clues based on the attacks, right? Based on the bans here.
Yeah.
Falcons first stop, so are they... They're not denying the fact that this still could be a mid-Kimmy, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, we did see this too in one of the more recent games. The combos, I think it was just yesterday, right? The Kimmy and the Cho. The chain CC it could provide.
Yeah.
But...
this is a read.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Rora's saying, yeah, no, this is 80% Baksha jungle.
All right, if that's going to be the case, Falcons needs to be careful here. So they need to consider banning out the glue or picking it up for themselves. If they ban it out and they end up with an EXP laner and roamer who both play from the shields, Aurora can put an Esmeralda in the EXP lane and just wreck the draft of Falcons. So if it's a glue ban, they have to be very careful about their EXP roam picks.
You're right, Renmar. They better ban the Esme now. Or pick it because there's still room in their lineup for it. I just don't know if that's a good idea. There's a Baksha on the other side. You're right. No, Esme ruins the first 3 heroes of Falcons.
Yeah, and wasn't it Edward too who first debuted the Esmeralda in the regular season? And it was in this exact same kind of scenario wherein he just destroyed the plans of their opposing team.
Falcons bans the Zask. Is this a read? Falcons might go for Ling.
Yeah, that might be the possibility here. If ever the jungle pick, I think needs to come last. Oh, they banned the CC. Oh, Falcons have to be so careful about their pick now.
The Esmeralda. The chances of us seeing it are just increasingly high.
I think to be safe, they have to pick up something like a Lucas, because if they go Phoveus here, that'll still be another really easy Esme pick for Aurora. Right now, RORA is dictating the draft. It's up to Falcons to find the right move.
They're dangling the Esmeralda like a Labubu in front of Falcons.
Yeah.
Look at this. Figuratively speaking.
You definitely do not want to put this Badang in the AEXP if that happens. So do they like reveal their jungler here already to reserve that possible swerve, or
Have to.
they
Have to show it.
I'm like 60-70% Ling here.
Oh,
okay. They get a very, very good pick, and now they don't have to worry about the whole Esmeralda trade thing, unless that's what Aurora are still. They still want to go to that, because Lucas is available for Karltzy as the last pick. Aurora can block it with a Valentina.
Ah. I want to zoom into their phones so bad right now.
No, these last two picks, red and blue, are like so 300 IQ, because again, there's so many current paths, you know? Like so many obvious choices that both teams know are possible but aren't falling for. We don't know where this Kiwi's going.
We don't know where the Baksha is going.
That too.
Like there are so many unanswered questions, and the Beatrix shows itself.
All right, jig is up. It's not a jungle Baksha, apparently. Unless
again.
XP Lucas in the jungle Baksha. Is this finally the Ling?
I think a Ling is so tough to play in this scenario.
Yeah, are they willing to play that?
Yeah, because you don't know. The Ling can still be caught mid-air.
Okay. What else is there?
Do you just double down, go fighter, pick Fred in this scenario, and just put all your eggs in the Harith basket? But then all of you are going to be fighting so close range. It's going to be such a hard team fight for Falcons to pull off.
It's free hits for the Kimi and Maya.
I want something
Oh my
God! Okay.
All right.
Enough jumping.
I told y'all it's not a fluke. Lancelot is a legit answer in the metagame. When the Ling is too expensive to deal with, you pick up another hero that has easy access and reach to the back line. Low to the ground, but still just as effective.
Hold on. This is Karltzy on the Ling.
He is a TZ.
Karltzy on the Lancelot.
He is a TZ, yes.
So I'm pretty sure there's someone out there like Naisu who's giggling right now. No, he didn't say it was a giggle.
Who has the same relationship
I'm not giggling.
as Naisu has with Demon Kite with Karltzy. Yeah!
So
that's scary.
That sounded different. I'm not sure if I want to hear it again.
Let's not. I'm liking it. Again, some left field balls coming in from Aurora and some hooks from Falcons.
But could this really be a sweep? Let's find out alongside our casters.
I am not giggling, Brigida. And I think a lot of fans right now are sitting on the edge of their seat to see if they can extend the series right now. The lights have to shine bright for this one. It's match point right now, and RORA needs to get back into the series. Is this the draft to do it as we jump into Game 3 in this best-of-5 elimination match?
Whoa.
We'll see. Oh, quick look at the emblems here.
Yeah, they actually go Baksha jungle. They put the Edward Lucas in the EXP lane.
Isn't that kind of like not such a good thing?
Well, I think it's because once they saw the Lancelot on the other side, that's when they decided to pull the trigger on the switch. Wait.
Whoa.
Flickers out for Team Falcons. His few is the first blood drawn there by the U, and the Kimmy mid so far looking good for Aurora.
Well, damn good aggressive start. Fantastic first rotation by Aurora, reading Falcons' tendencies of wanting to go to the river after clearing the mid, and they go ahead and chase down few. This is a great start for the Lights.
Interesting, too, that they're applying this much pressure this early on with the stakes. That could be a really good thing here. Karltzy playing the Lancelot's going to rely on this. He's not level 4 just yet. Should get it really shortly, too. But also, we got to talk about Doman Kite. Debuting the Beatrix for him here. He's played this hero many times, and it's going to be a big part of, I would say, what gets RORA into another game here against the Falcons.
Imagine the story. If Renegade sets up a kick for Doman Kite and he lands the snipe to keep the series going.
The redemption.
The redemption for Doman Kite. How many times have we talked about redemption for players, playing heroes who in the past did not work out well for them, but then in the playoffs have made some magic happen.
It takes guts. Again, these players, they always,
Hang on, sorry, flicker burned by Doman Kite in the bottom lane because he saw Karltzy, or at least he felt Karltzy's presence there. But with that information, RORA gets this turtle.
Okay, now Aurora
clean turtle take there as Team Falcons struggle to find the trade, and now they continue their aggression down to the orange buff. Not gonna steal it away, but enough pressure is applied for Team Falcons to be out of their normal rotation.
Yeah, and this is a lineup from Falcons that really needed those level 4s anyway to go ahead and actually make something happen. Especially with Ogun playing the roam Badang here. He needs that level 4, needs to be able to go ahead and utilize the flicker for those setups too, and even with the Jushin. So, you know, they slow things down a little bit. Now that they have the ultimates available and up, oh, hold on, Fuse in trouble.
Few again forced to use the Crimson Beacon because the continuous damage from Yue, the pokes for the side of Aurora, it's giving Few such a hard time in positioning, even to his own lane.
Yeah, I think Few has to accept that he's really going to be the target in Aurora's eyes now, considering that the Jushin plays such an integral utility role to the lineup that Falcons brings to the table. Similar to how a Matilda can empower a very mobile, very tanky lineup, the Jushin empowers a lineup that's kind of scrappy in terms of how they fight with the Harith and Lancelot that needs some extra bit more of control. And that's what Few brings to the table here. Good rotations by RORA so far. Falcons are just trying to catch up to them.
Yeah, they haven't let up at all. So they're just going in full force right now, trying to get what they can, and they're allowed to, because anytime I feel like the Baksha is on the map, whether he's in the jungle, whether we've seen him in the XP lane, that's what allows the team composition to do, is just, you know, be mobile, look for picks if they can find them. But then we have to also consider the fact that it's a Kimmy in the mid lane, and we know that the setup potential is going to hurt a lot more later. And that gives space to Dominkite. Renegade being the one to go on for the pickoffs too is great, but overall, your front-to-back coverage with Rora's lineup is so good. So, as you know, much I want to see Falcons possibly end up in a sweep here, I think it's going to be difficult to get this one under their belt.
Yeah, incredibly difficult. Again, Aurora have drafted terrifically here. They're playing to the strengths of their lineup so well. Now, Karltzy is just stuck to, similar to his Suyo game yesterday, just opening up the map. And the Aurora are getting the objectives left and right, while Karltzy will try to balance it out with split push, while the rest of Falcons will just look into supplementing Super Marco's farm.
Yeah. Oh, and now they want to extend the lead by trying to go for the bottom lane turret. Renegade got stopped in his tracks by a beautiful initiation there from Owen. First man down is the Hitman, as Flapteezy working on Demon Kite, but he's quite tanky as Yue is serving up the damage. Owen again with a beautiful wall, and they might be able to bring out Demon Kite for the clapback from Aurora. Yue again brings down 3 alongside Dominkite, and Few is the next to fall.
It has gone also terribly wrong for the Falcons. Yue and Dominkite just providing enough space. Demon Kite miraculously holding on long enough so that the Kimmy and the Beatrix can finish off the ever so greedy Falcons. Renegade with a kick.
A bit of an off-angle kick there, but they might be able to do the job. Thorn Rose is there, plus the puncture to be able to walk away. And the Shockwave Blast from Edward won't do the job to bring down Karltzy.
A good attempt there from Renegade. You know, he was trying to get the angle differently there, but they went in anyway, expended a lot. But that is a Lancelot for you. Especially with multiple enemies around you, you can actually withstand quite a bit of punishment. So Karltzy won't go down, but still, it's Falcons falling behind. It was a great combination what we saw earlier in the bottom lane, and RORA will continue to do that. We'll see how they play this apart in the jungle here.
Past the traction pulse there as Demon Kite being worked on by Flapteezy again with the grab, but he's quite tanky. They're trying to delay the farming pattern again of Karltzy. Renegade with a Jit Kundo, but 5 members of Team Falcons are there to assist Karltzy.
Everything that's happening in the map, Falcons are forced to react, similar to what happened in the tail end of game number 1 in the mid to the late game, when Falcons were just catching Aurora off guard and dictating the tempo, not allowing them to set up. In the early minutes of this game number 3, crucial game number 3, Aurora are the ones setting the tempo, not allowing Falcons to set up. It's been all reactive and all defensive for Falcons so far.
See what they want to do this time around. They're going to get in a position for this. They want to fight it out.
Oh, and Dominkite is the one to get the turtle. Now Aurora wants to extend their lead by going for more. There's the Shockwave Blast, but they're disciplined enough to disengage. And if you're going to notice, actually, Karltzy is ahead when it comes to the level up against Demon Kite, because Demon Kite's not playing this Baksha as a jungler. He's sort of acting like a roam, and Edward's the one going away from the usual rotations of Aurora to split push and farm up.
Yeah, and you can see that in the gold. Edward actually has a bit more gold compared to Demon Kite. Aurora just playing this pure aggro, and they've made Edward sort of like a carry Lucas in a way.
Hey, that's what you want to do with a box shot, right? You can just change your game plan if you want. But overall, they haven't stopped. If you notice from RORA, it just feels like when they came into this game 3, they're like, we're going to go full force. We have to take that risk and make it happen. And so far in game 3, it's gone their way. While Falcons continues to try to catch up here, but they're falling behind. You know, 3.5K behind at this point. They got no objectives at all, not even a turret just yet to move around the map with. So they're in a pretty bad position coming into that first Lord here. Coming up, RORA with the advantage. The fact that Dominkai and Yue have not been caught, and it's really Falcons playing to the tune of wherever Renegade and Demon Kite decide to go and crash in, is a big problem for Falcons right now.
Blade Armor forced to pick up by FlapTease because of the damage that's coming from Dominkai, and a resurgence for Doming already has a Sea Halberd and Malefic Gun.
Yeah, no wonder Fuse damage feels like, it's like, where is it? No, it's because there's 3 Radiant Armors on the side of Aurora. Yeah. On the Baksha, on the Lucas, on the Cho. Yeah. It's going to take some time until Aurora are going to start feeling pain from any of the magic damage dealers of Falcons, and at this point, Dreadnought armors are enough to nerf the damage of the Lancelot. Oh, Gwen gets caught and blasted! Conceal Aurora keeps going forward, but they're not going to force the issue here as they know they have advantage on Lord.
Yeah, that's how much damage Aurora has. You didn't even have to finish the animation of the Way of the Dragon for them to burst down Ogwin. And now 1 member down for Team Falcons as Aurora sets their eyes on this Lord.
Very strong take right now. Falcons, even with Karltzy around here, this is going to be so risky if they even try to contest it, or he tries to, you know, do some fancy moves, which we've seen before with the Lancelot players around the world. But Renegade still holding on to the Way of the Dragon, and even with all that, RORA won't just take this Lord. They're still going to go ahead and wait for these buffs to come up for Demon Kite, and then go when they have the full advantage that they're looking for. Yeah.
Karltzy, though, still ahead by 1 level, so Aurora's not going to rush in taking down the Lord. Ideally, they'd have to pick off 1, or for Falcons to just trade instead for going for a clean Lord take. And now Renegade from the back sets his eyes onto FlapTease. There's the ultimate from Dominkai, plus Traction pulls a lot of damage from the Northern Lights to burst down Ogwin once again. FlapTease forced to use that grab onto Yue, but he might be next on the chopping block. Feeds the kill off to Dominkai.
Aurora have awoken. It looked like Ogwin was going to get a massive set there, but he got blasted instead the moment he decided to help out FlapTease. And Falcons can only stand and watch. Try as they will, this might be risky.
Supermicro jumps in, but gets caught out by the bullets of Dominkai. The next target is Pew! And an unstoppable kill from Yue. A 3-kill swing again for Aurora.
Where is this damage coming from, and how do you deal with it if you're Falcons?
Karltzy jumps in with a puncture. Phantom Execution's gonna connect. Edward was able to flick her out. Still no casualties for Aurora.
Mr. Consistent escape, but here comes Karltzy and Ogwin again.
Ogwin with a knock-up to bring down Doming and Yue. You asked where the damage is coming from. Now they are gone as Karltzy secures the Lord.
And all that, and Falcons will get the Lord.
Kyle reminding the world what it means to bear the name of TZ, what it means to bear the hero that inspired a generation of junglers from M2.
Oh my goodness, and all that? They just got rid of the gold lead that RORA's been holding on to all game long.
At that point, that was just sheer freaking will by Falcons, because Aurora did everything right, did everything good. But it took a TZ with a Lancelot and Ogwin with his fists to turn the game around.
I thought you were going to say, and a dream.
And a dream.
That's basically what it was with given the situation that Falcons found themselves in. So they'll play around this. They've got an advantage now, mid lane.
Traction Pulse already casted down, but this time Pew was able to escape. Renegade with a good kick onto FlapTease. Ogwin counters out with his combo though. Renegade quite low. One more hit and Super Marco delivers the final blow to bring down the Hitman. 1 member down. There was an almost. Few almost got knocked down by Yue.
Super Marco blocked it for Few. If that landed into Few, he'd be dead. He still took damage, but not the full brunt of it.
That's a definite moment there. Super Marco protecting Few. They're going to get this tier 1 turret, possibly another one. Renegade still a couple seconds away coming up. They're going to force it with the Zaman force down under the turret. We'll see if they still get it. Half health on that tier 2 turret. So RORA, given how they were in the lead majority of the game, they're still able to go in and hold on. But let's look how the items have evened out a little bit here for Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons have the lead now. Already the core items for the Harith locked in. And now Aurora are feeling the damage. It's so neck and neck. Aurora are still very close, yes. They can still turn this around with better execution. But this was not the situation they wanted to find themselves when Ogwin saving it and setting it up for Karltzy to finish.
2.6k gold lead now from Team Falcons after conquering a huge deficit. And now they want to extend the lead by trying to get hold of the purple buff here. But still, Aurora, they have all their inhibitor turrets intact. They still have a second tier turret in the middle lane. So in terms of contesting for this Lord, they can apply again their signature Lord dance that they can do against Team Falcons.
That's what I was saying yesterday, man. You know, Falcons, they're known for their prowess around objective takes, the decision-making that comes before they even decide to start up a Lord. And that's something that RORA really has to be careful of. The majority of this game, they have been the aggressor. They have been on the offensive. And if they continue to do that, it could work in their favor. But we also know, as great as Cho is as a hero, it could also be one of those moments where you don't get the kick and the angle that you're looking for, even by burning the flicker, and then you're just left there. So this is where it gets really crucial for especially Renegade on how they decide to approach this. It might not even be the answer of, just send Renegade. Maybe they have to go with something a little more creative.
Yeah, actually, the good thing about the Aurora lineup is, and let's give a little bit more hope also as well to the Northern Lights watching, is that even if Renegade doesn't get the kick to set things up, Aurora's lineup has so many fail-safes, mainly two, the Baxia and the Lucas, that if a kick misses or it doesn't land exactly the right way, you have Edward and Demon Kite to help cover so that Demon Kite and Yue can deal the damage. It's still quite a hairy situation for the Falcons here if they're not careful.
Yeah. Okay. Not to mention the traction pulls that can come from the Kimmy, just like right now. We're not going to connect on to few. Still, Falcons 3k gold lead. They're holding on to their mid lane turret. At any given moment, Ogwin again can find the proper angle to be the ending set for Team Falcons.
Okay, Lord is the take here. Karltzy not even around, just going to go ahead and deal with this wave up top while the team just stares down each other, fighting for this. Wicked Seal's going to be used. Does Renegade go?
Renegade with a flicker kick in, but Ogwin again with a beautiful counter. On the other hand, Edward on the back with the Unleash the Beast trying to work on Super Marco. Super Marco just dancing around with his Diamond Force. Ogwin still alive alongside Super Marco, and he takes down Edward. But here comes Yue. Karltzy as well in the picture. Ogwin now gone, but Flapsy trying to work on Yue. Tommy Guy breaks down Few. Next target is Flapsy, but Karltzy answers back.
Kyle and Marco versus Doming and Demon Kite!
Rose and the opportunity for Marco to deliver the final Senko Vision to the heart of Doming Kite!
That was timed so well between the two of them.
If you follow the DNA of the squad and the team that came before them, it was the heroics of a Lancelot and a Harith in another country not so far away that took a squad named Brand Esports to the promised land, and it keeps Falcons' hopes alive. Again, we saw it. Aurora, they have so many fail-safes. Demon Kite and Edward did their absolute job of forcing Super Marco in the backline of Falcons to nearly crumble, but they held on. Aurora did everything right as much as they could, but Falcons just got the counter.
Ogwin again zoning out Demon Kite. Who's gonna get it? Still gonna fall in the hands of Karltzy as he bounces out, and Super Marco with his Diamond Force gonna bring down Edward. Next target is Demon Kite. A double for Super Marco!
And more do they get for the Falcons. The whole time Karltzy knew, guys, you can handle it. I'll get my buff. We got the Lord. Let's go ahead and get ready to march towards the base of RORA.
The lights are slowly flickering out, shadowed by the wings of the Falcons in the air. But as long as there is light, there is hope. But where will hope come from? From Aurora. Can they hold on?
3 left to defend for the Northern Lights. Traction pulse is there. Marco jumps in. Ogwin as well. Revenge, redemption, and resurgence for Team Falcons!
The light of hope has flickered out. overshadowed by the wings of the Falcons, who are hell-bent to reclaim their throne. A TZ with the also legendary blade. A Marco who wanted to redeem himself from yesterday. Take the win against a valiant squad who just wanted to seize the win.
Oh man. In a flight or fight situation, Team Falcons chose both, soaring high into the skies to fight another day as they will advance.
Oh, once again, this is the nature of the competition, the nature of playoffs. Eventually, someone has to go home, and we got to give a hats off to Aurora here. A phenomenal season for them, but unfortunately not the ending that they were looking for. We got to go ahead and head over to stage with our hosts and Aurora to hear what they have to say here.
Gentlemen, this may have been your last match for the season, but always take note of the RORAs that have continued to support you all the way. Managed to keep your head high. Renege, being the captain of this team, I'm sure there's a lot of learnings from this season. Anong masasabi mo sa lahat ng mga sumuporta sa Aurora right from the start?
Siguro sa lahat ng Aurora, sorry natalo kami. Pero yun, binigay namin lahat ng best namin dito. Sadyang, siguro hindi talaga para sa amin tong season na to. Pero babawi kami next season, mas malakas kami next season.
A valiant effort once again. Please give it up for Aurora Gaming! Aurora has given us a valiant fight, but the victors in the end are Team Falcons!
Gentlemen, congratulations.
Yes, Kyle. Ikaw ang una, Kyle. You know what, Odin? Go ahead.
Karltzy, coming off from a lose nung nakaraang araw, ngayon ay naka 3-0 sweep kayo. Does being in the lower bracket change the way you approach the game?
Nung naging lower bracket, nung napunta ba kayo sa lower bracket, did that motivate you even more para sa labang ito?
Yes po. Pinaka-na-motivate talaga po namin yung yung 2% na sa amin na prediction. Ayun po yung
You know what? Pag-usapan natin yan, Odin. They were talking about the 2% na prediction sa kanila. Flap TC, I saw you. These are part of the 2% na naniniwala sa inyo right from the start. You even shared that. Diba? What do you think of the 2%? And anong masasabi mo to the 98% of the people who don't think you're gonna win?
Sa tingin ko po, naging advantage siya sa amin kasi parang naging underdog ulit kami. At alam namin sa sarili namin na yung 2% na bumoto is parang solid fans din namin, kaya ayaw namin silang i-let down. Kaya mas ginagalingan pa namin lalo.
Thus proving it. Nasaan ang fans ng Team Falcons? Odin, they don't seem like 2% to me at all.
Tama ka dyan, Hans. And nakikita ko ngayon kay Flap TZ na sobrang humble niya after this match. Flap, ano sa tingin nyo yung naging susi nyo para manalo dito sa match na to against Aurora?
Sa tingin ko kaya kami nanalo kasi hindi kami tumitingin sa past. Parang natalo kami, may chance pa, laban lang. Walang susuko.
I know we're not talking about, the past because that was yesterday. But few, gusto ko namang malaman more from the captain himself. Few, we're talking about not only the grand finals but also the MSC Insights. You're going up against a team na nakasama nyo sa MSC EWC last year. talk to us about, this rivalry that you've had together with Karltzy and the rest of TLPH. Is this some sort of familiarity na makakaharap nyo na naman sila ulit?
Opo. Pero sayang lang din talaga eh. Kasi parang napag-usapan namin na pangako namin sa isa't isa na kami mag-MSC ulit. Kaso ayun, isa lang talaga kailangan lumusot ngayon.
What's gonna be the difference from this point on compared sa naging laban nyo nung isang araw?
Feeling ko mas pagbubutihan namin i-close yung series kung sakali makalamang ulit kami. Kasi naramdaman na namin paano ma-reverse sweep, sobrang sakit eh.
Few, may laban pa kayo bukas. Napakaraming games na yung pinagdaanan nyo simula nung nag-start ang play-ins at plus yung games pa ngayon. How can you ensure na may energy pa kayo lalo na at hanggang game 7 ang laban nyo bukas?
Siguro reset lang din agad kami. Tapos late pa naman yung match bukas eh. So mas makakapagpahinga kami ng maayos.
And I'm really sure, Hans, na nandito rin ang mga sumusuporta sa kanila
for
para
sure.
magbigay sa kanila ng energy. Ano ba yung gusto nyo sabihin ngayon sa lahat ng Team Falcons na nanonood? Si Ogwen.
Sa lahat ng fans na sumusuporta sa amin, maraming salamat. Magpapahinga lang ulit kami mamaya. Tapos, yung mga ka 2% gang natin dyan, chill lang kayo. Mahaba pa yung tatahakin natin.
And just like what FlapTZ said, mga ka 2%, chill lang kayo. May laban pa sila bukas. Once again, your winners, Team Falcons! You may now take your walk of victory. And with that sweep of a match, you may now take your bow. Odin, it doesn't matter to them whether it's 2%, they have acknowledged that they're the underdogs of the season.
That was a very decisive match para sa Team Falcons at hindi pa tapos ang kanilang laban dahil bukas ay may kakaharapin pa sila para sa lower bracket finals.
You know there's a lot of things to talk about this game number 3. So why don't we throw it back to our panel to discuss everything that has happened.
Leo, I feel like today has been the day wherein we just kept breaking records. Onic, 3rd seed, winning the first series, and now a 4th seed team winning this too.
More than just breaking records, I think we are putting it on record that some picks and the metagame have changed. And we have to accept the fact that Lancelot is back in the metagame in the hands of Karltzy.
One of the funniest things about the Lancelot games that have happened so far is that it always comes out at such crucial moments, you know?
Red 4, Red 5.
It feels like it's such a high risk to pull off such a pick that doesn't normally come out, but they always make it work. Be it King Kong, be it Kyle.
It is the scalpel, the tool you need when you need to get yourself out of a rut. And we'll watch the highlights. Brigida, you mentioned one word I want to focus on: risk. The risk of playing the Lancelot and running it into a lineup that RORA drafted, which, by the way, up until the very last minute, we did not know exactly what it was all about, what it looked like, what it meant. Edward on the Lucas XP, Demakite on the Baksha. You watch the first 3 minutes, 4 minutes of this game, even 5. This is where you went to the bathroom. What happened? That's exactly what happened.
It's a double kill for both Demakite and Yue, and I think I did see, before I went to the bathroom, a 2 or 3 minute Sky Piercer already in for Yue.
Yeah, so nothing. Just the piercer.
Yeah, it could have been so smooth for Aurora, considering that near perfect execution of an early game, but this was the game-changing set.
That was where Karltzy reminded us that his name has 3 letters in it towards the end that defined a generation of junglers, that inspired a generation of MLBB fans. I mean, there was still some clapback, there was still a little bit of fight from Aurora, but it was a slow but sure regain of control from Falcons that made me go several times in the last 5 minutes of the game. That's it, it's over.
I know, and you have to appreciate the bond we see in-game for Team Falcons. Like for the entire past 3 games, they're always willing to sacrifice something so the people that matter get to survive and do their thing. And if we thought that we've seen enough of that in game number 2, we've seen a lot more in game number 3.
Yep, many times Flapteezy, Ogwin had to put their bodies on the line, their KDA, to keep Few alive, to keep Marco alive. Karltzy, he knew to keep himself scarce. He knew to hide amongst the bushes, farm up where he can, chip off some gold shields while he can to stay within threat range. Again, we mentioned in the draft that this Lancelot is good because mainly number 1, it's low to the ground. It doesn't need as much farm as a Ling, even as a Hayabusa. Like you can get away with a lot as a Lancelot. And then number 2 is it's capable of plays like that. If that was a Hayabusa in the hands of Kyle, I don't think he could have done that game-changing play.
Yeah, and they just waited for that moment where Super Marco could fight back too, because earlier it just really felt like Aurora were able to capitalize so much on the Luke as EXP, which we don't really get to see often nowadays because it's almost always in the jungle. We also did highlight how they're going for exact same builds like him and Renegade.
They may have let the Ghosts of the Past haunt them too much. They built maybe too defensively, you know? You're talking about the Dreadnought armor and Radiant armor and Tough Boots. All together, Edward, Demokai, and Renegade built the same items.
I think we'll be seeing more of that in the item progression later, but we already thought Few could have struggled, but Few was there to do something else.
Yeah, he was utility.
He was utility. He just allowed everyone to do their thing, and the only member of Team Falcons on our top 4 of the post-game titles, Karltzy.
The MVP.
Even though he struggled, he knew it. He saw it from King Kong. We just need to farm first on the Lancelot.
I'm pretty sure he saw it from way back, further than even King Kong. Karltzy, naming himself after the Lancelot, Karltzy. I'm sure his idol, the guy who reverse swept him last night, was watching and saying, well played, Kyle, well played. And Kyle, well played. And again, looking at the source of his gold kills and assists, 1,500 from that alone. And Rita, he pushed quite a bit. Look at that, 3,600 from minions?
Yeah, I think this is what we were trying to look for him too until they waited for the right time. And now's the perfect time to talk about how it all progressed in that game. So Leo, take us through this last game of the series.
I would love to. Let's take a look at the economy and the story, the timeline that we went through in this Game 3, a sweep by Team Falcons. So Aurora in blue, once again, remember, they chose this side. This was their Hail Mary. They chose to go, all right, we're going to dominate the draft. We'll control it from here. They got a pretty mean draft. It was very flexible. Started in control. It was at about 2 or 3 minutes. This is where Brigida mentioned that Kimmy building a Sky Piercer, just a Sky Piercer in mid. That's it. Yue just wanted to start making heads roll. And then suddenly, boop, at about 6 minutes, they converge. 6 minutes is, I assume, where that play by Karltzy started to, get set up. If not here, maybe slightly past. And then, again, slowly, Falcons was approaching a point of inevitability. If you kept going this way, those 3 frontliners from Aurora would slowly wane in efficiency, and then they could not protect Dom and Kite, and they could not protect Yue well enough anymore to make for a comeback, and the rest is history. Looking at the objectives gained, again, a lot of these came in the early game. 2 minutes, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, comes to a halt, stops. The map suddenly stays red, and then that's where Falcon clap back. Literally, I can list you down from here to here. That's the early game, and then mid to late, all Falcons. Look at that. 9:53 to 16:45 to the end in 16:52. Under 17 minutes. That is the narrative that Falcons needed to write, and they started to play at about 8 minutes. Now looking at the item progression, check it out. This is the aforementioned triple frontliner combo item build. Tough Boots, Tough Boots, Tough Boots. Radiant Armor, Radiant Armor, Radiant Armor, and the upgrade of the Dreadnought armor. These 3, the frontliners, they built the same first 3 items. and then you have good damage split between the magic on the Kimi and the physical on Dom and Kite. We have to give Aurora their flowers. Again, they played very well in the early game. They did more than redeem themselves from that moment in M6. You know what I'm talking about. Meng, tingin. You know what I'm talking about. They did a play like that to take down, was it Flap TZ or Ogwin? One or the other. It's what they needed to do to keep the velocity up, to keep the speed up, the tempo, so that they would regaining control, but remain in control. But again, this is RORA playing for the short term so that they can end quick, but Falcons found a way out. Falcons found a way through. And they did that off of the back of Karltzy's Lancelot. Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar. The Malefic Roar into the endless battle, I think, is key to them snowballing out of control after that double shutdown. Folks, consider building Malefic Roar early, especially if you're a jungler. I know I will. Whenever I end up with a random Lancelot, Hayabusa, or Suyo, like I would just like consider, are these softies? Do I need to pierce through?
Yeah.
Malefic Roar.
I think we've seen it a number of times today where like the Hunter Strike came first, the Malefic Roar came first, and that's just how well these players know that they really need to adjust, especially given the rise of all these tanky frontliners, the rise of all these Bakshas, these flex heroes, the Badangs. So given that, yes, there are an increasing number of utility junglers and roamers, EXP laners, the assassins, they won't let themselves get left behind.
Yeah, quick tip. This is one way to know if I should build Malefic Roar first or War Axe first. If there's a lot of Dreadnought armor out there, build Malefic Roar first. If you don't have time to fight, build Malefic Roar first before War Axe.
So this is exactly why you see the players always pressing the summary of the items so far. You gotta check what's going on the item builds of your opposing team so you could also adjust accordingly. And that is something our professional players just keep teaching us and keep doing, you know, like they've mastered all these 4 fingers and these claw type of gamings on their individual phones, and we're just about to see a lot more of that because we've finished all best of 5s happening for the playoffs. We are slowly transitioning to that portion of the playoffs where it's all best of 7s. That's about to happen from this point onwards, and that starts tomorrow. So there is a lot of preparation that needs to come into play. Fortunately for Falcons, they ended this in a sweep, so they have plenty of time to rest. But I know a lot of us are curious as to what went on during that final game. So let's check the Infinix mic check.
Lower. Gila, may bigger pa ako. Ready, boy? Okay. Dalawa, oh. Sige lang. Doon na damage si Lucas, pre. Tuwa mo na, Lucas. Ingat na pa. Harap na, boys. Harap na. Pero di na, pre-hit ba ya? Tara na, flicker Kimi. Try nyo Kimi muna. Kimi muna. Kimi? Sabay kayo. Tara. Beya. Bangga ka na. Paling kalard. Tango, boys. Kalard. Ayun. Kaya ba? Baksha. Nice. Para dad. Kaya ba tower lock, Mark? Beya, boy. Nahuli ko. Tower lock.
I had goosebumps, you know, like it felt like even the silence connected them. Like even the moments when they were saying nothing, they still knew what was going on in the other person's mind.
I think that clearly was the sign of their connectedness, their synergies, because I don't have to say anything. There has to be no sound. Like, you know what I'm thinking, and how magical we heard the moment of that game-changing play. Ogwin who was speaking. He's like, here, I got to, go.
That was all he said. He didn't even repeat it, I think. He just said it was, and that was enough to call Karltzy's attention to go for the Thorned Rose. This is an unbelievable mic check we got from Team Falcons.
The most insightful, the most...
It was too quiet.
I feel blessed to have seen behind the scenes of that play.
I am too. I love how they stayed composed despite everything. They've been through a lot. They've been through a reverse sweep. They don't want it to happen again. But by the way, we're going to quickly introduce Cambodia's representative for MSC at EWC 25. So it's CFU Gaming.
Yep.
I know you guys have heard of them already.
They are one of the first two to lock in to punch their ticket to MSC this year, and they are the recently crowned MPL Cambodia champions. They won Season 8, and some of these names might be familiar to you, but we last saw them in, guess where? M6! That was them! This is the team that almost dropped SRG in Swiss.
Wasn't this the team too that surprisingly beat Team Liquid Philippines in a different tournament? I think that was SPS. Right at the peak of their performance. Like, weren't they one of the teams to first surprise the Filipino audience because they were like, oh, we can actually go toe-to-toe.
Kamai do that. They're very aggressive, and this is defined by their hero pool. Look at that. They still play a lot of Zushin, a lot of Suyo. That one is a specific pick. And then Wadu, of course. Wadu, how can we forget Wadu? Plays a lot of Moskov, goes lane to lane, coast to coast. Picked up a lot from Innocent, if you know what I'm saying.
These are some of the teams you definitely have to watch out for. But by the way, we have something prepared for you guys before we wrap up the show. So let's head on and watch this one.
Kamusta MPL PH, my name is Lee Ching, I am the caster for MPL KH. Today I wanted to tell you guys what's happened in MPL KH Season 8 Playoff. In MPL KH Season 8 Playoff, we saw some Mobile Legends bang bang action which culminating in CFU Gaming being the crown champion. Not only they are the crown champion, but they are the back-to-back champion as well. CFU Gaming ultimately defeat Team Mac in the grand final with a 4-1 victory to claim the championship and also a spot in MSC 2025 at Esports World Cup as well. Some of you guys might have seen the potential of CFU Gaming back at M6 World Championship. They almost beat Selangor Red Giant, but they were unlucky because innocent happened. But I think this time they will prove they're right, and also last time they were lacking of experience, but this time they will prove themselves. For me personally, I think that CFU Gaming is the dominant back-to-back champion, entering this MSC as Cambodia's strongest and most confident representative. I think that they are a really well-deserved champion for the MPL KX Season 8. Despite having some hiccup in the regular season, losing to Galaxy Legend 2-1, but in the playoff, it is a different story because they almost completely sweep everyone in the playoff bracket. For me, the standout player would be the team itself because I cannot determine the standout player because CFU Gaming, they always play as a team, and also if one member fails to deliver, another will always deliver. But I wanted to shout out for Oppi and also Bobsy as well because some of you might have known them. They are really strong. If I were to choose which team for MPL PH side is likened to CFU Gaming, I would say it could be Onic PH or Team Liquid PH because they both are one of my favorite teams, and also they are really strong, they are really capable, always consistent, and also always humble as well. So yeah, that's it. And to MPL PH fan and also Mobile Legends fan across the world, don't ever forget to catch up. MPL PH playoff happening right now. You can go to MPL PH Facebook page, YouTube, or any other social media to catch up MPL PH right now. For more MSC 2025 at Esports World Cup's content, and also right now I really want to know that which two teams will be representing the Philippines for MSC 2025 at Esports World Cup. So I think that's it for me for today, and also thank MPL PH for having me. Thanks to MPL PH fan as well. I hope we meet again real soon, and also bye bye right now. See you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye, and thank you so much, Lee Ching. That was a very informative segment. Now we know a lot about what went on in MPL KH and what to expect from their back-to-back champion CFU Gaming. And by the way, bringing you a better tomorrow, BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life. So that includes digital deposit accounts, insurance, investment, loans, and many more. So do check it out for yourself.
Right now, you could start saving up for a more epic tomorrow. Open up a hashtag save up account today via the BPI app. All you need is 1 minute, one ID, 5 minutes, and then you suddenly have an account. It's that easy, all right? A more epic tomorrow open an account with BPI.
It's the exact same thing Renmar and Naisu had to go through yesterday. But to our MLBB players out there, mga ka-ML, we have epic news for you. In the Vibe app, you can already pay via QR. You could already pay your bills, send funds, and claim rewards. All of that, you can do it with the Vibe app.
Pero Teka, there's an epic bonus coming your way. If you sign up, there's a chance that you can win 1,250 MLBB diamonds.
Oh, diamonds. That's for your skins, that's for your upgrades, that's for your flexing needs. So what are you waiting for? Join the Vibe and download the app today. A more epic tomorrow together with BPI. All right, we were able to.
We
did it. We accomplished it. That was as smooth as all the best of.
Fur.
No, as all the sweeps.
Fur, no cap.
We saw today.
2 sweeps, Brigida.
We saw all sweeps. That feels so unusual. We've been through all Game 5s. I can't believe this actually happened in the playoffs. But all right, this is the updated playoffs bracket for Season 15. You all know what to expect tomorrow. It's the lower bracket finals.
It's the Clash of Titans Part 2. Down in the lower bracket. We just had this matchup yesterday. And how soon? I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, this is like we are spoiled. We are spoiled for good MLBB action in the best of 7, and then of course waiting in the grand finals, the super fam, the new gods of MLBB, Onic Philippines.
Yeah, honestly, I can't get it out of my head. The way you told us earlier that they honestly wanted to go back to MSC together with Team Liquid Philippines, but now it's one or the other. They have no choice.
They can't.
They need to send out at least or just one of them. Whereas on the other hand, Onic did mention earlier that if there's one team they want to go to MSC with, that's Team Liquid Philippines.
Imagine the pressure on the Cavalries. Like, you guys both want us to go, but we have to beat both of you in the next couple of days.
I know, it's just so much that they have to think about. Hopefully they're doing everything they can to prepare for tomorrow within the next few hours, the remaining hours that they have. But also we have some updates with the Fansiklaban because they too are actually going through their playoff stage. What an interesting outcome for the Fansiklaban.
That's right. From the other bracket, you have the Phoenix Army making it to the grand finals already. And I would assume tomorrow, it's the Cavalry versus the Kabarangays going up into a best-of-3 matchup, and the contest winner will then go into a best-of-5 against the Phoenix Army. So this is exciting. Again, Fansiklaban, it's the fans. It's the community's way of competing against each other in support of their own teams.
Yeah, and you see them right outside whenever the games are about to happen. They just play their hearts out. It's another way to, or a form of supporting their team, I guess, but it's nice to see them very active in the community. And what a day it has been. Leo, how are you feeling today after wrapping up that 2 series just filled of sweep?
I hate to say it, but I'm more tired today than I was yesterday. Like, this is emotionally tolling.
Yeah,
Thanks for asking.
It's been a way different day than what we've been through for the first 2 days, but now we're officially closing out day number 3. Let's throw it on over to our hosts.
After 3 days of the playoffs, we now have our first grand finalist. It's the Super Fam of Onic Philippines.
Sila rin ang unang magiging representatives ng Pilipinas sa darating na MSC at EWC 2025. This is the most awaited return of Kelra to the MSC stage.
You know, the question that remains is whether or not they will be able to achieve back-to-back championships, or will someone else from the lower bracket swipe it away from them?
Especially after Team Falcons' decisive win, rising from their setback and now on their way to the lower bracket finals to face Team Liquid Philippines. This is going to be another edition of the Clash of the Titans of MLBB.
You know, and in spite of the defeat that was encountered by Aurora Gaming, they have mustered their courage and gave us an immense amount of growth for this season. And hopefully, they will come back even stronger.
It is going to be a story of praises and goodbyes in the next few days dahil ganyan talaga ang mga aksyon lalo na kung ang pinaglalabanan ay ang pagiging immortal.
Kaya sama-sama pa rin tayo bukas para tunghayan ang panibagong laban na naman dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 15, The Playoffs. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. Sabay-sabay muli nating tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and rep it for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like Beast of the Southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour.